Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call the Tuesday, August 25th City Council meeting to order pursuant to SB 707. This meeting will include in-person as well as remote participation via webinar. Clerk, can you please call roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bayless?
Present.
Councilmember Kurtz?
Here.
Councilmember Moz?
Present.
Councilmember Meeks?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Leon?
Present.
Mayor Aiken?
Present.
Let the record show we have 6 members present.
Are there any additions or deletions to the closed session agenda?
Mayor, there are none.
Can you, or do we have any speakers here to address the closed session agenda or online?
Mayor and City Council, we don't have any in-person speakers, and we did not receive any remote speakers to address the closed session agenda.
So I will now close the public comment on the closed session agenda, and we will recess to closed session. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to take this moment to reconvene the Anaheim City Council meeting to order. Pursuant to SB 707, this meeting will include in-person and remote participation via webinar. The first item on our agenda is an invocation that will be offered this evening by Pastor Scott Wiedensohler from Calvary Chapel, East Anaheim. Following that, Councilmember Meeks will lead us in the flag salute. If you are able, please stand.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Honorable Council. Father God, we gather here tonight and we thank you for this place, this city, this county, this state, and this nation that we have to live in, Lord. It's clear that your sovereign hand has been over it since its inception 250 years ago. We thank you for that. Father, I pray for this council that's here tonight, Lord, that you would help them to govern the affairs, that you'd have your way in this city to protect and provide for the citizens, that you give them courage and boldness, Lord, and that they would act with grace and mercy that we know comes from you. Lord, for the public servants that are out in the street, from our law enforcement partners, fire department personnel, all the utility folks that are out there working hard, certainly during this heat wave, we pray for your protection, your blessing upon them. And Lord, we're just a grateful group in here tonight. I pray that the agenda items would go as planned, Lord, that there would be protection over this place. We thank you for having this country where we're able to have a voice, Lord, and come to meetings like this. So we thank you for this democracy that you've given us, Lord. I pray that for your sovereign hand to be over it, Lord, and to just provide grace in this room tonight. We trust you. We lean on you for understanding. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Outreach Homeless Ministry.
Thank you.
Security for Disney.
As we pledge allegiance to this great nation, please remember those that serve to keep us free at home and abroad. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Father, Son, Holy Spirit, God bless America. George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. Here you go. And Ben Franklin.
Good evening, everyone. I am very excited to welcome a very special group of people with us here tonight. So our sister city relationship with Mito is a cherished Anaheim tradition. Mito is about 70 miles north of Tokyo, and this December will mark Anaheim's 50th year of being a sister city relationship between our two cities. As mayor, I had the honor of visiting Mito as part of our sister city delegation and welcoming this week our visiting Mito officials as well as some remarkable students as part of our annual yearly exchange students program. Tonight, we are honored to recognize 6 students visiting us from Mito as part of this summer's program. The program gives our young friends from Mito a chance to experience Anaheim's history, our culture, and so much more. They spent the week getting a tour of all things Anaheim. I had the pleasure of giving them a tour of the mayor's office as well as City Hall and the council chambers, where they had a lot of fun sitting in my seat, banging the gavel about as hard as they can and voting yes or no on certain questions. They also got to go, and this is probably a little bit more fun maybe than city council chambers, an Angels game, and they got to go visit Disneyland. They got to taste Anaheim treasures such as Cortinas, Northgate, and of course, In-N-Out. And as their trip comes to an end, I believe you guys are leaving tomorrow, we want to thank them and of course their amazing teachers and chaperones for coming to Anaheim and sharing them with us. But I bet they are very excited to get home and see their families. So I want to give a special shout out to our Sister City Commission that puts in so much work into this program, finding host families for the students, planning a week's worth of activities. They put in so many hours as volunteers, as well as to the amazing Kimberly, if you could please stand up. She is an amazing staff person that makes all of this possible. And thank you to the rest of your city team for all the work that they put into this. To our Mito students, arigato for coming to Anaheim, konbawa, and we hope to see you very, very soon. Could you please join us in the council for a photo? Here, I'm gonna make sure I don't mess up your names. So first, we have Ayami Kataguchi. We have Aoi Sato. Thank you. Shimizu Mei. Sachi Maruyama. Kota Sato. Last but not least, Sosuke Yosakura. And of course, we want your teachers and chaperones to come up too, please. Yep. Thank you. So next on our agenda are recognitions to be presented at a later date. Clerk, can you please announce them?
Thank you, Mayor. We have 5 this evening, recognizing September 11th, 2026 as Patriot Day, recognizing September 15th, 2026 as National Voter Registration Day, recognizing the month of September 2026 as National Preparedness Month, and also recognizing September 2026 as Hunger Action Month, and recognizing September 15th through October 15th as 2026 as Hispanic Heritage Month. And Mayor and City Council, we do have representatives for 2 items on the recognitions at a later date. If we can please have step forward for accepting National Preparedness Month.
All right, thank you. Good evening. National Preparedness Month is recognized each September to promote family and community disaster and emergency planning, encourage preparation of all types of emergencies. Taking action before a disaster is the best thing our residents, families, and businesses can do to protect loved ones, property, and our community. We can all make citizen preparedness a priority by taking these simple steps to be ready, Anaheim. Know your hazards. Learn about hazards nearest to you and register for Anaheim Alert to be informed about local emergencies. Know your needs. Build a disaster kit with items you and your family may need that will last at least 72 hours, and know your way. Make a family communications plan and identify safe evacuation routes from your home or business. For more information on disaster preparedness and to register for Anaheim Alert, we invite everyone to visit our webpage at www.anaheim.net/beready. Thank you.
And Mayor and City Council, we also have someone accepting for Hunger Action Month, and if they can step forward at this time.
Good evening. I'm Mark Lowry. I work for the Orange County Food Bank, but this evening I'm representing the Orange County Hunger Alliance, and thank you for declaring September Hunger Action Month. We know that lots of social issues come before you, and we appreciate you shining a spotlight on hunger, food insecurity this coming month. There are nearly 400,000 Orange County residents that are poor, food insecure, or hungry based on the government's standards. And hunger and food insecurity doesn't exist in a city like Anaheim because you have too little food. You have plenty of food in Anaheim. But in a community like yours, hunger exists as a symptom of poverty. You have too many people with too few financial resources to meet all of their basic needs, and feeding their families is one of those basic needs. So again, thank you this evening for drawing attention to the issue of food insecurity and hunger. Thank you.
So we're going to do a little bit of housekeeping. So I'd like to call the Anaheim Public Financing Authority, Anaheim Housing and Public Improvements Authority, and the Anaheim Housing Authority in joint session with our City Council. Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to tonight's agendas?
Mayor and City Council, we do have one this evening. Item number 17 on the agenda is award of contract for the citywide Safe Routes to School Sidewalk Gap Closure Project. Staff has requested at this time to remove it from tonight's agenda, and they'll bring back at a later date. And that's agenda item number 17.
Thank you. Can you please outline the public comment procedures and call forward the first several speakers to address the agenda?
Thank you, Mayor. Speakers have one opportunity to address the City Council, except for the scheduled public hearing. The first public comment period is limited to 90 minutes or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. Any time remaining of the 90 minutes will be provided to speakers who wish to speak on any non-agenda related items, but within the council's jurisdiction. A second public comment period will be opened by the mayor only if any non-agenda item speakers were not heard during this first public comment period, and it'll be open at the end of council business. The time limit for public comment is 3 minutes per speaker. In compliance with California Senate Bill 707, remote public participation is available at all City Council meetings. Members of the public wishing to address the City Council remotely must submit a remote speaker card available at anaheim.net/council webinar. Detailed public participation information can be found on the city's website as well as on the published agenda. For in-person participants, speaker cards are available at the back of the council chambers. The name and contact information requested on the speaker card is optional. Any unidentified speaker will be called by the speaker card number. Remote participants will be called to speak following the in-person speakers. At this time, I'd also like to announce that Spanish interpreting services are provided at every City Council meeting. Simultaneous Spanish interpretation is provided through the use of headsets, and consecutive interpretation is available to anyone who would like to address the City Council. For those members participating remotely, the webinar supports automated live captions in multiple languages, including Spanish. For translation services in other languages, please contact the City Clerk's office at least 48 hours prior to the scheduled meeting. At this time, I'd like to introduce our interpreter who will make the same announcement in Spanish.
Buenas tardes. En todas las juntas del Consejo Municipal se ofrecen servicios de interpretación simultánea al español por medio del uso de audífonos y se proporciona interpretación consecutiva para cualquier persona que desee dirigirse al Consejo Municipal. Para los que participan de forma remota, La plataforma del seminario web admite subtítulos automáticos en tiempo real en varios idiomas, incluyendo el español. Para solicitar servicios de traducción a otros idiomas, por favor comuníquese con la oficina de la secretaria municipal al menos 48 horas antes de la reunión programada.
At this time, on behalf of the City Council, we'd like to remind the public that Anaheim remains committed to freedom of speech, and we ask that speakers address the City Council with civility and refrain from making personal, threatening, abusive, slanderous, or profane remarks towards any member of the council, staff, or general public. We appreciate reflecting this spirit when you speak. The time now is 5:21, with the 90-minute public comment period set to conclude at 6:51, or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. We do ask that speakers line up at the podium once they see their name appear on the projection screen behind me. For those participating remotely, you'll be called up at the appropriate time. And Mayor and City Council, for purposes of agenda item speakers, we have 10 in person and 1 remote speaker. We'll go ahead and call the first speaker up. Andrea Phelps, if they can step forward, followed by R. Joshua Collins.
I have spoken at several planning commission and city council meetings regarding several potential development projects in Anaheim. And for every development, the commission and council members discuss the reasons as to why they are approving or denying a project. The reasoning behind the approval or denial of a project changes depending on the district the development is being proposed in and the specifics of the development. No one knows the needs of each district better than the representatives and residents of Anaheim. A pro-housing designation for Anaheim would rip local control over future developments and would further submit Anaheim to the high-density, public transportation only, no open space, one-size-fits-none approach state government is pushing on California with the same vigor and unrelenting brainwashing as a cult leader. Anaheim already has no choice but to allow ridiculous variances for projects that meet state density, including substantially decreased parking spots, decreased setbacks between units, retaining walls, and streets, decreased recreation and leisure spaces, and increased number of units per acre. Who suffers because of these variances? The residents do. The residents are the ones who have to drive up and down the street looking for a parking spot, who have to constantly listen to traffic noise because their front door is a few feet away from the street, and have no yard because the developer packed in 20 more units in the development. Anaheim needs to retain what decision-making power they have left. Reducing public hearing requirements would reduce public engagement, reduce oversight, and would only help developers fill their pockets. High-density developments further exacerbate traffic and parking problems, especially in fire-prone areas and congested tourist areas. Lowering development impact fees only benefits developers, and it erases the city's ability to recoup some of the huge sacrifices the city makes with each development that is inappropriate for the neighborhood, including funds to be used for infrastructure, fire prevention, and evacuation. Reduction and elimination of parking minimums takes an already existing problem and makes it so much worse. Neighborhoods would have no choice but to switch to permit parking, and even then, there would not be enough parking for residents. Mixed-use developments would experience decreased patrons. No one wants to fight for a parking spot to get to their grocery store or to pay for parking while they're picking up a prescription. Please do not let Sacramento further tie your hands when it comes to housing developments in Anaheim. Please do not pursue a pro-housing designation.
Our next speaker, R. Joshua Collins, followed by Pat Mahoney, and then Marina.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is R. Joshua Collins, founder of Homeless Advocates for Christ on Facebook. And I first want to encourage everyone to give the life to Jesus Christ, who died on the cross for us to save us from hell, to give us everlasting life. We've all sinned. We all need a Savior, and Jesus is the only one that can take us to heaven. And of course, Jesus was very concerned about the poor and the homeless, as we all know. I'm here to speak on behalf of those that can't speak for themselves, a lot of elderly people, disabled people, as well as other individuals, families, mothers with children, whoever's out there. We really need for them, at least if we can, get enough affordable housing, safe parking programs for them. Affordable housing is disappearing, so cities are designating parking lots to sleep in a lot of different cities. We have the Safe Parking Plan in LA. The program offers monitored overnight parking with amenities like portable toilets and security personnel. So there's many cities in California doing this. The Alameda County Safe Parking Program, located in San Leandro, provides safe place to park and access to community resources. The 211 LA Safe Parking Program is available for individuals and families experiencing homelessness. These programs require an operable vehicle. Some of these programs, they include connection with services. They try to connect people with resources. The Alameda County Safe Parking Program does create opportunities to engage with resources and services in a stable community where they can begin to reconnect with informal support networks and to participate in 24-hour safe parking program. Participants must register by calling a certain number. So these are just some ideas that the city of Anaheim could do and should do. Obviously, we still have a major problem with homelessness here. The rents keep going up. We need rent control as well to keep people off the streets, but when that's not happening, which obviously it isn't happening right now, we need something like this. So I want to encourage the council to really move on this. We have so many cities getting involved in this, and not just here in Anaheim, or I'm not in Anaheim, but in the California area, but other states as well, doing the same thing, especially Washington State. So I also want to speak on behalf of the Arzolo family and just for justice for them as well, that we continue to bring them the support that they need and the transparency that they need. And again, thank you so much for your time. And please listen to this because many people are suffering if you don't act. Thank you.
Our next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Patrick Mahoney, President of West Coast Arborist. I'm here tonight to say thank you for renewing our contract for another term. West Coast Arborist is a 54-year-old family-owned union company, and we're proud to serve the city of Anaheim for more than 30 years. Anaheim is truly our home. Our corporate headquarters is here. Our nursery is here. My family lives here, and 86 of our employees live here. Our employees are members of Laborers, Local 652, and we're proud to provide good union jobs and long-term careers. We have a nursery at the corner of Cerritos and State College here in Anaheim. We grow many of the trees that eventually get planted along the Anaheim streets. They're grown in Anaheim, planted in Anaheim, and cared for in Anaheim. Sometimes we say we're an IT company that happens to trim trees. Technology is a major part of what we do. Our tree inventory and management system tracks the history, condition, maintenance, and work performed on every tree. In Anaheim, that's a major responsibility. 46,000 street trees. We trimmed 36,000 power line clearance trees, 7,000 park trees. Our technology is only part of our story. Our people are the reasons we've been successful for 54 years. Our crews and arborists work side by side with the city employees every day to maintain, protect, and improve Anaheim's city forest. Anaheim isn't just another customer to us, it's our home. So on behalf of the entire Mahoney family and West Coast Arborists, thank you for your trust and partnership. We greatly appreciate the award and look forward to continuing to earn our confidence for many years to come. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Marina.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Marina Mondragon. I've had the opportunity to meet many of you out in the community, and my family operates Mondragon Family Market on 407 East North Street in District 3. Our store has been here since 1978. My husband and I were born and raised here in Anaheim. My family history in Anaheim dates back to the 1920s. Anaheim is not simply where we do business. It's our home, where our family legacy began, and where it all continues for generations. I'm speaking regarding item 26 in the proposed chronic nuisance property ordinance. As you consider this ordinance, I ask you to carefully consider how complaints are evaluated and the unintended impact repeated complaints can have on our business. Our market is a welcoming community space. We open our doors to local nonprofits, partners, and agencies through quarterly free events where families gather, children participate, and volunteers serve. Over the last 50 years, we built relationships and trust with our neighbors. We believe that community presence and connection have helped make our area safer, stronger, and more desirable. Some of the things that we have done to improve our property have resulted in repeated complaints. Our murals, created by talented local artists, bring beauty and vibrancy while helping deter vandalism. Our outdoor trash can and planters were added to help keep our neighborhood clean and welcoming. Building community can look busy and revitalization looks different. As Anaheim grows and improves, small businesses should be encouraged to evolve and invest alongside it. For nearly 2 years, our property has experienced continuous complaints and enforcement. Repeated enforcement can create a public perception that something is wrong with our business, even when a complaint does not result in a verified violation. That pattern can affect the reputation of my family business that has served the city for generations. I'm respectfully asking for a review of the complaints and the enforcement history surrounding our property. How many complaints were made? How many resulted in verified violations? Were repeated complaints made by the same individuals? And how many city responses resulted in no substantiated violation? We also have concerns about possible connections between individuals associated with some of the complaints and code enforcement. Consider there is a way to distinguish between the volume of complaints and documented verifiable violations. My concern is that without safeguards or complaint-driven processes, my business can be weaponized. If someone can repeatedly file complaints against the same property, those complaints can create the appearance of an ongoing problem that can impact a business's reputation and repeatedly use city staff and resources unnecessarily. I'm asking for a review of what has happened at our property over the last 2 years with the pattern of repeated complaints. My goal is to protect neighborhoods from genuine problems while also protecting businesses from having the complaint process used against them simply because someone disagrees with how a community space looks or operates. Lastly,
Ma'am, I'm sorry, your time is up.
thank you.
Our next speaker, Ezra.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Ezra Mondragon, and I am 11 years old. I am here because I want to tell you what my family store means to me. My grandparents came to Anaheim in the early 1970s. They worked hard and eventually had 2 markets, one in Upland and one here in Anaheim. The Anaheim store opened in 1978, and today it is the only one still standing. I get to be a part of what comes next. My parents taught me that our store is not just for selling things. It is about helping people, knowing our neighbors, and taking care of our space and community. I get to help my parents at our community events. I like seeing my friends, the biker groups, families, and kids come together at our store. My favorite is that I get to help people, and I am proud of that. My parents told me that one day my brother, my sister, and I will be responsible for continuing what our grandparents started and what they're building today. I want to grow up knowing that something my grandparents built is still here because every generation of our family took care of it and used it to do something good for our community. And maybe one day I could tell my own kids that their great-great-grandparents came here, worked hard, and built something that our family protected and continued. This store is a part of our family story, but it is also a part of Anaheim's history and the community I am growing up in. I hope you will help protect businesses like ours that bring people together for good. so my generation has the opportunity to carry that legacy forward. Thank you.
Let's go. Can we get another applause for Ezra, man? Like that, way to go. Very courageous, man. I love it. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, I'm asking you not to approve item 21. This is not an argument against housing. It is an argument for putting life safety protections first before rewarding speed while Anaheim still has not established where the safety limits are. The city's own draft wildfire evacuation study models evacuation scenarios lasting more than 10 hours, and in one scenario, more than 12 hours. In the Deer Canyon cumulative growth analysis, one evacuation zone increases by more than 2 additional hours. Those are not merely numbers residents invented. They come from Anaheim's own study. Yet tonight, the city is asking the state to designate Anaheim pro-housing based in part on policies that increase housing capacity, speed up approvals, reduce certain development barriers, and allow faster administrative approvals with fewer discretionary hearings. Before Anaheim is rewarded for moving development faster, residents deserve to know something much more basic. How much additional development can our evacuation network safely absorb? And under what wildfire conditions? We still do not have that answer. There is also a serious problem with the public participation record. The application represents that comments were documented, reviewed, and provided by decision makers. Yet some timely submissions are not currently identifiable in the public correspondence presented for this item on the council's agenda. Before the city certifies that that process has been completed, that discrepancy should be explained. Housing policy can be revised. Funding opportunities, they come and go. But when wildfire evacuations fails, residents, they don't get a second chance. Some planning errors simply can't be undone. If council is not prepared to continue item 21 tonight, then at minimum, do not treat tonight's approval at the end of the safety inquiry. Finish the evacuation work, reconcile the public record, and make those safety limits binding before additional development is accelerated. I do believe, yes, we do need more affordable housing, but I think there are other options than new builds. We can make options affordable and help people, help the homeless people without putting the residents' lives in danger. I'd ask you to please consider that, and also please, let's look out for Albert Arzola's family. Thank you.
Our next two speakers, Vern Nelson and Tamara Hill.
First, let's have a moment of silence in memory of Dolly Parton. Then, item 26, which fills us with consternation. That means it's concerning. All of this talk of chronic nuisance properties and disproportionate demands on city public safety resources. This ordinance comes from Mr. Bayless, and maybe it's intended for trap houses on Sinking Lincoln or something, but we fear that it might be used against beloved local small businesses that are suffering endless frivolous code enforcement complaints from unstable, vengeful neighbors, like just one or two of them. Imagine a hermetic couple with nothing to do but complain week after week, month after month against a local business that they oddly imagine is bringing down their property value and making their neighborhood something different than they imagine it should be, something too vital, too Hispanic. Imagine the small minds that would complain about beautiful murals by respected artists that prevent graffiti vandalism. Imagine the small hearts that complain about a convenient trash can out front. Aren't you always happy when you walk down the street and you got trash and you're looking for a trash can? This prevents littering. And that sidewalk is so wide, they can't say it's getting anybody right away. Imagine somebody who would complain about an Angels logo on a local business, a local restaurant. These concerns are not theoretical. I want to invite any of you guys to drive past Olive and North Street, the Mondragon Family Market. It's a neighborhood treasure that anyone would be proud to live near. And they give back to their community in too many ways to name. And code enforcement is being weaponized against them. All righty, announcement. If any of you guys feel like coming to the Anaheim Democrats Club meeting, I know Kristen's been there once or twice, but you're always all invited. Our special, this is gonna be a week from Thursday, September 3rd, at the Untold Story Bookstore, which everybody should go to, by the way. We're gonna have Lisa Ramirez talking about the latest abuses of ICE. They found new ways to make immigrants' lives miserable. And a couple of candidates. One for Anaheim Elementary School Board, his name's Jeff Cole, and one for council. Of course, we love to have debates, and anybody's welcome. The last thing I wanted to say is justice for Albert Arzola. Justice for Albert Arzola.
Our next speaker. Following the speaker, Doug Hill.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Thank you for your time this evening. I am Tamara Hill. I'm a resident of Anaheim, and I'm here to speak against my strong opposition against the pro-housing designation approval. After reviewing the document, it was clear to me that this proposal functions as a pay-for-play arrangement between the state and local municipalities. By accepting a one-time grant funding, the City of Anaheim would effectively surrender its long-time right to govern and support its constituents. So my specific concerns are loss of local sovereignty. Anaheim has already exceeded its state-mandated building quotas. This is no justification for the City Council to relinquish its authority on voting rights of its residents to the state. Bypassing public oversight, which is in Section 2E, this section would eliminate discretionary reviews and public hearings such as these, allowing all projects to be administered solely by staff without any community input. Accelerated administration timelines, that's in Section 2G. The proposal establishes a review timeline for administrative applications of only 29 days, which is insufficient for a thorough evaluation. And developer incentives, this is in Section 3I. This section outlines programs to reduce construction and infrastructure costs for developers. It appears the city is prioritizing developer profits over residents' approval and established zoning laws. The proposal removes the essential voting rights of residents and prioritizes the financial interests of the state and private developers. If the City Council cedes its power to represent its constituencies in this manner, it calls into question the very necessity of our local elected leadership. Thank you.
Our next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm going to be very brief. I'm in opposition to the pro-housing designation. I would hope that each and every one of you have read through it. Basically, what it is a state bribe to take away your power to represent your constituents. I believe that it is important that you all read through it and understand that already this state has imposed on each and every one of your districts things that are undesirable. No parking, dense housing, congestion, and this is simply giving the state the freedom to surpass your ability to slow those things down and give us proper representation. So please vote against the pro-housing designation.
Our next speaker.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor Aitken. This week, I saw some encouraging news about how Councilmember Leon worked with the city attorneys to roll out the Access program to aid with homelessness. Innovative approaches are what we need in order to solve these very difficult problems. What if after it's been in place, it was determined that the program needed an adjustment to make it more effective? Perhaps the innovative solution included an approach that was outside the bounds of the pro-housing designation rules. That would be really unfortunate if the city voluntarily limited its ability to solve problems. Last night, I watched the City Council Planning Commission meeting where they all grappled with a project that was short in District 3 of at least 75 parking spaces with no reasonable parking nearby. They correctly identified that it's going to be a nightmare for the current and new residents. I didn't get the impression that a single member of the Planning Commission believed that the parking situation was acceptable. They seemed to all be trying to find excuses to not pass this thing, but they were all basically forced to pass it. This is what happens when Sacramento continually narrows local discretion. And tonight, we're being asked to voluntarily narrow it even further. This pro-housing designation is a raw deal for all the citizens of Anaheim. And if passed in a year when the impacts of this designation are felt throughout the community, the residents of districts 1 through 6 are all going to wonder why we agreed to this. Why are they coordinating homeless funding? Why are they conditioning homeless funding on housing policy? Helping our most vulnerable population should be our responsibility, not something conditioned upon passing an unrelated state housing test. When will enough be enough with Sacramento? We've already proven without any doubt that Anaheim is pro-housing. Identified capacity is at 159% of the RHNA. We have 61 points on their scorecard when we only need 30. We are destroying it. We've exceeded it. This is your chance to take a stand. Anaheim has already proven that it is pro-housing. We don't need to surrender more local control to prove it again. Please vote against this pro-housing designation. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Betty.
Hi, good evening. You, young man, are something to be reckoned with. You were awesome, I just tell you. I'd like to speak regarding the pro-housing designation. It eliminates local officials and residents of the ability to decide on zoning, density, and growth patterns. It tends to treat all areas the same, with no regard for geographic or infrastructure concerns. Norma, you're going to have even more parking issues in your district. Street congestion, parking shortages, especially in areas designed for single-family living, rapid increase in strains on water, sewer, and electrical systems. The city must pay for upgraded roads, schools, emergency services. Wildfire and evacuation risks are more. Wildfire and evacuation risks are even more so with high-density development in very high fire severity zones, and less funding, potentially less funding from the developers. So I just ask you, keep the control within our city. We might not all agree on everything and every way you guys vote, but at least let's keep the control within our beautiful city. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker, Lisa S. Lisa? Lisa?
Good job, Mom. Good job, son. Hi, thank you so much for letting me speak, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Lisa Sarter, and I'm here to speak also on housing. Sorry, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm Lisa Sarter. I don't know why they didn't put my last name. And I'm here to speak about housing and my 15-year wait. Sorry. I've been waiting for 15 years for a housing voucher. I got one in 2017, and they claimed they ran out of money. And I did some research, and I found out that the money was pocketed in a PHA compensation HUD.gov. And there's a public housing agencies and the office directors and the field office directors and regional directors pocketed the money. And I have proof that I can show you that. But that was a lot of money. And 350 families ended up on the streets. And I ended up back in a place where I was, where there's an abuse issue. And I begged them not to put me back there. And they did. I had a protective order against somebody who was getting off the protective order the day I moved back. I had nowhere else to go. Thank God I had somewhere to go. I can't imagine the families who didn't. Anyway, so they said they ran out of money after promising us vouchers in 2017. So 2018, at the end of the year, I received another promise of a voucher. And I got all my paperwork, and I'm disabled, permanently disabled since 2010. And my son had an SSI because of a heart condition. He has an autoimmune condition. He has a lot of things going on, but he has many conditions. He had a heart surgery right before we were supposed to stay where we were. I was renting from my mother who moved out, and I had a reasonable accommodations letter, and I had my whole support network. I have no family down here, and I was told, even though the Section 8 voucher said that we're allowed to rent from a relative if we have a reasonable accommodation, which I had from a doctor, from 9 medical doctors actually, that said, do not move your child. He has very serious conditions. We had the whole house, or the whole condo set up for him, and we could rent it cheaper than any apartment that I found in Anaheim. And we had to move. And I lost my family home, my son's family home, 3 generations, and it was sold because they wouldn't let us. And the reason being, I don't know, but he had active pneumonia, and he had just been done with a heart surgery, and he had a condition called pediatric autoimmune neuropsychiatric disorder associated with streptococcal, which makes them go crazy. I was fighting that, and I was fighting the school district because he was missing so much school.
Ma'am, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, your time is up.
Mr. City Manager, do we have somebody, Mr. Garcia, that we could connect Lisa with from housing, just to see if we can?
They did this last time, and because I've been lied to about who the supervisor is for years, okay? I've been passed around, and finally I got the supervisor's name, and I said, I'd like to file a formal complaint about my civil rights. She said, you can either have, and I was on the street at that time. I was now living on the streets because I lost everything. And she said, you can either, I was told I could either file a complaint or I could get help from CityNet. And so that was my option. So I never got to file a complaint because I was desperate to get into a place to live. So they gave me.
Okay, well, we have someone here from City and
Yeah,
from
I've met
Housing
him before.
that I know and that I trust. And so I will follow up to make sure that we are taking care of following
I
the
have
outcome of your
350
case.
pages of documentation that I've been fighting this, and I've never received information back from them ever. And I know that this is an ongoing thing. This is an ongoing thing. There's finally different races in Housing Authority, and I'm glad for that. But there's been a lot of discrimination, and there's been a lot. My friend, who pointed out to me was a Hispanic friend. She said, you're being discriminated against. And I know everyone goes, what? You have a charmed life. I don't have a charmed life. I have a very difficult life. And my son is black.
Thank you for coming here tonight. And do we have someone that is here?
Yes.
That, in the back.
We have
that
staff
can-
in the back that can
Okay, thank
discuss.
you. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming tonight.
Mayor and City Council, we will now turn to our remote speaker that is speaking on agenda item, Laura Hernandez. If they can please unmute yourself at this time.
Hello, good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
Yes. Laura, you can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Laura Hernandez, and I'm here tonight on behalf of LaDonna DiCamillo, Regional Director for the California High-Speed Rail Authority for both Northern and Southern California. The authority became aware of item 22 and proposed plans for Lot B at Arctic yesterday. As such, we have submitted a letter for your consideration. Director DiCamillo asked that I read the following statement on the authority's behalf. The authority understands that tonight's proposed resolutions include clarifications and provisions related to parcel 5A Lot B in the OC Vibe site plans that could adversely affect proposed HSR plans for this area. If the proposed resolutions allow for new land use development parcels on options on parcel 5A Lot B that are not reflected in the current OC Vibe planning documents and associated environmental clearance, for example, not an office building, or as discussed in the past coordination meetings with the authority regarding this development and the proposed high-speed rail station improvements and platforms, the authority cannot guarantee the new land use proposals on parcel 5A Lot B will allow for the shared use of the Arctic Station platforms for both future high-speed rail and passenger rail services. The authority encourages the City Council to review the commitments the City of Anaheim has agreed to under the current 2020 MOU with the authority and to consider the long-term implications for connection of high-speed rail to Arctic and other transit serving the area. To that end, the California High-Speed Rail Authority asks that the City Council refrain from approving item 22 and instead seek a mutually beneficial way to proceed and support the long-term success of both projects. The authority remains ready and willing to discuss proposed OC Vibe plans with you and to work together to the mutual benefit of all parties and looks forward to continuing to engage on this important project together. Thank you for your consideration.
Mayor and City Council, we will now turn to our general comments. We have 23 in-person speakers and 3 that are speaking remotely. We'll call our first speaker, Cecil Jordan Corkin. Cecil? Cecil?
I'm waiting. Mayor Ashley Atkins, it's taking me 5 months to wait till I get up $1,000 of my own. I'm saving $200 each time. Someone ought to give me $1,000 or I won't have to struggle, especially at the grocery store. I had to put it back, 218 cents, and I put it back so I could have that square and then put it off a month. Then the next month I could save another $1,000 if I slow down on the groceries. I didn't buy very much. About $200 or less, not even that much. I paid like $70. And what I'm looking at, the understanding of Disney is on Broadway on October the 1st at the Honda Center. They're gonna be there. I don't remember the other date in September where they're supposed to be at. But the Honda Center on October the 1st, Disney's gonna have a performance there. And what we're looking at, Mickey Mouse is on sorcery, and that just means magical. When you go to Disneyland, it's very magical there. And Disney is supposed to be very emotional and excitable and keeps a good smile on your face all the time. That's the way I understand what they say about Mickey. I'm looking at in my notes on my computer what circumstances is going on with Walt Disney and Disneyland. I know the history of Walt Disney. I know who he is. He was a porn king. pedophiles. That's what he was at one time. And I'm trying to define what's going on with the actors of Frozen and the animation sexual cartoons. That's still available. It hasn't been cut off. I've been checking my computer. You can still pick it up, but you don't have to pay for it. I didn't put in my credit card. I tried to look it up, and I did find what I wanted to find. It's still available. And the only way to clean that up is a federal marshal
Cecil, thank you. Your time is up.
to stop that. Father, Son, Holy Spirit. I can just give you so much. And I'm waiting on to take care of myself with a few Ben Franklins.
Thank you,
So I
Cecil.
won't have to go through what I'm going through.
Thank you. Have a
Thank
nice
you
evening.
for listening to me. If you want to interview me, I'm waiting.
Oh, thank you.
We have
Father,
our next-
Son, Holy Spirit.
We have our next
You're
speaker.
on my prayer list for that matter. You can interview other people, might as well interview Mickey. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Viridiana Cortez, and I am a resident of Anaheim and a parent of three. For the past couple of weeks, while driving my girls, ages 6 and 16, to school around 7:30 in the morning, I have repeatedly seen women at the corner of Orange Avenue and Beach Boulevard, located in District 1 of Anaheim, right by the CVS pharmacy. They were wearing revealing clothes that fully exposed their bottoms. On one occasion, a woman with revealing clothing waved at her car after she noticed our reaction. My 16-year-old was shocked the first time. My 6-year-old has now seen it twice and asked me why those women were only wearing underwear. That is not a conversation any parent should have to have on the way to school. This morning, I again saw concerning activity at the bus stop on Beach Boulevard and Orange Avenue. A woman in extremely short shorts was bent over while several men stood nearby, and people with belongings were gathered at the shelter of the bus. I emailed a written public comment earlier today, along with a photograph of this morning's scene at the bus stop, so it's already part of the official record. If you want to see it, I have a couple copies on myself as well. The same area, especially the CVS parking lot, regularly has people sleeping, loitering, and leaving trash. Cameras alone are not fixing the problem. This is not a good look for our city, and it's happening in District 1. Councilmember Bayless, I respectfully ask for your help, along with the rest of the council, to increase enforcement of public indecency and loitering laws in this corridor, address the homelessness and trash around the CVS and bus stop, and take real steps to make Beach Boulevard and Orange Avenue safer and more family-friendly. Thank you for your time and attention, and please let me know if you want to look at the photographs, or I don't know if you've seen it.
Thank you. And if you have a chance, if you see that, please report it on Anaheim anytime. It helps our police officers know where there's hot spots or a lot of calls coming in for service in the same area. It won't fix it overnight, but if you could, I know it's an extra ask for a mom, but anytime you can do that, and then Councilmember Bayless and I will follow up.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I had to have the conversation with my daughter, so I wouldn't like to change routes, so that's why I'm here today. I think it's better to speak out, because if no one says it, there's no difference. So thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker.
I want to go to the Halloween at Disneyland.
Jordan, you had your chance.
Hello,
Got nothing to do with me.
hello, everybody. My name is David Garcia. Today I'm coming as a resident and as a working professional here of Anaheim, but also as a husband of Elia Renteria, who happens to be running for District 3. I just wanted to share that thank you, thank you. I'm an example of what can happen when people pour into somebody, but my story is more of an exception more than the norm. I come from very humble beginnings. I'm first generation, and my family struggled a lot. But like I said, I benefited from programs, from people, from resources. And so the fact that I'm able to be a resident, a working professional, and that I'm a contributing member to Anaheim is a net positive. So that's why I know that it's important for people and families that are working here and raising their families have access to those resources. I think that when people have to work 2-3 jobs and they have to chase down different resources, go through different departments, I mean, we've heard examples of that, and have to submit applications, contact phone numbers, it's really difficult to navigate. So that's why it's important to be able to have representation and to have the ability to have access to those resources so that they can be effective. I've watched my wife spend many years in different capacities working for the city, for the community center, for the police departments, for the nonprofits, for food banks, and she's done a great job of that, and that's kind of what this is all about. So I'm here to just share that we have a democracy that benefits when community people that are part of our neighborhoods, that are part of our community, want to also serve. And I think that she's a great representation of what that looks like. So I just wanted to come here, and I just wanted to share that, and I just wanted to share that it's important for people's voices to be heard, and I think for there to be representation from our community and from our neighborhoods. And so I just wanted to come here in support of my wife, and thank you for the opportunity to share that.
Our next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Elia Renteria, and I am candidate for Anaheim City Council District 3. And although I was not raised in Anaheim, Anaheim is definitely the place that I call home. More than 20 years ago, I came to work for the city of Anaheim at the youth center right behind here, City Hall. That experience showed me what local government can do when we use our resources to support working families. At the youth center, we kept programs affordable because many of the families we served were working 2 jobs, were single-parent households, or simply needed a safe place for their children where they worked. Families not asking for a handout. They were working hard and trying to make ends meet. They needed a city that understood what their lives looked like and created services that helped them keep going. Later, I worked for the Anaheim Police Department, where part of my work involved helping families experiencing abuse with resources and support. That experience gave me a very personal understanding of public safety. Public safety is important, but public safety it's not only what happens after something goes wrong. It is prevention, it is making sure families know where to turn, and it is making sure our systems are responsive, accountable, and worthy of the public's trust. But there's another piece that I believe is just as important. Our District 3 neighbors deserve that their council member is present in their community. Our council representatives should not only be from the dais, it happens in our neighborhoods. It happens at our parks, our apartment communities, our small businesses, our senior centers, and around kitchen tables. Our neighbors should not only have to chase City Hall to be heard. City Hall should be coming to them. I want a city council that listens before decisions are made, a council that responds where neighborhoods raise concerns, and a council where residents know who represents them because that is the person who's actually showing up. Anaheim has resources. We have incredible nonprofits, service clubs, businesses, schools, and community organizations helping families every day. And I am grateful for the backpack giveaways, food distributions, and other programs that help families. I have coordinated many of those myself. But City Council has a different responsibility. We also need to ask, why are so many working families still having to stand in those lines? City Council has a responsibility to work on the policies behind those needs. Housing families can afford, affordable youth programs and childcare, opportunities that lead to better paying jobs, support for small businesses, a designated senior center, and city services that residents can actually find, understand, access. Because our job should not only be to respond after people are struggling. We should be listening early enough, showing up often enough, and working hard enough to prevent families and neighborhoods from reaching a crisis in the first place. Anaheim has the resources. Our residents deserve leadership that is present, responsive, and connected to the people it serves. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Mike Robbins.
Vote her out. Vote her out. Vote her out. Real back Natalie. What a joke.
Mike Robbins. Time card fraud is punishable by up to 5 years in prison. but common sense is not common in Anaheim. At a Los Amigos meeting, Chief Manny Sid characterized Anaheim Police Department's overtime controversy as involving systemic or managerial oversight shortcomings, saying there wasn't specific culpability attributable to any one person. But just because Chief Sid says it doesn't make it true. System failure does not erase individual responsibility and greed. If an officer submitted inaccurate time records, that's an individual issue and time card fraud. Most company handbooks allow employers to fire workers immediately for falsifying time records. If someone knowingly approved overtime that wasn't legitimate, that's an individual issue and collusion. If officers manipulate an overtime system for their own financial benefit, Sid calling the system poorly managed doesn't make the underlying conduct disappear. System failure and individual misconduct are not mutually exclusive. And it's a leadership failure to pretend individual misconduct never happened. Former Chief Rick Armendariz saw enough to request an audit of Jose Duran and Tony Lee's timesheets. What did the audit find? Well, what did it find? There you go, because that's the whole thing, right? Does Chief Sid appear so reluctant to discuss individual culpability? Sid, what exactly is your relationship with Police Association President Jose Duran? If you have a personal relationship with Duran, you have to recuse yourself from decisions involving this overtime. When the chief has responsibility for reviewing potential misconduct involving someone with whom he had a personal relationship, the public has a right to question whether that relationship could affect the investigation. The city manager and council should not allow someone to investigate a close friend and simply tell the public, don't worry, I can be objective. Who else reviewed the investigation? Former city manager Jim Vanderpool and Human Resource Director Linda Andal participated in reviewing the investigation or determining its outcome. The public has every right to question the integrity and independence of that decision-making process. Officers received hundreds of thousands of dollars in overtime. How much has Anaheim really lost to time card fraud? Taxpayers deserve to know. If Chief Sid had a personal relationship with any employee, he must not be in the loop. He can't investigate potential misconduct. Let an independent investigation bring up the true responsibility. Follow the time cards, follow the approval,
Mr.
follow
Robbins,
the money.
your time is up.
That's common sense. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Tom Fieldler.
Time card fraud, punishable by up to 5 years in prison. They have to pay back the money, too.
Mayor, City Council members, Tom Fielder. Anaheim is no stranger to excessive force litigation, including a $13.2 million jury verdict in the Valenzuela case. So why would Anaheim hire a deputy chief whose history includes an $8.8 million federal judgment arising from the fatal shooting of an unarmed man, and then put him in charge of professional standards? Let me repeat that, professional standards. Professional standards is about accountability, internal investigations, policy, and public trust. In 2010, while working for Culver City Police, Martinez shot and killed LaJoy Grissom, who was unarmed. The case went to federal court. The jury was specifically asked, did Officer Luis Martinez use excessive force against LaJoy Grissom? The jury answered yes. The resulting judgment totaled $8.825 million. Then in 2020, Martinez was appointed to Culver City's Equity and Human Relations Advisory Committee. Residents protested, and the Culver City Council ultimately voted unanimously to remove him. Now, Anaheim has placed him over professional standards. But here's something else residents should know. Luis Martinez isn't someone Chief Manny Sid just met. Sid and Martinez worked together at Culver City Police Department for roughly 17 years. So when Sid comes to Anaheim and Martinez follows him here as deputy chief, residents have every right to ask, was this a competitive search for the best candidate? Or did Chief Sid just hire his best buddy? Who reviewed the $8.8 million judgment? Who reviewed Martinez's removal from the Equity and Human Relations Advisory Committee? And did HR raise any concerns before he was placed over professional standards? Given the repeated employee allegations that Linda Andal's HR department has ignored, minimized, or selectively investigated misconduct, residents have every reason to question the independence and integrity of this process. So show us the process, show us the recruitment, show us the vetting, because if you're hiring someone the chief worked alongside for nearly 2 decades, his history should receive more scrutiny, not less. Professional standards is supposed to hold Anaheim officers accountable. So before asking residents to trust Luis Martinez to judge our officers, tell us who judged his history before giving him the job. Was Luis Martinez the best qualified candidate or simply the best connected?
Next speaker, Mark Herbert, followed by G. Price.
Mark Herbert, AnaheimGrease.com. The city still hasn't provided answers to last month's water pressure collapse. Maybe the council will provide answers later tonight, along with information in the police shooting of Albert Arzola during council communications or in the city manager's update. As we wait for these answers, let's take a stroll down memory lane. I guess the mayor's ahead of us. In August 2025, Well 59 experienced a serious low chlorine event. Chlorine provides a disinfectant residual that helps protect drinking water from bacteria and other microorganisms. According to city employees, Mickey Garcia, a public utilities employee, inadvertently left an isolation valve closed after maintenance. Risk management identified the closed valve as a root cause of the low chlorine issue. Mickey Garcia is Councilmember Natalie Rubalcaba's husband. Maybe that's why there hasn't been a staff report on this yet. Even worse, safety protections designated to alert operators didn't work. The low chlorine alarms failed, the expected visual warnings didn't happen, and the automatic shutdown failed to take the well offline. How did this happen? Employees say Anaheim's traditional acceptance process required the following to take place before new facilities are put into service: SCADA verification, alarm testing, shutdown testing, and operational interlocking testing. Simply put, you test drive the car before you buy it. The council needs to know who accepted these wells, who verified the programming, why weren't the safety protections working? According to the operators, long before the incident, the engineering department raised shutdown set point concerns with manager Keith McDonald, yet those issues remained unresolved. When experienced operators continued raising concerns, what happened? Rather than fixing the system, the employees raising the questions were targeted for discipline. General Manager McDonald tried to fire the whistleblowers. He was unsuccessful. On May 15th, the whistleblowers informed Utilities General Manager Duke Ali of the system issues. Then came July 28th. The water pressure collapsed. Disneyland, Angel Stadium, City Hall, businesses and residents were all affected. Everyone was surprised. Well, not everyone, not the whistleblowers. For more than a year, they had been warning leadership about these problems, yet according to these employees, there was no independent investigation of their larger concerns. So when we questioned the July 28th failures, the brown water, and the excessive flushing, stop treating these problems as isolated incidents that weren't preventable. They were preventable, absolutely preventable. Leadership just wasn't and isn't listening, Mayor. This shouldn't be about protecting friends, relatives, management, or the images and careers of the mayor and council. It's about protecting residents who are paying the taxes. Be accountable.
Our next speaker, George Price. G. Price.
For months, city employees have raised concerns about water quality, excessive flushing, operational failures, and mismanagement. No one listened, not city leadership, and certainly not this council. We have been raising these concerns publicly since March. In April, Craig Parker stood before you and assured residents the water was safe. That same month, Utilities General Manager Duku Lee announced his abrupt retirement. In June, both Keith McDonald and Pete Garcia were removed from their management assignments. In July, while Duku retired, Craig Parker stood before the Public Utility Boards and declared the water issue closed. 6 days later, yes, 6 magical days later, Disneyland, City Hall, Angel Stadium, and thousands of residents did not have water. So much for the matter being closed. In August, Jake Hester, the city's water engineering manager, quietly resigned. That same month, Richard Salas, who was involved in the decision to repeatedly flush before compliance testing, abruptly resigned also. Also in August, Water Superintendent Pete Garcia was escorted off city property and is reportedly no longer with the city. That is a remarkable number of key people disappearing from Anaheim's water division in a matter of months. Yet this council isn't asking why. Your job is not show and tell during council communication. Your job is to govern this city. So when the mayor tells the residents our water is the safest, then why are so many people responsible for this operation running for the door, being reassigned, resigning, or being escorted out? Maybe it's time to acknowledge that the whistleblowers have been telling the truth. The most disturbing question remains why the city still has not conducted a credible investigation. Oliver Pacifico with the State Division of Drinking Water reported there were no findings. How do you reach no findings without interviewing the city employees who made the allegations? Was he given the complete story? Was information being withheld? Those questions deserve answers. This isn't a typo on a spreadsheet. This is our drinking water. And after what happened on July 28th, an incident we will now call No Watergate, to ignore the problem is simply unacceptable. Your silence raises serious questions about whether this council is fulfilling its responsibility to oversee the city. Investigate the allegations, interview the whistleblowers, do the job residents elected you to do.
Our next speaker.
Let's talk about Craig Parker's management of Anaheim's water department. Craig Parker manages Cecil Looney, and Cecil demands city employees drive him around as though they're his personal drivers. They also report Cecil cursing at, berating, and disrespecting staff. And Cecil managed Pete Garcia while employees reported years of harassment, retaliation, intimidation, and unsafe conduct, and failed to protect employees. Cecil did nothing about it. Pete was escorted off city property 2 weeks ago. Craig and Cecil also manage Supervisor Shane Wilson. Shane Wilson spends more time in the office instead of in the field, while employees have questioned city credit card purchases, including a $200 Pelican cooler and subwoofer speakers purchased for personal use. When Shane is on the field, he is supposed to operate heavy equipment and work on dangerous excavation projects. Yet, employees report he has repeatedly reported to work under the influence. Shane struck underground fiber optic lines on Sunkist Avenue and directed employees to cover up the damaged lines with dirt. On a State College Boulevard project, Shane hit another fiber optic line and caused a service failure. Taxpayers had to pay for the damage that he caused. Shane has also accidentally caught himself on fire while working. Then there's Keith McDonald, another manager under Craig Parker. Employees report Keith's poor operational decisions contributed to high THMs, brown drinking water, and excessive flushing, including flushing before compliance testing. In late 2025, Anaheim flushed more than 10 million gallons of water. And what did Craig Parker do? He protected Keith. Employees also reported that Keith encountered a rat in a workplace kitchen and stomped the screaming animal to death, leaving blood and remains across the kitchen floor. Yes, unfortunately, you heard that correctly. So council, look at the pattern. Pete Garcia, Cecil Looney, Shane Wilson, Keith McDonald all report to Craig Parker. When serious allegations repeatedly arise under the same leadership, the conclusion becomes unavoidable. The leadership is the problem. It's time for an independent investigation of Anaheim Public Utilities from the top down. Ignoring these problems doesn't make them go away. It just makes the consequences more expensive for taxpayers. Craig Parker declared the matter closed, but the only thing that's closed were the bathrooms at Disneyland.
Our next speaker, Janine Robbins.
Let's talk about the hypocrisy of Anaheim's Human Resources Department. Employees are expected to follow city policies or face discipline for misconduct. But when employees report misconduct involving HR management, accountability suddenly becomes optional. Linda Andal is the HR director. Her department is responsible for enforcing city policy, investigating employee complaints, and administering disciplinary actions. Yet employees have repeatedly reported harassment, discrimination, retaliation, intimidation, safety concerns, and misconduct, only to watch complaints be ignored, minimized, or downplayed. Apparently, the rules HR enforces against everyone else don't apply inside HR. AR 217 is Anaheim's drug-free workplace policy. This policy prohibits controlled substances on city property or city time. It allows disciplinary actions, including termination, and makes the HR director responsible for administering that policy. Does Linda Andal know that HR manager Alex Mohajer smokes his marijuana vape pen during working hours in his office? Yes, Linda knows. Does Linda know Alex leaves his marijuana pen on the desk for coworkers to see? Yes, Linda knows. Does Linda know Alex smokes it in city restrooms? Yes, Linda knows. Does Linda know Alex smokes pot before meetings, including before union contract negotiations that involve millions of our money? Yes, Linda knows. AR 243 states a supervisor, manager, or department head who receives a complaint must immediately report it, and failure to do so may be grounds for disciplinary action, including termination. Linda Andal cannot demand accountability from Anaheim's workforce while actively shielding her own department from it. And Alex Mohajer should not be addressing the conduct of other employees while serious allegations concerning his own workplace conduct remain unaddressed. So here's the question for this council. Why hasn't the city ordered an independent investigation into Linda Andal and Alex Mohajer? If this council continues to ignore these allegations and refuses to demand an investigation, what message are you sending to every city employee? Is getting high at work acceptable as long as you have the right title? Are rules enforced against some employees but ignored for others? Should Anaheim taxpayers pay an employee's salary while that employee gets high on city time and nobody in leadership has to answer for it? Because silence from this council is permission, and Anaheim residents are tired of paying the price for your silence, for your mistakes, and we can't afford it as this city is broke. Broke, broke, broke. And justice for Albert Arzola.
Our next speaker.
Can you just before you start, I just want to say, the people that work for this city are human beings. And you can come here and you can say whatever you want about me. That's fine. I ran for office, and it is a very sad but relevant part of being an elected official. But coming here and attacking the hardworking staff members with outrageous allegations that you have zero proof about, please remember that these are human beings, and it is unacceptable, And Janine, I've known you for a long time. You should be embarrassed. You can please go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Raleigh, and I'm one of the Disneyland Resort Ambassadors, and I would like to thank you for your opportunity to update on the happenings of the resort and beyond. In July, we brought back the Anaheim resident ticket offer with tickets priced as low as $70, available for purchase through September 24th, 2026, for visits through October 8th, 2026, helping Anaheim families enjoy greater value and access to the resort. On the workforce development front, the Disneyland Resort hosted 22 students over the summer from the Anaheim Union High School District for the AIM Summer Mentorship Program. Students were paired with salaried leaders and in a six-week program, which included a variety of departmental overviews and shadowing experiences, career skills workshops, and collaborative projects and final presentations to Disney executives. Earlier this month, the Disneyland Resort hosted Chalk Walk in the Park. This unique experience unites our community in a meaningful and inspiring walk across both parks, all in support for children's health and well-being. This year's walk surpassed the goal of raising $3 million for the hospital and had over 7,000 walkers in attendance, including 3 members of the City Council. August in Anaheim means back to school, so our cast members participated in back-to-school drives throughout the resort, and Disney volunteers helped distribute those supplies to the students of Orange Grove Elementary before the start of the school. A weekend before last, D23, the Ultimate Disney Fan event, returned to Anaheim for a one-of-a-kind multi-day fan experience highlighting creative storytelling and innovation from across the Walt Disney Company. In addition to exhibits, panels, exclusive shopping experiences, and celebrity appearances in a Anaheim convention, the Honda Center featured marquee presentations on what is to come on entertainment, experiences, and of course, the Disney Legends Awards ceremony. Thank you, council members and staff who attended our groundbreaking ceremony yesterday for our East Parking facility. We are excited to be underway on the most important this important infrastructure project for the resort. But lastly, but certainly not least, Disneyland Resort will bring magic to Disney of Disney to the residents in Anaheim once again with the happiest day in Anaheim. After kicking off back to school in Benito Juarez Elementary, pop-ups occurred all over Anaheim, bringing goodies to the community and an opportunity to sign up for the marquee event of the happiest day in Anaheim, Main Street on Your Street, happening this Thursday at Center Greens just behind City Hall. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker, Denise Barnes.
Hi, good evening. My head is swimming after all those speakers. I'm lost for words over reputation of our city in just one meeting. I'm very concerned, but let's put that on pause. I'm here for a different reason. I am the chair of the Older Active Adults Senior Community, our commission. We've been working really hard to make sure that we are representing all voices of our older population. And thank you to those council members that have come to our meetings and entertained, hearing and considering our discussions and debating over what's more important, one item at a time. We know we're on a fixed budget, but when you consider all the tax money that the seniors have added to the general budget and how we have actually been so generous, extremely generous to the tourists, we feel that if we get at least a line item on the next city budget or the next year before you're off council and you have a name on a standalone senior center would be a blessing. I believe that each one of you has parents or grandparents. I know, Ashley, you do, and I've seen them on Facebook. What beauties. But my heart is in the senior community. They are being left to the side, and we really need to focus. Tourism will always be here, no matter what, but it is our seniors that are on fixed budgets. Groceries are going up, taxes are going up, insurance is going up. I don't know how many which ways to say, you need to act on this because your heart is in it and you know it's the right thing to do. I have gone online and made sure that I do a presentation regarding standalone facilities, structurally outperform shared multi-generational facilities when securing state, federal, and philanthropic funding. Federal and state grants, such as those distributed through the California Department of Aging and via Older American Acts Title III funds, frequently require dedicated square footage, precise service reporting, and specialized licensing. When facilities' footprint is constantly shifting between youth sports, public civic meetings, and even rentals, it becomes mathematically and logistically difficult to meet the rigid grant compliance audits. So please, we'll be bringing you more information, but thank you so much for your time. Carlos, God bless you. You are quite an astounding
I'm sorry, your
young
time is up.
man, and I appreciate everything you're doing for our community. Thank you.
Our next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor Aitken, Mayor Pro Tem Leon, and council members, and our illustrious city manager, Mr. Garcia. My name is Frances Noteboom, and I come before you this evening to ask for your favor in building a standalone senior center in our city before I die waiting for it. I know we're a couple of months away from council consideration, but I came here today to tell you about my love and passion for the senior population, mainly at 250 Centre Street. They are lovely people who need facilities that can accommodate them adequately. I do Tai Chi every morning, and we currently have 41 people on rotation and 11 on standby waiting for an opening. Folks rarely drop any of the current classes, as seniors are typically faithful to their routines, and the rooms are all bursting at the seams. Classes are at capacity, and this population needs the city's consideration badly. The demand has outgrown the space. This has now become a quality of life issue for the over 60 population, as it is a gathering place where seniors can spend their days making friends and enjoying life. Wouldn't it be lovely to integrate Miraloma and Ponderosa seniors in our activities? A new standalone senior, or as I would like to see, a senior complex, could fill those needs. The new round of discussion began with Councilmember Kurtz last June 2025. And that first meeting led us to visit the senior centers at Buena Park, Huntington Beach, and Newport Beach, where we learned so much. HB had naming opportunities for rooms. They have a senior cafe with a $3 lunch 5 days a week. We learned about Bluetooth music, blackout shades, projector screens, TVs, and sinks in all the rooms. A built-in bridal party room for rent, shade structures, 30 machines in the Hogue gym with memory screening, blood pressure, vision, hearing, and an instructor from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. All these services, from health to taxes to case management and nutritional services, are to promote active lifestyles for our seniors. Our next meeting in September of 2025 with Councilmember Kurtz allowed all those in attendance to use flip charts with a list of wants of what they would like to see on a standalone senior centre. Our meetings have escalated this year, and we actually see light in the horizon. We don't want an old folks' home, but a vibrant, welcoming environment for the 60-plus population. So please give us the ultimate consideration as you prepare your strategic plan for a standalone senior complex, one that would be the crown jewel of Anaheim. And thank you most sincerely.
Next speaker, Paul Hayek.
I have this to say. Anaheim should go take a look at Costa Mesa's standalone facility. They offer all kinds of stuff. They offer electronic training for your cell phones. They have computers. Another one to go take a look at would be Cypress. Also, while we're on the subject, I'm interested in being a senior, your number 28 on your agenda. And I have this. I just learned within the last 3 weeks that the homeless community, the no walk-in rules, are going to be overturned by the grand jury of Orange County, which I want to tell them who I think it is, who's the instigator, and how far it goes, and who did it. And the standalone for the meals, they should go to Meals on Wheels. It goes through all the shelters. Brea runs 4 days a week. We run 4. And we also need more bus service for our seniors. The type 2s, we need them, and we can get those drivers from the closed up ART PK system, the union guys, or we can get Keola to supply drivers.
Our next speaker, Ruben Greg Soto. Following this speaker, Art Castillo. Mr. Castillo, you'll be right after the speaker.
Oh, you just called my name. Okay, sorry.
Mayor, City Council, I just came from Riverside, and they had ABC 7 Eyewitness News videotape me talking. But this is what I said, some of it. This is what a police badge can make you. The badge doesn't make you right. The badge gives you authority. The badge makes you a killer. The badge makes you corrupt. The badge makes you abusive. The badge makes you a liar. The badge can make you a sinner. The badge can make you a lot of things because you ain't doing the right thing. You don't honor that badge that you took an oath to protect and serve. I have never been proven guilty of my so-called crimes in Anaheim and in Riverside. Corona was the only one that I really did was a DUI on meth. But I always had to take a deal because they threatened me with prison for 4 years upstate. Of course I'm gonna take the deal because the public defenders do not do their job. And if you have a lawyer, you're gonna get off. But if you don't, you're gonna do time. Now I take a deal, you make me take a deal and you make me lie. You make me sign something that isn't true, but I come out, fight for another day for my justice and my truth and my restitution, my money. Every arrest has been falsifying legal documents of the government of the United States of America judicial system. That's federal offense. Isn't it? You're innocent until you're proven guilty. I have never been proven guilty, not once. Every church I have been to, every religious person, Christian tells me, be more like Jesus. Well, Jesus used to drink. And that's what they tell me. Well, Jesus drank. Yeah, he also made water into wine. I don't want to be like Jesus. I used to be like Jesus. I got in trouble being like Jesus, drunk and on dope. So I want to be more like Ruben. Okay? So all these Christians and what they preach is a lot of crap. Anyway, I don't need to go to church. I just follow the Lord. And that's about all I got to say. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Art Castillo. Following this speaker, Irene Rose.
Good evening. Just to let you know, I don't talk or speak with any of these people that spoke out. I'm alone sometimes, and I do my own advocating. But every time since 1981, I got involved with the city. I used to come here. We had to write our words that we had to say and had to get proofread before we spoke out back in that days. But what I wanted to say was being a city employee and being, I'm sorry, Ashley, I'm from the inside and I've been with a lot of people and I know a lot of stuff, and I'm not here to shame anybody or say names, but I also wanted to talk about small businesses and code enforcement, you notice, didn't do any more violations to these small businesses because I believe they got in trouble. And I did 12 years with these supervisors and the code enforcement and the police department that were co-opting back and forth and ticketing. And I took every ticket and was voided. So they were extorting these people, and I couldn't stand it, but I just did a volunteer, so I didn't work for them. But what I get is that after everything went down, they're coming back again. The first was that one police officer on a motorcycle doing some small business people. And then it's like I had to be called by code enforcement to go talk to managers of apartments of complaints but one complaint. And when I went and talked and said, I'm just a volunteer, I don't work for them, they said, please don't tell us. The code enforcement told us to make the complaint. So these are a little behind the doors. My friends were police officers. They're saying they're having a command center getting you guys and towing you and giving you tickets. And I just don't know where to go with this because we're coming back again. I would advise, be careful. Protect our small businesses. They're your constituents. And if they do violation, give them the ticket for the violation and then have them pay for it. But also on the streets of our kids' schools are responsible for the kids to go to school and back home. But what's happening, we have police in our school and they're doing fine. But all of a sudden they go home, they don't make it home, or they're on the curb, handcuffed or being questioned. And I'll tell you this mostly because since the one that used to come out and tell organizations what I saw, these are retaliations from our past of our children, our families. And this is what's going on even with Arzola. They come out, and I've heard them say it. Plus, I even knew Mr. Arzola when he was a kid. I was helping people in his neighborhood, saw him running around in the streets. But these young kids get attacked if you don't know it. I've seen it firsthand from here to here, getting slapped and getting hit. And then some of these officers, you're rewarding them. Some of these people you award, they actually are part of this, what do you want to say, as part of the proxy of assault on these young kids. And then the death of young kids. These are not random, like somebody coming from another
Castillo,
state.
your time is up.
These are kids from our community that are dying and getting beaten. Thank you.
Our next speaker.
Good evening. It's nice to see all of you. First of all, I'd like to thank Denise Barnes and Francis Notebaum for their earlier comments this evening. My name is Irene Rose, and I'm the president of the Anaheim Senior Citizens Club, which includes the Downtown Center, the East Anaheim, Ponderosa, Mira Loma, Brookhurst, and the West Anaheim facilities. And I'd like to speak on the positive impact that these centers have on our senior community. Statistics show that Anaheim is the largest city in Orange County, and with the population is growing daily. For the city of this size, we should have a flagship center to serve our senior community. We estimate that 80% of our seniors are totally isolated with no family to check on them, assist in financial aid, or come to their rescue if they have a fall or some sort of an accident. They don't, most of them don't drive and may be unaware of transportation to the centers. So they spend their days watching television and slowly becoming depressed and feeling unnecessary. This is wrong. Many have led active, productive lives in the community or in the business world, and suddenly they find themselves alone, not knowing what to do, and to fill this sudden void of retirement. This isolation often ends up costing the city rather than if aiding in the falls or the need for food rather than have a place for seniors to socialize, make new friends, become part of a larger community, a larger family. Our senior family checks on one another. They always know if somebody is in need of something, and they let us know if we can do something that they can't provide themselves. And we're always there to step up. We build a community weaving groups of people together, which has become very important. Won't you consider these facts when making your decision to expand our square footage and allow us to offer more activities? Thank you for your time.
We have our next speaker.
My name is Donna Acevedo Nelson. My 21-year-old son, Joel, was executed by the Anaheim police on July 22nd, 2012. I feel really gross that I have to talk about this. I mean, there's been harassment, but this is really gross harassment in the last 5 years or so. And my comments here are directed to Natalie Rubalcava, Mayor Ashley Aiken, the Chief of Police, Manny Sid, and the City Attorney, Fabella. On September 27, 2024, Vern and I attended an exhibit at the Untold Story bookstore. Natalie Rubalcava was there and told Vern that Santa Ana Councilman David Peñalosa received obscene mail that was addressed from me, but she believed it was not from us. Natalie showed it to Vern on her phone, and she told us both that she would send it to us. After we let her know that we had an open investigation regarding online harassment and continuous vulgar and sexual content mailed to us and several politicians and other people throughout the county, addressed from us, mainly me. We opened a criminal investigation after a sex toy was mailed to a blog commenter's wife. The case was being handled by Sergeant Lululemon, case number APD 22-183811. Michael Penn, Mayor Aiken's husband, had also received the same type of mail. He forwarded it to us and also to Sergeant Lululemon to be added to our complaint case file. I don't know the scope of Natalie's requirements to cooperate with the criminal investigation, which is maybe none, I don't know. My mistake was telling her I believed the harassment to be coming from Claudio Gallegos, the current spokesman of the Santa Ana Police Union. Natalie immediately defended him. We recently learned that the person responsible for these pornographic mailings is an associate of Claudio Gallegos, the same circle of friends. The person was identified by Councilman Jonathan Hernandez, who encountered this person while at a lunch meeting with OC Supervisor Sarmiento and Councilperson Jesse Lopez. And Sergeant Lululemon had already closed the case. I got the impression he thought it was unimportant, and now it's been a year and 11 months since Natalie said she would forward that evidence. I have requested the evidence through a public records request, but I was denied access because it is a part of a different investigation. I am requesting it now here again to Natalie and whoever that what you have in your possession and the former chief of police be added into my case file and the case be reopened. Natalie has been ignoring our request.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, your time is up.
And impeding the continuation of this investigation because she also has connections to the same circle of friends, including her close ties and campaign contributions from the police union.
Don, I'm sorry, your time is up.
I am also requesting Internal Affairs to investigate the incompetent and lazy handling of my case. Investigations seem to disappear when it's one of their own, like in the Michelle Hadley, Ian Diaz
Nelson,
case.
I'm sorry, your
or
time
when
is
it's
up.
an important public figure like Jordan Brandman.
Donna?
Again, I am requesting the case to be reopened
Ms.
and a
Nelson,
thorough
I'm sorry, your time
investigation
is
be
up.
conducted.
Thank you, I'm sorry.
Kuali Tutaki, Nitokan Masat. Good afternoon, buenas tardes, the dear clan, Obsidian Knife Clan. You know, I remember going to the Anaheim Unified High School District Board City Mayor. I was 13 years old, a freshman at Catella High School, led the Chicano movement. Thanks to Seferino Garcia, connected with him and Mecha and the Brown Berets de Aslan. And then I learned about American Indian movement, and I got to walk all the way to the White House, and they would tell me, where are you from? Orange County, California, Anaheim, and also Mexico. And I would always say that very proud. And I just want to bring this up because I hear Donna's pain, I hear Darzola's pain. My cousin Armando Orizaba was a Chapman alumni from Chapman University and Catella High School. And before they found him dead in Mexico at a tourist place to celebrate his 1-year anniversary, he actually told me, I asked him, why'd you stop being a teacher? Why'd you stop teaching at Anaheim High School? He was actually my substitute teacher at Catella guitar class. And he looked at me and he had tears and he said, a lot of racism, mucho racismo, because of our skin color. And you know, this is racism going on in Anaheim for a lot of years. And I want to request to you, City Mayor, as leader to leader, from where your ancestors came from Europe to here, we fed your ancestors. The Tongva, the Ahachiman of Orange County that are still fighting for federal recognition. Hopefully they do get that. We do get that. I am an enrolled tribal member. I will not say what tribe. But right now, it is time that you step it up because there is someone that's going to run against you. And we are the majority now. You might have all the money and power by Disney and police, fire department, you know, all this money, even the Anaheim Alumni Association, Natalie Rubacalba. And I suggest City Attorney and Interior City Manager Greg Garcia and Robert Favela. Senator James Ramos just passed a bill to get rid of racist mascots and names. They got rid of the mascot, the Pilgrim, at Anaheim High School. But they still have the name The Colonist. How can we be proud of a name called Home of the Colonists when they're murdering the Arzolas and the Donnas, sons and family in the barrios? There is no pride in that. Comanche Warriors got taken down. This is not Comanche territory. It was the Comanche Nation that sued that. Fullerton Indians got taken down as well. So I encourage you, because in the Anaheim, decolonize the Anaheim colony, we have almost 12,000 signatures. It's still open. And Stephen Faso would probably say this is not a city council issue. It is. It's tied. You're the mayor. Act like the mayor. Please pressure the school board to delete, to abolish, and execute that name. It is very painful, and it's a lot of trauma. And Senator James Ramos is having meetings with Avelino Valencia and many, many allies, our white allies now. And I hope that you are one of those white allies. And if not, then we're going to have to vote you out, including Natalie Rubacalba. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker, card number 7744.
Hello again. I'm here speaking on behalf of the Anaheim Convention Center duty managers. So a quick recap. They were passed over by the union when those who were eligible to join first joined a few years back. In 2024, this small 10-employee group was denied joining mid-contract, and also their raise was denied. This is back in 2024. They've had no raise for 10 years. They are the lowest paid people at the convention center at $21.84, despite having authority over hundreds of people during move-ins and move-outs and thousands of people during the event. The duty manager job listing says in part, act as a relief person for the event managers. A relief person is a substitute employee who steps in and covers the duties when the regular staff member is absent. They cover the event managers, making an hourly equivalent of $70 to $150 an hour, while they only earn $22. Their low pay violates Anaheim's own Employee Merit System Guidelines, Section 1.3. Are you listening? Positions having similar duties and responsibilities shall be classified and compensated on a uniform basis. Their pay increase from 2024 has been put off for 2 years pending a reclassification study. That study went on forever. Their pay increase, while union members at the convention center gossip about the raises they received in July, the duty managers have been told nothing retroactive and don't expect much. I first spoke about this 9 weeks ago. It's now almost September, and they haven't heard a damn thing. To say this is unprofessional is the polite way to put it. And the 20-year outgoing female event services manager budgeted for their raise. So what happened to those funds? Did they instead go to the male event director, who's now doing the same job as his female predecessor? Why was she paid for 20 years as a manager while just a few days later, his position got reclassified as a director? It's very offensive when duty managers' raises have been held up for 2 years for reclassifying their job, yet his job got reclassified in just a matter of days to make a lot more money, probably the money that was earmarked for those individuals that are duty managers for their raise. So I ask you, are there any other employees in the city of Anaheim who have not received a raise for 10 years and their compensation level is in violation with your own guidelines? Is there anyone up here willing to stand up for these people who have been long ignored? Anyone?
Sir, your time is up.
Hey, I was done on time. I guess that's one benefit out of this, but I haven't seen anything from you. At least tell these people what's
Our next
happening.
speaker, Grace Arzola.
I'm not high or drunk. Just want to make that clear. I'm here to advocate for my nephew, Albert Arzola. It's been 9 months and we still don't know the second officer involved that didn't have a camera turned on, which makes me really upset. We said it many times, we are not anti-police, but we are pro-accountability, and you guys should be pro-accountability. At what point do you guys get tired of paying these lawsuits? You guys should tell the public that you guys previously had paid a lawsuit for Nathan Garcia. And my nephew's death could have been avoided had you guys fired Nathan Garcia in the first incident. People deserve the right to live, to not fear. If you see the video, Nathan Garcia comes out with his gun drawn. He came out to kill my nephew. It wasn't he feared for his life, he used excessive force, and he killed my nephew. My nephew was trying to go into his home and was dragged like a dog and killed, shot in the back. You ask how I know? I don't know because of the autopsy, because it hasn't been released. But I know this because we had an open casket, and his mother opened his shirt to give him the sign of the cross, as Catholics that we are, and did not see no wound. No gunshot. He was shot in the back. And honestly, you have the convention center employees begging for a raise while the police department is stealing hundreds of thousands in overtime. Make that report public. Make it public. And it's shameful that you will post the killer, Natalie, but you cannot post when ICE is terrorizing your community. And that's why I hope the community and the constituents of District 3 choose better. There was more compassion from Ashley and from Carlos, that's not even his district, than you. That's shameful. That is extremely shameful. When are you guys gonna, the trash in Mondragon, are you guys kidding me? Because, I'm sorry, I don't even know, but I'm guessing the neighbor's white, ain't got nothing else to do, is retired, and decides to call code enforcement, waste of taxpayers' money. Maybe you guys should give them a ticket for unlawful use of community resources. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, and Mondragon's Market has been there since I was young. I was born and raised in Anaheim. So that is a pillar of the community, and you guys allowing neighbors to abuse them with calling the code enforcement and having you guys go out there. Like, at one point, you guys need to talk to those neighbors. They're misusing community resources. Shame on you guys.
Our next speaker, Pearl Arzola.
I am here to advocate for justice for my brother. I had to spend my first birthday without him. My brother should be here, but not. Nathan Garcia took that from my family. We just want justice and transparency about the incident. Natalie, ICE was in your district terrorizing people, but you failed to post about it because you were too busy reposting Nathan Garcia, the Officer of the Year. What I think is honestly really stupid as well is that you guys rather build a Porsche dealership than do anything about the senior citizens. But it's okay, you guys could go all buy Porsches on Harbor if you guys could even afford it with the raise getting high and everything. And as a dental assistant, we get random drug tests every 3 months. So you guys should be doing that for all of your public workers, because if they're getting high, that's honestly very shameful.
Our next speaker.
It's been about 3 weeks since the incident, but there was an officer who lost his life in Nevada. And that's when the chief wore his badge with the cross on it. You know, this moment was very eye-opening for me because it shows that he can show sympathy when he picks and chooses. When I asked him about Albert's death, he told me that he was the lookout, basically signifying that Albert deserved to die that night. The family has no clarity. There's no sound in the audio when Albert's dead. We don't know what was said. All we know is that Nathan gets to create his own narrative about Albert. That isn't fair to us. Albert was more than just another man. He wasn't even a part of the graffiti. He was picked out of a group. The whole incident makes us nauseous. And let's see. At another point in the meeting with the mayor, Chief Manny Sid had the nerve to say, "Brown and blacks aren't over-policed. We commit majority of the crime." You know what, Manny, you're right. White people don't commit crimes. They just go to Little St. James. And then they get their name redacted. White people are often given lighter sentences for serious crimes. It's not over-policing. It's a pick and choosing when they want to enforce the law. On the part that matters is that Nathan Garcia spent months harassing Albert until he fatally shot him. Nathan allegedly previously tried to cover up for an assault on a 14-year-old child with his partner, Kyle Smith. This is just infuriates my family because Nathan, in this previous assault on a 14-year-old child, they tried to fabricate some of the evidence against a 14-year-old kid that was riding their bike that you guys had to pay out. So you guys are telling me the killer of my cousin had previously fabricated evidence, and his partner didn't have the camera on when they killed him. They have no audio to his killing. What are we supposed to do? We have no answers. We have to ask his 14-year-old cousin that saw him get killed. And at that exact moment, you know what happened? They didn't even render aid. They waited till 10 minutes later. They held the entire family at gunpoint while they're trying to help their brother. It didn't even matter. If we took him to Anaheim Memorial, they lost their ER rights. He would have still died. He still would have lost his life. And Nathan had no worry. Nathan knew Albert. He knew who he was. That shouldn't have been right. He shouldn't know who the person he killed that night. He shouldn't have spent many nights stalking my cousin before he killed him. He spent more nights there than his own cousins sometimes. Like, what do you guys want us to say? You guys previously had to pay for his lawsuit. It's just despicable. Why didn't you guys fire him the first time? We have no problem with you guys trying to do your police business. It's fine. But when you're killing my cousin with your audio off, that's pretty fucked up. Thank you.
Our next speaker.
All right, council members, mayor, and city manager. I know that you have a police review board. We've gone a few times. It serves as according to the website, it serves as the city's civilian oversight body for the Anaheim Police Department. Its primary purpose is to enhance transparency, foster public accountability, and build trust between the community and law enforcement. It's very disappointing. With all due respect, the board member are actually residents, but they are powerless. This board only serves as a platform for the police to give updates on equipment, new technology, or policy presentations. Any question we ask is screened and approved by city officials before we're actually allowed to ask. This board is in no way meets the primary purpose to ensure transparency and accountability, and neglects to build the trust between the community and law enforcement. For example, what changes have been made to ensure proper procedures and accountability when dealing with graffiti? Policies are not part of investigations, therefore you can discuss what the police chief, city council, mayor, city manager plan to do. How do you guys hold individuals accountable, and what is the policy? You owe that to the public. You may feel immune to any consequences now, but the community will never forget. As an educator in Orange County, we must do better to advocate for our futures. We all have a responsibility to this community to lift each other up. That includes removing negative images and mascots that bring back a painful history of genocide and mistreatment. We need to start nurturing our youth's self-concept, provide a sense of belonging, and cultivate personal growth, not shatter hopes and dreams. Justice for Albert Arzola.
Our next speaker.
Okay, my name is Albert Arzola, and you know who I am. I'm still waiting on my car keys, my goddamn, what was it, tablet, and the $300 you guys stole from me. You guys are gonna get them back to me, and I ain't seen shit. And it's sad that everybody in Anaheim is getting high, all the workers, everybody on the council right here, and I ain't got no connection. That's fucked up. But anyways, what are you guys gonna do about Nathan Garcia and his partner? We need to know about his partner, his name, and the audio. We need to know everything about him already. It's been 9 months, and you guys didn't give a shit. You know, we're tired of waiting. I'm tired of waiting. You know what I mean? And you guys just gotta give us the answers. There ain't no. Eventually, you're gonna have to come up and tell us who killed my son. Eventually, I mean, it's up to you guys when you guys tell us. Sooner and later is better, you know. But we're just tired, and we're gonna keep coming every day, every Tuesday, every other Tuesday, whenever the hell you guys have these meetings, we'll be here. You will not get rid of us. We're gonna keep coming, keep coming, keep coming. You know, and hopefully the next council will be better than you guys, because a bunch of you guys are gonna get voted out this year. All right, that's all I gotta say.
Our next speaker, Rosie Camacho.
December 6, 2025 will never be forgotten. Albert Arzola was murdered by Nathan Garcia. Shame on him for murdering my son. He needs to be fired, but you got the District 3 posing and putting his photo up so everybody could see a perfect cop. He ain't no perfect cop. He murdered my son. Shame on you. And what you need to do is be Chicana and proud. You need to walk your streets on Pauline. You need to be out there with the constituents like District 2 and District 4 do. They all work for their districts and you don't. You say you're Chicana and proud, act like one. It's shameful that we have to come here every Tuesday and get no answers, nothing but silence with you guys. But yet you guys attack us and tell us, oh, so-and-so's not on drugs, so-and-so's not on this, so-and-so's not on that. Do something for our seniors. Our seniors, they're barely on a fixed income. They gotta get credit cards just to survive. Do something for them. Do something for our youth. Open something for them. You guys have all this money. You're building a new, parking structure? I hope that parking structure does you good and gives us back to our district, to every district, to the low income, to the high income, to everyone, to the fires that are out there that you guys haven't talked about. What's the escape route? What's the new outcome on that? There's no new outcome that you guys have shared, that you guys have stated. You guys haven't said anything about it. The flock cameras, what's going on that? How much money are you guys investing on that? How much are you guys putting out there that we pay? We want to know that. What's going on with our districts? What are you guys working on? Our schools. Our schools need a lot of help. We need a bike trail. We want to go out there. We need a splash pool. All these other cities have splash pools in their parks. We don't have anything like that. We have a pool, big wow. Not everybody fits there. You know, we need to open up more stuff for our youth. Our youth they're just home. They want to be out there. They can't afford Disneyland. Disneyland's too much for them. You know, yeah, $50. There's a lot of people struggling. A lot of people. You guys need to start looking more into your guys' districts. Walk your districts. And stop harassing Madragon. At least Madragon is doing something for our districts. You know, they're giving out backpacks. They didn't need to. They didn't need to give anything like that, but they did. You should be joining them instead of attacking them. Shameful, shameful on you.
Our next speaker, Kenneth Batiste. And following Kenneth Batiste, we're going to turn to our remote participants.
Good evening, everybody. Giving honor to the Lord and those on the council that are serving the people of the Lord. Since you are a city elected council, we're supposed to bring all our grievances to you. Well, let me say this right here. It didn't start with you. It started from the top down. We have a president now that has went ahead and spent in 18 months, $4 to $5 trillion. He has went ahead and has his own Gestapo, the ICE, to discriminate against people of color. Why? Because of racism, because of the simple hate for our fellow man, regardless of what color that they are. So when we start letting sin go ahead and start from the top, what do you expect when it gets down to the bottom? It's just corrupt. It's scary, the times that we live in, especially somebody who has lived through the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, the war in Vietnam and all the rest of the things like this. We're in a useless war right now, spending money for what? They didn't attack us. Why are we attacking them? A nuclear weapon? Didn't we go down this road before with Saddam Hussein? We went ahead. We are getting to the point where we don't trust our government. And people are weaponizing that. The president weaponized it. I'm gonna drain the swamp. What does it mean? He is the swamp. Okay, so let's go ahead and get it right. First thing is right here, Citizens United. They want to keep us dumb. They don't want to educate it. Citizens United wasn't about no citizens being united. It was about corporate money. And what happens with all of you right now, good people trying to deal with corporate power. That's what you're dealing with. And where does it go? So getting back to this right here, I want to say our parking lot, Disney Way, we paid for that. And then Disney got a way out of it. Maybe we should even make it Disney Way. Maybe we need to rename it Residence Way because we paid for it. So this is Angel Stadium. We're talking about how we do so good for the employees. Why were the employees out there on strike on Harbor Boulevard? Because they weren't being treated appropriate. Right now, we gave $40 billion to Venezuela, and we
Mr.
got
Batiste, your
people
time is
out
up.
here going bankrupt. My point is this right here. We need to make a new day that stands up for all of us. Thank you.
And Mayor and City Council, that concludes our in-person speakers. We are now going to turn to our remote speakers. Our first speaker is Leslie Lopez. Leslie, if you can please unmute your line at this time. Leslie?
Yes.
We can hear you. Your time, go ahead.
My name is Leslie Lopez, and I'm here to speak about my cousin Albert Arzola, who was shot by Nathan Garcia. Council member Natalie Rubalcava, you recently posted the Officer Garcia at a community event and appeared to be proud to highlight him as a representative of your department. If you're going to publicly recognize him, then I believe true transparency also means acknowledging his full history, including the excessive force incident involving a 14-year-old and any settlements paid to that child's family as a result. The community deserves transparency, especially when one of your officers are presented as a positive representative of the Anaheim Police Department. It is difficult for me to believe that you are truly concerned about your constituents when our family continues to have so many unanswered questions. Your constituents deserve elected officials who are willing to ask difficult questions and hold the people who serve our community accountable. I sincerely hope voters consider this when deciding who should represent District 3 in the future, because I hope it isn't you. Our families believe Officer Garcia's actions escalated the situation instead of de-escalating it. Albert should still be alive today, and we have been deeply concerned with the lack of body camera footage from such a serious incident. Why weren't the officer's body cam activated? What were the department policies regarding the body cameras, firing, and the firearm deployed at that time? If the body cam systems could be automatically activated by certain actions, including drawing a firearm, why wasn't this used in Albert's case? We also deserve transparency after what happened. Additional training, counseling, evaluation, or disciplinary actions did Officer Nathan Garcia receive following the shooting? What standards did the department use to determine he was ready to be in the field again? Our family saw him working in the same neighborhood only 4 months later. From our perspective, this raised concerns about whether enough was done before returning him to active duty. These questions matter because Albert was more than a person who died during a police-involved incident. He was our cousin. He was hardworking, loving, and a true friend to those who knew him. He had a long life ahead of him, and our family has to live the rest of our life with the absence of him every day. It's extremely painful to see that Officer Garcia publicly presented as a positive face in the department while our family continues to live with the consequences of his actions to shoot Albert. We will not stop asking questions simply because time has passed. We will continue to speak at city council meetings, demand transparency, and ask for our elected officials and police department to be accountable for what had happened. Mayor, you just said that those employees are human and that they have feelings. We are human. Albert Arzola was human. His parents are human. His sister are human. Yet you guys don't care that he was shot in the back and the head by an officer who was already an excessive force incident. For the rest of our lives, we have to live our life without Albert.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, your time is up. Our next speaker, Dwayne Roberts, if you can please unmute yourself at this time.
Good evening, Dwayne Roberts, editor and publisher, AnaheimInvestigator.com. The Supreme Court's latest blow to the Voting Rights Act didn't plunge the United States into crisis. It exposed a crisis that has existed since this country was founded in the 18th century. Our electoral system was engineered for exclusion, and it still functions this way. Winner-take-all districts were created when political participation was restricted to a tiny handful of rich white men, almost all slaveholders. That architecture, originally built to keep power concentrated in their hands, has never been dismantled, only upgraded. Gerrymandering is the descendant of 19th century voter suppression. Instead of poll taxes, literacy tests, and racial terror, map makers now use software to carve up and dilute the power of African, Mexican, Asian, and indigenous communities with precision. They have become so adept at manipulating district lines that they can predetermine the outcome of an election months before anybody files papers to run. With demographic data and algorithmic modeling, they manufacture safe seats where the result is locked in. And when the winner is chosen before a single ballot is cast, the entire process becomes a facade. Elections become a spectacle meant to disguise the machinery of control, hiding the reality that voters don't choose representatives, representatives choose their voters. With the gutting of the Voting Rights Act, the guardrails are now gone. Reviving it would resurrect a broken framework. It would be like patching up a sinking 18th century ship designed to keep certain people below deck. The real problem is winner take all. Proportional representation is the only reform that confronts this history. It replaces a single-member district model with a system where seats match votes. If a community earns 20% of the vote, it gets 20% of the seats. No wasted votes, no exclusion. More than 110 countries, from Germany to Mexico to New Zealand, use proportional representation because it produces legislatures which reflect the societies they govern. They elect far more women and far more racial and ethnic minorities than we do. Meanwhile, the U.S. clings to an 18th century relic and calls it democracy. The Supreme Court's ruling exposed the truth. Our system was built to exclude. The Voting Rights Act is not coming back, and even if it did, it could never fix a structure built for inequality. In closing, if we want a government that represents everyone, then we must abandon the single-member district model, not repair it, not revive it, replace it with proportional representation, and build a system worthy of the name democracy. I thank you very much for your time.
Our next speaker, Ariana Avalos, if you can please unmute yourself at this time. Ariana?
Hello, my name is Ariana Avalos.
Go ahead.
And I'm here, thank you. Hello, my name is Ariana Avalos, and I'm here speaking on behalf of my cousin Albert Arzola. I am seeking justice for him, but not justice only for him, but reform for all of the minority in the city of Anaheim. We need to find better training for the police department. Shame on Chief Sid about what he said. Actually, research shows that crime and drug use is the same throughout all social class levels, but the one that is the most highly watched for is the lower class. And that's exactly what Nathan Garcia was doing. He harasses the lower class communities and hunts them down. You guys love our kids. You love our minority children when they're in your school districts. Post a picture for them the one time you go into their schools a year. But the moment they graduate from your guys' school districts, it's open season, right? It was open season for Nathan Garcia with my cousin. If they saw tagging, why didn't they go after the boys doing the tagging? Why? If the cops had nothing to hide, if they believe what they did was just, why do they keep harassing the family? Why? When they held the public community meeting for the community to know what happened that night, why wasn't it live like these meetings are? Why? You want to know why? Because they don't get caught in their lies. That's why. Nathan Garcia needs to be fired. This isn't his first incident, okay? It's going to be a domino effect. And you guys are just as guilty for turning the blind eye and not doing anything. Natalie, shame on you. Shame on you for using the Latina card and not doing nothing about it and posing with Nathan Garcia. Natalie, you're just as disgusting as the Latinos for MAGA. Natalie, you are just as disgusting. Nathan Garcia needs to be fired. Education, not incarceration. Stop the school to prison pipeline. Our Latino kids aren't someone you take a picture with once a year and post on your guys' pages. They're not open season for your cops who want to go around harassing. This wasn't Nathan Garcia's first time harassing that community, that street, They weren't called to the area, okay? All of their stories that they put out, every time it has changed. Why? And then the body cam or the footage they show, the graffiti, doesn't come from the police officer's dash cam. It comes from the liquor store. So did they actually see it? And like I said again, why didn't they go after the two boys they feel were doing the graffiti? Why are you going after the people standing across the street? You can't prove my cousin was the lookout. On the video, they point out some spray can supposedly on the floor, which, did they take DNA tests off of it to even say it was Albert Arzola's? Probably not. Justice, Natalie, you will be leaving that seat soon. So don't get too comfortable, honey, because your Latina card is no longer working for you.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes our in-person speakers as well as our remote speakers. Noting for the record, we did receive electronic comments, 29 emails with regards to Agenda Item 21, and then 13 comments were general comments. Each of those were distributed to City Council as well as posted on the city's website and can be found at anaheim.net/public comment.
Thank you. So now we're going to close public comment and move on to council communications. If any council members have something to share, please ring in. I'll start with Council Member Campos Kurtz and then Council Member Maz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Not quite yet. Want to give some special thank yous this evening. First of all, to CHIRLA. CHIRLA, the organization that does immigrant rights work, particularly, especially in LA, but certainly here in Orange County also. They came into one of the neighborhoods in District 4 to meet with residents and talk about their rights in the immigration process, how they can move forward, and how they can seek protection. So thank you to CHIRLA. I want to give a special thanks to Rudy Amami and his Public Works team. Residents may have noticed the removal of some precious palm trees on Catella near Harbor. It is the start of some work that's going to be done on Catella, increasing lanes, but also putting in new sewers. That would mean seem to be normal business for Public Works, but what I want to thank Rudy and his team for especially is working with that business community, not only the hotels, not only the big ones, some of the small ones, but some of the small businesses there, because their businesses are going to be impacted. And so before they even started work, before they went out for an RFP for a construction company that would do that work, Rudy and his team met with the businesses involved to develop a plan with them on how to do the work that would not destroy their business, that would not impact them so negatively that they would have to close for days at a time. So I thank you, Rudy. Thank you to your team for doing that. Parks team. I see Shawnee, I see JJ. Thank you. Finally, we have got the start of the rehab at Boysen Park. I want to thank Congressman Correa, who joined our mayor, and my fellow council members at the groundbreaking. I want to give some thanks out to so many of the staff members that went out, the Anaheim staff members, and to a very special third grade class from Roosevelt Elementary who helped us with the groundbreaking. JJ, we've promised the residents and the kids they will have a skate park to go to right after Christmas vacation. So thank you again. No pressure, just you promised. Thank you to the senior, the older adult commissioners that came out today to advocate for a senior center. It means a lot to them, but it also takes a lot to come and advocate on the behalf of that issue. For those residents from the Olive Street area who are waiting for some response from me regarding a potential of a walkway and a bike path. I do have some initial information, and I will be reaching out to you to schedule a community meeting in the next few weeks. Lastly, I have a slide. We recently held an art contest, and here are 2 of the 6 winners of the contest. Councilmember Meeks and I were able to congratulate these 2 young ladies for their artwork. It was especially touching because the artwork was supposed to display how they can impact their community, especially understanding the work of the United Farm Workers and in our community. One of the young ladies drew an art piece with just flags across, very simply done. And when I congratulated her on her work, she looked at me and said, I just drew flags of different countries because all of us come from different countries, but we're all the same. She says, we all kind of look alike, and we all have the same blood, and we can all get hurt the same way. I will never forget her words. So thank you, Shawnee and staff, for helping us recognize these young artists. Thank you, Councilmember Moss, for joining, but especially thank you to the artists who said, we're all the same. Why do we hurt each other? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have some slides to share. Thank you. Starting with wheelchair softball at Pioneer Park, I'm proud to support their fall season. They will be playing almost every Saturday out at Pioneer Park. It's $5 to participate. All are welcome, regardless of your ability. And I know I talk about this field a lot, so I thought I would share a note that I received from a parent. She said, from Annalyn, this is so much more than a softball field. It's a place where she gets to experience the freedom and independence that so many athletes take for granted. She doesn't have to think about whether the field is accessible or whether she'll be able to keep up. She simply gets to play. She gets to become an athlete. Even more special, she gets to play alongside teammates who are also wheelchair users. There is something incredibly powerful about watching a group of people who have spent so much of their lives adapting to the world, and instead of rolling into a field that may work for them, they roll onto a field that was designed especially for them. It gives them confidence, belonging, and pure joy. And so I want to acknowledge that it was the Angels Foundation that paid for this field, and that it is our city staff that maintains it. So thank you for maintaining the field. It really means a lot to those who use it. So thank you. Next slide, please. Last Saturday, we had the opportunity to clean up around Rio Vista Park. We had residents from West Anaheim. We had friends from Riverside. We had commissioners join us to not only clean in the park, because it actually was very, very clean. Thank you, park staff, but around the park. The streets and neighborhoods around the park needed some love. Our next cleanup will be Saturday, September 25th, I believe, at Mira Loma Family Resource Center. Everyone is welcome. Supplies are provided. It's a good opportunity to connect with people and to pick up trash. Next slide, please. I want to highlight a group of parent leaders. We recently celebrated some parent leaders from Ponderosa, and this is our group that we have over at the Mira Loma Family Resource Center. This is a group of parents who host parent and me classes for the surrounding residents. What I found really intriguing when I went to their graduation ceremony is that they shared that they had worked together for about a year on some common goals, and they shared that they did struggle and they did fight, and they did, there was some tension at times, but ultimately they came together for their shared goal of lifting up the neighborhood. The picture on the left is the community garden that they decided to raise money and start for residents around there. So I want to acknowledge and recognize some of the really great work that's being done in our city, and this is being done by resident leaders. And I want to share about our Senior Wheel program. There was a lot shared about transportation, and I shared this slide because I was talking to one of our older adults, and she paid over $100 to get to a doctor's appointment. And that was unnecessary because there are programs available to our seniors here in our city. We have Anaheim Senior Wheels. Trips are free to the senior center to enjoy congregate meals together. And it's only $2 for trips to social activities, recreational activities, shopping, or medical appointments within a 10-mile radius of an Anaheim home. And then also, if a resident has needs outside of that 10-mile radius, OCTA has access buses that are available. So my team is working on scheduling a workshop so people are more comfortable with how to use the system. And in addition to learning how to use the system and learning about trip planning, participants get a 30-day bus pass. So stay tuned for more details on that workshop, but please explore options that are available to you before you actually need them, because when you're in the emergency, that's when you're paying the $100 Uber bill. So please explore what we have for you. I think that's it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mayor Pro Tem Leon, and then Councilmember Rubalcaba.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to thank our City Attorney's Office for the opportunity to sit in on several cases through Anaheim's Access Collaborative Court. Access represents a different approach to some of the most difficult cases that come through our justice system, particularly those involving individuals experiencing homelessness and other underlying challenges. Rather than simply cycling someone through the system and expecting a different outcome, the court brings accountability together with treatment, services, and a real path towards stability. I was able to see that work firsthand, including the graduation of an individual who had spent years unhoused and struggling with substance abuse. Today, he is housed and has been sober for more than a year. Seeing the process up close really reinforces just how much work goes into each case. The behind-the-scenes work that goes into each case is amazing. These are very complicated situations. There is no quick or easy solution, but I really want to commend our City Attorney's Office, Jen Contini, the judge, whose name escapes me right now, but everybody that's involved.
Judge Giller.
Judge Geller, appreciate her. And thank you to everybody that's involved in making this a reality. Our City Attorney's Office had the vision to push this model forward and rethink how we use the justice system to address homelessness. And again, to the entire Access team, thank you for the work that you put into this every single day. What I saw was really thoughtful, difficult work that was being done by people who genuinely collaborate and want to get better outcomes for both the individuals that are involved in our community. And I do want to say this is something that was led by our City Attorney's Office, supported by all of us up here, if I'm not mistaken, and just really goes to show the just outside of the box thinking that goes into the trying to address this issue. So Rob, thank you for you and the team, and I'm already looking forward to the next visit to see the next graduation. I also recently toured Legacy Farms, one of the largest employers that's located in District 2. This operation is very much impressive. They have more than 500 million pounds of produce that move through the company. They supply major brands and restaurants across the country. It was pretty remarkable to see the scale of that operation firsthand and just know that so much of that is happening in West Anaheim. I appreciated the opportunity to meet with their team, to learn more about the business, to learn about their operations, the workforce, and everything that goes on behind the scenes. We have some major employers that are doing significant work in our district, and I want to make sure that we're continuing to engage with them and understanding what it is that they need to be successful. So thank you to Legacy Farms for the continued good work and for the hospitality. We held another neighborhood meeting in District 2, had a really productive conversation with residents, about what they're seeing and experiencing in their neighborhood. These meetings give residents direct access, not just to me, but to the city teams that are working on these issues that they bring us, and they give us an opportunity to address concerns in a much more focused setting. I want to thank our police department, our code enforcement, public utilities, and all of our city staff who joined us, answered questions, and I know we're in the process of following up on a lot of the issues that were raised. And a big thank you to the neighbors who came out and spent part of their evening with us. These conversations, again, help us to stay focused on the issues that are affecting the day-to-day lives of our residents that need our attention, and to make sure that the residents have a direct line to the city. So ongoing follow-up with this neighborhood, Chief. But I appreciate the work and appreciate all of city staff's continued work and efforts in our city.
Thank you, Mayor Egan. I also have some slides, Madam Clerk, but I also just wanted to mention thank you to all of the public speakers who come in and participate in the democratic process. It's a pleasure to be able to hear some of the issues that you have and address the council. So I also just want to mention, as a lifelong resident of Anaheim and a person who gets to represent District 3, which is 50,000 residents in my city, I am happy to be able to deliver the services that they need. And with that, I just want to highlight one item that is also an agenda item tonight, but I want to highlight the tree trimming that's going on in District 3, which is something that is of great importance. If you live in my district, you'll know, you want to know when your trees are being trimmed, and this is something that is a major priority. One of our contractors is West Coast Arborist, and they do a phenomenal job in our city. As you heard, one of our public speakers today also mentioned that they do hire union labor, which I think is a great thing for not only the people who are working in our city, but who live in our city as well. And I just have to mention, people may look at a budget item and see how expensive it is, but the city of Anaheim has 40,000 trees in our city that need to be trimmed. We also have a transparency process, which I'm really grateful to have worked with this council to deliver alongside our contractor, which allows for residents to see when their trees will be trimmed in their neighborhood. This does not include park trees. This is only neighborhood trees. So I will direct residents to that website if they are interested in seeing that. And then we also have 326 different types of trees in our city. So this is something that is a real priority. If you are a homeowner or just happen to live or drive down our streets, you'll know that this is something that is of great importance. So I wanted to highlight that today. It is going on in District 3 and throughout the city. And with the help of Public Works, we were able to increase that budget by $350,000. So that does also generate more opportunities for our trees to be trimmed. I also wanted to thank our community services team led by Shawnee Larson-Cash and our youth engagement Anaheim Police Department, who partners with me quite often to go out into our community. As I mentioned, I serve a very diverse community, mainly Latinos and working class. And this past week, we were able to go to Glen Neighbors, which is a community right off of Euclid, and bring not only school supplies to the kids that are there, but also hot dogs and activities for kids since they have all gone back to school. So a lot of the families came out, even though it was 100 degrees, but it was a good opportunity for us to hear some of the issues that they are facing. Many of the residents in this district, because I'm well aware of what's going on in my district, a lot of the residents in this area are dealing with parking challenges, which we don't have great solutions for. However, with the knowledge of what the community is facing, we can prevent further compacted parking challenges. So that's one of the things that we're working on in this area as well. So thank you to Anaheim Police Department as well as Community Services for your continued partnership. I also just have to highlight, we have a new business in District 3, so if you have not had the chance to visit, they were actually offering 50 free meals to the first 50 people, but they also had a raffle for Bruno Mars tickets, so that was probably a really highlight. But if you have not been, I highly recommend. They are right in the Vaughn Shopping Center. We love to welcome new businesses, and unless we're visiting them, they cannot thrive. So please make sure that you are eating small and local in District 3. And then I also just wanted to mention, I'm going to pull up the obituary. It is with great regret that I'm going to ask Mayor Akin to please close the meeting in Anthony DeLoya's memory. I'm just going to read the obituary that his sister has sent me. He was a asset to our police department as a non-sworn officer. And I also want to thank Helgenfeld Mortuary, who is a business that has been here for decades in my district, but they are helping the family through this process. And I know that the Anaheim Municipal Employees Association is also helping. But I'm going to go ahead and read Anthony DeLoya's untimely obituary. It is with profound sadness that we announce the passing of Anthony DeLoya, age 29, who passed away on August 20th, 2026, a dedicated member of the Anaheim Police Department for 6 years. He wore his badge as a promise to his community and his family. He always got involved in school. He was a proud graduate of Cal State Fullerton. DeLoya was known for his compassion, integrity, and unwavering commitment. Born in 1997 in Anaheim, California, he was a beloved son, brother, uncle, and cousin. He loved to spend time with his family and friends. He was very humble and a hard worker. He always wanted to move up the ladder. He leaves behind a legacy of courage and kindness that will inspire generations. He will forever be missed but never forgotten. Heavenly Father, thank you for allowing him to be with us for these 29 years. You have blessed our lives with his presence, his love, his guidance through every season. Thank you for the joy, peace, and strength you have given us in his company and for the countless blessings that have shaped our journey together. His family has asked me to let everybody know that his visitations will be held at Helgenfeld Mortuary on September 10th, and the funeral will be held at St. Boniface Church on September 11th. So Mayor Aiken, I ask you to close the meeting in Anthony DeLoya's memory, and that concludes my council comments.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilmember Bayless?
Thank you. I'll address the good with the bad. I do have a good comment. So I'd like to thank Ms. Cortez for coming tonight. Obviously, Beach Boulevard, we still have some issues out there with prostitution. If you haven't heard it, it's same thing. 4 years ago, there was a Senate bill passed, SB 357, that removed loitering from the police's toolbox. I can't direct my police to go out there and issue citations, so it's incredibly difficult for them. They've been doing a great job with the tools that they have. They have to put a sting together in order to make this happen. I can tell you that doesn't happen very easily. It does take a lot of resources and a lot of cash to make it done. This council here has supported, there's another bill I'll tell you right now, it's AB 63. This council has supported it. It will bring back loitering to the police's toolbox for start. If you're a West Anaheim resident and you don't like what you see on Beach Boulevard, I would strongly encourage you to write a letter to your state representatives, ask them to support SB 63. I can tell you that our police department is doing the job. We had 39 arrests on Beach Boulevard for the month of July. So there is things that are going on Beach Boulevard. Our city staff is trying to do what they can. And I'll just end this part of the comment by saying, I've been a resident there for 27 years, and I truly do believe that the problem may not go away until we get rid of the hotels that are there. So I will be doing everything I can do to try to facilitate the sale of some of those hotels there to make it into a residential product. Even tonight, I put a item on the agenda for nuisance. This is, I guess, probably the big reason why it's there. So I just want to address that. And with that, I'll go on the good. It's not all bad. Beach Boulevard, we saw the city power lines finally come down. We saw SCE finally come down. So you'll see a lot of the power lines on Beach Boulevard have at least been cut in half. You'll see the crews up there. I was out there watching them. They were able to cut down a power pole, actually 2 or 3 power poles that were out there. So there is progress. We're seeing a better Beach Boulevard. We've got the median going on out there. But anyways, I just wanted to give a giant thanks to the Utilities Department for working on that. And we'll see, I think it's about another 12 months before we'll see the actual communication lines coming down and then hopefully the poles behind them. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Just wanted to share a couple of things. I know Councilmember Campos-Kurtz already mentioned it, but just wanted to again thank Congressman Lou Correa as well as Assemblymember Avelino Valencia for their support in helping us secure funding to to start the construction of the skate park, our 9th skate park in the city of Anaheim, which hopefully, I won't give JJ a hard time, but hopefully be delivered sometime in the fall, early winter, or else you're gonna have a lot of council people helping you paint before opening. But obviously, you know, we can get so much more done when we work with our state partners, when we work with our federal partners. So it's nice to have on the congressional side somebody born and raised in Anaheim, and Congressman Lou Correa, as well as a former Roosevelt teddy bear himself in our assembly, and Assembly Member Valencia. So thank you again to their assistance, and thank you to all the city staff for you know, picking this park and making sure that it remains the legacy park that we all know that it is. I also took a trip with Big City Mayors up to Sacramento. So Big City Mayors is the 13th largest cities in the state of California, and we advocate in a bipartisan manner for issues that affect the largest cities in the state of California. We were up there not only to talk about Prop 1, which, although I'm not a fan of statewide bonds, this one is a housing bond that is going to help us try to bridge that gap of, you know, decades being behind in decades worth of housing. But I also had the opportunity with the Big City Mayors to sit down with former Health and Human Services Secretary Javier Becerra, as well as sit down with our local representatives, Assemblymember Sharon Quirk Silva, Cady Petri Norris, and Assemblymember Avelino Valencia, to discuss HAP funding and really advocate for cities like Anaheim and what we can do with HAP funding. So I wanted to thank the city and my fellow mayors and Big City Mayors for allowing me that opportunity. And then yesterday, it was a hot day, but an exciting day to do the groundbreaking for the new parking structure that is going to be connecting the back of Harbor and those hotels over with a pedestrian bridge over Harbor to the new entrance that's going to be the kind of landmark entrance for Disneyland Forward. It's been, I feel like, more than a decade in planning. So to actually have Disneyland Forward, to have a shovel in the ground is an exciting day. Just want to highlight, I know that this gets brought up a lot. This is not only going to be something that helps us with safety, both in the security aspect for the visitors that are coming and entering the park, as well as the families that are no longer going to have to have walking across Harbor as their option, but will have a pedestrian bridge to connect the parking structure to the park. But this is something that the Disneyland Resort is paying for on their own dime, in case there's any confusion out there. So just want to thank all of the union representatives that were out there as this project's being built with union labor, as well as the city staff, members of the business community, everyone that really has come together to make this exciting chapter in the resort history go forward. So with that, I'll turn it over to our interim city manager, Greg Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple updates tonight. First and foremost, with school back in session, so is the Anaheim Tech Scholar Program. The goal of this program is to help our high school juniors and seniors as they prepare for their next steps. The program provides free laptops or tablets to students who are ready to continue their education in college. This is a competitive program with eligibility requirements and an application. Students who are eligible can apply now through September 28th. To apply or find more information, visit anaheim.net/techscholar. Next, for those in our community who are looking for a new job, we will be hosting a career expo next month. Join us as more than 80 employers look for workers in a wide variety of industries. Job seekers can meet and network with various employers, ask about different industries and career opportunities, and maybe even get on-the-spot job interviews. The expo will be at the Anaheim Convention Center on Tuesday, September 29th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. For questions, you can email wdinfo@anaheim.net. And then finally, we all know our city has a rich history and so many things to celebrate here. One of those things is the incredible Wolke-Stoffel House. Built in 1896, we are celebrating the 130th birthday of the historic house. We'd like to invite everyone to join us next Saturday, September 5th, from 9 a.m. to noon at Founders Park. We'll celebrate 130 years of history with a treasure hunt and light refreshments. You can even meet the descendants of Peter and Mary Stoffel. who moved into the house in 1905. We hope to see you all there. And that concludes my updates.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. So we are now going to recess the City Council, Housing and Public Improvements Authority, and Housing Authority to address the Public Financing Authority consent calendar. Items number 1 and number 2 are before us. Is there a motion?
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Item number 1 is a resolution of the Board of Directors of the Anaheim Public Finance Authority amending the dates and times for regular meetings of the authority for the 2026 calendar year and rescinding resolution number APFA 2026-001. And this is rescheduling the meeting of September 15th to September 22nd. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
So bear with us as we have to go through a couple of different authorities' calendars to change a council date. So sorry, this is not the most exciting part. Without objection, we're going to adjourn the Public Financing Authority and reconvene the Housing and Public Improvement Authority to address the authority's consent agenda. Items number 3 and 4 are before us. Is there a motion?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Item 3 is a resolution of the Board of Directors of the Anaheim Housing and Public Improvements Authority amending the dates and times for the regular meetings of the authority for the 2026 calendar year and rescinding resolution number AHPIA 2026-001. And this is rescheduling a meeting of September 15th to September 22nd. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
So without objection, we will adjourn the Housing and Public Improvements Authority and reconvene the Housing Authority to address the authority's consent agenda. Items 5 through 7 are before us. Is there a motion? We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Item 6 on the consent calendar is a resolution of the Governing Board of the Anaheim Housing Authority amending the dates and times for the regular meetings of the authority for the 2026 calendar year and rescinding resolution number AHA 2026-001, rescheduling a meeting of September 15th to September 22nd. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
We're almost there. Without objection, we'll adjourn the Housing Authority and reconvene the City Council to address the City Council's consenting calendar. So items number 8 through 25 are before us. Are there any members of council who wish to remove an item on consent for further discussion? I'll start with Council Member Campos-Kurtz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to pull items 11, 21, and 22.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Meeks?
Those were the exact same ones I was going to pull.
Okay, so that's a second. Councilmember Moss?
I would like to pull item number 16.
Item number 16. Thank you. May I have a motion to pass the remainder? We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
And noting for the record that also included the removal of item number 17.
Oh, thank you.
And the vote for the remaining items is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
So the first item pulled is item number 11, pulled by Councilmember Kurtz. Would you like a staff report?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. City Manager?
Yes, our staff report will be provided by Grace Stepter, Director of our Housing and Community Development Department, and her team.
Wonderful. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tonight, we are pleased to present the first annual report of the Anaheim Local Housing Trust Fund, which will cover fiscal year 25-26. This was the year the trust fund moved from a framework to action, launching programs, investing in housing, and delivering direct assistance to Anaheim residents. As background, the City Council established the trust fund in August 2024 to give Anaheim a flexible, locally controlled way to receive and invest housing resources. That action created the framework. The funding followed in May 2025 when the city received the first $15 million Disney Forward affordable housing payment. That same month, the council adopted the program guidelines and a funding allocation plan, directing investments into 3 areas: first-time home ownership, housing stability, and housing production through the Build More Homes program. With that foundation in place, the focus of this first year has been execution. I will now turn the presentation over to Kevin Clausen, our Community Investment Manager, to highlight the year's accomplishments and provide an overview of the trust fund's revenue and expenditures.
Thank you, Grace.
The first direct assistance program launched under the trust fund was in December 2025, and it was the My Anaheim Home Program. This first citywide home ownership program in more than 15 years, the My Anaheim Home Program provides eligible households with a $50,000 deferred payment second mortgage to increase the household's down payment and buying power. Launching the program involved more than just establishing the assistance amount. Staff developed the eligibility and application requirements, underwriting and loan review procedures, loan documents, closing and funding procedures, and coordination protocols with lenders, real estate professionals, brokers, and escrow companies. The response has been significant. During the first fiscal year, we launched a dedicated interest portal that's received more than 1,200 program inquiries. We've conducted 390 individualized household assessments, assisted 164 households take preliminary steps towards completing an application. We've approved 5 applications for households who are currently shopping on the open market, and we've celebrated the first 2 new homeowners of the program. This level of program engagement required consistent community outreach, including participation at 12 council district open houses and 33 additional community outreach events. While 2 homeowners may seem like a small number, it's important to recognize that this is the very first year of the brand new program, and the infrastructure, partnerships, and pipeline established this year position the program for significantly greater activity going forward. One of the most valuable outcomes from launching the My Anaheim program has been what staff has learned about the households interested in becoming homeowners. This experience has highlighted that down payment assistance is only one piece of the home ownership equation. For the trust fund program to be effective, down payment assistance must be paired with resources and individualized support to increase home buying readiness. To address this significant need for homebuyer education and readiness, staff developed a roadmap to home buying success that outlines the key touch points and ongoing support provided to households as they prepare to successfully participate in the city's home buying programs. It starts with marketing and outreach efforts to make households who live or work in Anaheim aware of the city's home ownership programs and resources. Households are then directed to the newly launched first-time homebuyer interest list portal and resource page where they can sign up to be contacted by city staff. From there, staff conducts an in-depth financial readiness assessment to better understand each household's readiness for home ownership, including factors such as credit, savings, income, their debt, and overall mortgage readiness. Based on that assessment, staff connects households with resources that best fit their needs. For households that are ready, that may mean moving directly to the application process for programs like the My Anaheim Home Program. For households that need additional support, staff connects them with partner resources such as homebuyer counseling agencies who can help address credit, savings, debt, budget, and other barriers to mortgage readiness. The goal is to meet households where they are and provide the support and resources they need to successfully move along the path to homeownership. The launch of the My Anaheim Home Program has given staff the opportunity to leverage the new processes and tools that we've developed, including the first-time homebuyer interest list portal, to connect interested home buyers with other city home ownership program opportunities, including our density bonus for sale home opportunities. Through the entitlement process for several recent townhome developments, developers provide a portion of homes at affordable prices in exchange for development concessions and waivers. These homes create an opportunity for first-time home buyers, but connecting qualified households with those opportunities is an equally important part of the process. By building this pipeline of interested home buyers and maintaining ongoing communication with those households, staff can connect them with these opportunities as they become available. Over the past 4 years, the city has successfully supported 46 new home buyers of density bonus units, with the most recent sales demonstrating the value of this approach and the opportunity to build on the tools of the My Anaheim Home Program. The second major direct assistance program launched this fiscal year was the Stay Housed Anaheim program, which launched in April of 2026. Stay Housed Anaheim provides one-time emergency financial assistance to eligible low-income households experiencing an unexpected hardship like a job loss or a medical issue that puts them at immediate risk of housing instability, eviction, or homelessness. The program provides assistance up to $3,500, including up to $3,000 for past due rent or a security deposit, and up to $500 for past due utilities. Within the first 3 months, the program assisted 65 households with an average assistance of approximately $2,900, and we've received over 260 program inquiries. Those numbers demonstrate the need for this type of intervention and the importance of having a mechanism that can quickly respond when a household experiences a temporary financial crisis. The Housing Stability Investment Area also includes legacy eviction prevention assistance programs, including the Senior Safety Net Program and Contigo. These programs are separate from the 65 households assisted through the Stay Housed Anaheim program, but their housing-related expenditures were included in the trust fund's housing stability financial reporting. Turning now to the financial side of the annual report, this slide provides how funds were expended during the fiscal year. It's important to note that the trust fund consolidated several legacy city programs, grants, and funds dedicated to housing, so the financial report includes more than just the My Anaheim Home, Stay Housed, and Build More Home programs. In total, approximately $2.1 million was expended for programs and administration. The largest investment was a $1 million Build More Homes initiative investment for our current affordable housing development under construction on Beach Boulevard and at Lincoln Avenue, followed by approximately $370,000 in the housing stability programs, $100,000 for first-time homebuyer programs, and approximately $102,000 for administration and technology investments. It's important to emphasize that these expenditures represent the initial year of implementation. A significant portion of the trust fund remains available for future investment, including funding that has been allocated but not yet expended. The trust fund's resources extend beyond its initial capitalization. The trust fund began the fiscal year with approximately $16.7 million, inclusive of the initial $15 million Disneyland Forward affordable housing payment and other legacy federal and local funds. During fiscal year 25-26, the trust fund received an additional approximately $2.3 million, including reimbursements from the HUD Pro Housing Grant, a developer contribution associated with the middle income refinancing of 1818 Platinum Triangle, and accrued interest on the fund. The trust fund also established the separately tracked ATID Housing Fund, which accrued approximately $1.2 million, including interest. After the fiscal year's expenditures and combined ending balance of the trust fund and the separately tracked ATID Housing Fund, our current fiscal year balance is approximately $18.1 million. In addition to launching these direct assistance programs, the trust fund began making strategic investments in housing production and expanding the resources available for future investments. Under the Build More Homes initiative, the trust fund invested $1 million in gap financing for the 47-unit intergenerational affordable housing development currently under construction on Beach Boulevard in Lincoln. We also secured a $5 million REAP 2.0 grant through SCAG. This was a major accomplishment because it expands the resources available for future affordable housing investments beyond the trust fund's initial capitalization. The grant is intended to provide gap financing for eligible affordable housing developments, including future pipeline sites along Beach Boulevard and at Harbor and Karcher Way. Finally, the city established the Anaheim Tourism Improvement Housing Fund as a separately tracked and recurring source of housing revenue. The 5-member ATID Housing Committee was appointed in April 2026 and began meeting during the fiscal year to assess housing needs and begin developing potential programs. The ATID Housing Fund receives 9% of the ATID Hotel Assessment and is intended to expand workforce housing programs specifically for employees of ATID assessed facilities. It's important to note that the ATID Housing Fund is a restricted special fund within the larger Anaheim Local Housing Trust, but its programming and fund allocation are at the discretion of the ATID Housing Committee. Together, these efforts demonstrate that the trust is not only investing the resources it has today, but it's also working towards expanding the resources available for future housing investments in the future.
Thank you, Kevin. Looking ahead to fiscal year 26-27, our focus shifts from launching programs to expanding their reach, strengthening partnerships, and creating new housing opportunities. For home ownership, staff will continue helping interested households prepare to buy. We will also form new partnerships and explore shared homeownership approaches, including tenant in common and other type of models that might put homeownership within the reach of more Anaheim families. For Stay Housed, staff will continue responding quickly, helping eligible renters address a temporary hardship before it becomes a housing crisis. Under Build More, we will move forward on several fronts, completing the selection of a developer for our Harbor and Karcher Way site, preparing an RFP for scattered sites along Beach Boulevard, advancing assembly of the former Kettle Motel site at Lincoln and Euclid, and continuing revitalization efforts in the Avon Dakota neighborhood. Flexible Build More Home funds support more than construction. It gives the city the ability to plan, to assemble sites, to build partnerships, and act when opportunities arise. Together, this work advances Anaheim's goal to expand affordable workforce and homeownership options. We'd like to thank the City Council for the direction and the support that made this first year possible, and to our city staff for building these programs from the ground up with creativity, care, and persistence. A housing trust fund is ultimately measured not only by the dollars it holds, but by the doors those dollars open and the homes they help people keep. To close, we would like to share one story that brings that impact to life.
I'm Dora Reese, and I grew up in Anaheim. I went to Betsy Ross Elementary School, Ball Junior High, and graduated from Anaheim High School. I missed owning my own home. I had previously owned a home when I was married, and circumstances change when you're now single and trying to rebuild a life, and as a single mom, and life is expensive, as we know, and it just seemed so far out of reach. I almost can't believe, actually, that it has happened and that I own my own home in California now. And it's a large part to do with the assistance I received to help bridge the gap where I was a little bit short in the down payment that I wanted to put down to purchase the home. I appreciate that the city offers this program and made it possible for me to become a homeowner here in Anaheim. With this program, I think a lot of people's lives could shift from being a renter to being a homeowner with programs like this that really make an impact on individuals' lives. It's just exciting. It's exciting to know that I own a home in the city I grew up in, actually, and I have a lot of history here, and the roots go deep here, so I'll be sticking around for a while. It's kind of fun to see everybody. I feel like I had a little group of cheerleaders in here today, all excited for me, and it's nice. It's nice. It feels like community, and you know, this is a big city, but it feels like kind of a small city right now, and it feels nice.
With that, that concludes our annual trust fund report to you. We do have printed versions of the report for you, and staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz?
Thank you, Grace and team, for that presentation. Thank you for the work you've done. You've been out in the community many, many, many times. I've seen you at events talking to folks about their possibilities in Anaheim. The last video kind of says it all. Thank you for your continued work with the ATID housing. I understand that you're this close to making an announcement on how that is going to proceed. So again, thank you to you and your team for all the work. That's all I have, ma'am.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubicalva, and then Councilmember Meeks.
Grace, thank you for that presentation. It just really reinforces the commitment that this council has made to our community. So I want to just, the fact that that video really closed it for me. I do have a question, though. Have you identified any barriers or any additional support that you might need to continue to expand the program and grow it for residents of Anaheim?
Thank you for that question. And indeed, this has been quite a learning journey for us. We have learned through, I will have to say that we have committed staff that spends a lot of time with people, getting to know them, understanding their situation. And what we've learned is the importance of that learning opportunity for folks. I think there's a gap between people wanting and understanding what it takes. And the down payment assistance is certainly one of them. But more than that, it's the importance of credit, the importance of savings, the importance of not accumulating a debt that then becomes the barrier to home ownership. And so these are things that are more almost case management or that education piece has just come up as such a big need in really all of our programs, certainly in home ownership, even in the rent stabilization, choices about the units that you're renting and are they really out of your reach? Educating folks about our affordable housing program. So that people component, the need to touch folks and really engage with people, I think that's probably been the one thing that has been a bit of a surprise. It's not simply putting out a program and hoping they will come. It's really just been that hand-holding piece that I think is just, it's really gonna pay dividends. We may only have 2 today, but I think what we're really learning is we're planting seeds for people to understand, how do I get there? And that may not show up in 6 months, in a year, but I think the conversations that are having today are going to be fruitful, and they're going to show up along the way as people make these behavioral changes.
Yeah, and as we keep promoting, and I mean, because you're building something from scratch. I know I've shared this in the past, but my husband and I purchased our first home in 1999 using money from redevelopment funds. So we actually did benefit from the down payment assistance program, and it was huge back then. And then when redevelopment was eliminated, all of those resources went away. So I'm glad that we were able to bring it back to the community. The other thing I was going to ask you, or actually I'm going to highlight. I know that your team is selfless. I see the work that you guys are doing in the community. Sandra is on speed dial for me every morning. And I have to just recognize, and I did not include this in my council communications because I didn't really want to put a picture up there of the family, but thank you to you and your team, because there was a family who was homeless in Pearson Park, a mother and her 3 children, and you guys were able to get her housing. So they are housed for the next 52 weeks. And I just want to say thank you to your team for the commitment there. It was members of the community who brought it to my attention as well. And the fact that we were able to jump into action before the children went back to school. There was one school-aged young lady that is part of the family, and the mom and her kids are now housed. So thank you so much for just making sure that we're providing as much resources at all hours of the day to people who live in our city.
Councilmember Meeks, and then Councilmember Bayless.
Well, I want to thank you for the work that's gone into setting up this program. We were very excited as a council to establish this housing trust fund, to have the opportunity to house our residents and to do more. I particularly was very excited about the home ownership program. It is a passion of mine, and I get it. It's a learning curve with young people. Yeah, they should have learned that credit card interest is high in school, but maybe they didn't, and so now you're life teachers as you move forward on that. A year ago, we talked about whether or not $50,000 was enough, and I know you're still kind of, getting your feet wet on that, but I will say that I think I would be interested in changing that amount if you think that's not the right amount. I mean, housing is very expensive, and I know it's very difficult to get into housing. That might need to be a little bit bigger bridge.
We were, in this first year, we were deliberately looking for that because we did hear you, and I think it was certainly you vocalized it, but I think you weren't the only one who kind of said 50,000 for, and so one of the things that we did learn was that there's some difficulty working with financial institutions because we're not giving this as a grant, we're giving this as a loan. Right. So banks are seeing our assistance as additional obligation for folks. So we started the 50,000 with a 3% payback provision, and we had many financial institutions say, sorry, but we can't work with you. And so we talked, I'll think Monica and Destiny Herbert, they talked to a lot of institutions that said, okay, what do we do to open the doors for more banking? And they said, well, maybe if you lowered the interest, and so we did along the way to 1%. And so we're in it, when we're giving more money, we're also talking to the banks about, does this then create an issue on your side where you're believing that there's too much financial debt on it because we're not giving it as a grant? And the trade-off there is, if you grant it, it doesn't come back in the future to be recycled for somebody else.
No,
So-
I think the loan, and they don't have to pay that back until they sell the property or refinance or something like that. So it's not a burden as a payment for them to get into housing, but that sets a problem
And
with the lenders.
the ATID fund, I think we're going to explore that as well and maybe see, does one open more than the other? You know, are there places where if you earn less, you get 100,000? Maybe if you're a higher earner, so these are all of the things that we are discussing and are open to changing, because we don't want the money to stay here. We want the money to be out there with families.
We want the money out there getting homes for people. And that last video was, you know, everything I wanted this program to be, especially seeing that they bought a home in one of our existing neighborhoods. And I think bringing home ownership and that pride of ownership to a lot of our neighborhoods, increasing that is really important and pays extra dividends than just for that individual that gets the home. Can we go to slide 7? Yes, I wanted to clarify something here because we'll have a discussion later about pro-housing. This is not that pro-housing. So, and I know I talked to you about it, like, okay, what are we spending on $500,000 on the pro-housing grant, Livability Lab? And so that, in this case, stands for Pathways to Removing Obstacles to Housing. And so maybe, I mean, that's like...
That's correct. It was a grant that we received in 2024. It's the first time HUD had put it out, and it is money that is afforded to jurisdictions to study what barriers are there to affordable housing, workforce housing, and so we do have two staff persons who have been looking at different financing models, have worked on some occasions with our planning team on just looking at land uses, and that's what that's about.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that was clear. That's all I had.
Thank you. Councilmember Bayless, and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. So Grace, I'll give you a giant thank you as well, not only for this, but also for the Public Housing Agency Plan. I know that there's a lot of moving pieces with both of them, and your staff is doing a fantastic job trying to figure out a way to implement all the policies that's there, and I know you've got to be...
And thank you for reading 600 pages.
You're welcome. I'll make this semi-quick. I do have 2 questions. First off, I remember last year, I think we had allocated, what was it, $4.5 million roughly to be invested. And so I see the investment on that as $581,753, and I was just wondering if you could verify that number for me. Is that right? And more importantly, I guess what I'm looking for, is that on the 4.5, or is that on the whole entire amount?
Could you repeat that for us? Just I want to make sure that I'm answering it.
So what I remember from last year when we talked about this, we had put a portion of the fees to be used, or not fees, we put a portion of the donation to be used later for
we
interest.
established a reserve, yes. That it didn't go into, we brought forth 3 spending areas, and there was a desire to just leave something in reserve, and it was about 4.5 to be determined later as to where it would go.
Okay, so let's say 4.5. So would I be correct in to say that over 1 year, we earned, this is roughly almost 10%, $581,735 off only the 4.5 million?
It's on the full balance.
I'm sorry?
It's on the full balance, everything that's in there. which would, it's the.
So it's not just the invested port of
Yes,
4.5,
yes,
it's on the entire,
all of it. Yes.
whatever's unspent at this point. Okay. Second question and last one I have is, I read a lot of spreadsheets, and I got down to the bottom. I took your allocated and expended, and I see your remaining, but when I subtract the two, I don't get 18,157,000. I get roughly 17. Apologize. My calculator's not on, but I remember it was 17,000 something, and I was just curious what the difference. So on page number 6 of our report here, we've got total funds allocated 19,730,000, expended 2.1 million, remaining 18.1, and when I did the math, I came up with 17, a high 17. Am I just missing something that's not in there?
No, that's a good question, and we purposely for the presentation tried to separate the two tables because we realized that it did create a little bit of confusion. So what's shown on the screen currently is what was in the 24-25 beginning available funds, and then what was accrued, which was the $2.3 million for the main trust, and then the 1.2 million for the ATID, which gave us a total available funds of the $20.3 million minus what our expenditures were, which was the 2.1, and that got us to the 18.1.
So you're saying, so what, you got 2277, 2120. Okay. So you're not taking you're taking from fiscal year top 20, let's call it 20.2 million as the available funds, not what was allocated in 24-25 at the end of that year, 19.7.
Correct.
Right. Thank you.
We'll try to clarify that in future years' reports.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have any questions, Grace. Just wanted to take the opportunity to echo my colleagues in thanking you and your team. I know many of them are out in the audience, and we're very much appreciative of all of you. I think we all have similar stories to what my colleague shared of a family that needs assistance in an emergency, and you guys are there, and the selfless way that you go and you go above and beyond to try to help these families, to make sure that you have the information, to kind of keeping them on track to make sure that they're doing what they need to be doing, especially when we're able to help them out. I just wanted to make that point and just highlight the fact that we're in this position where we can offer these resources at a time where cities, not just across our region, across the country, are looking at cutting their budgets and cutting the services they provide to their residents. The fact that we can be in this position to assist our residents and offer this resource to them, I think is outstanding. And so again, to all of you, thank you for everything that you do. Grace and your team, Andy, Sandy, Kevin, everybody. We're really very much grateful for all that you do, and everybody that helped build this, that continues to improve on a daily basis. I would say, I'd also echo to keep us posted in terms of if there's something that you need from our team to be able to either expand this, to improve it, to ultimately be able to provide these resources and services to our community. So thank you all again.
Councilmember Rubalcaba?
Thank you. I just had a couple other kind of comments and questions, but one of the things, and you may already do this, I think it would be helpful when we are expanding beyond the two, but just that people are aware that the deferred interest compounds over time, because that could be debilitating for a family once they think their home is paid off and then it's not, because they could pay interest over time to minimize their burden. So that would just be something to include. And then I'd be interested at some point in exploring a forgiveness for some of these loans, or for these loans, or even if it was just a gift. I don't know if the benefit of us, having them have to pay back the burden of just having that extra second on their property, if it's a benefit to the city. I mean, I don't know how much, the revenue that we're generating doesn't appear to be significant enough over time. So that's just something to explore as a council at some point. I know the skin in the game is a big thing, but perhaps we limit it to when they sell the property, then it comes back, so that it's, it still stays
within the city, but I worry about the interest loans for some of these families as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz?
Thank you. I have a question on the commitment for the second $15 million payment from Disney. I can't remember, when is that going to be due?
2029 is what we believe. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much to the team for this wonderful presentation, and I look forward to a year from now, even more good news. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to item number 16. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, thank you. Councilmember, would you please move the item?
I'd like to move the item.
Please vote. Oh, no.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. So the next item that was pulled by Councilmember Moss is item number 16. Would you like a staff report?
Yes, please.
Mr. City Manager?
Yes, staff report will be provided by Shawnee Larson-Cash and her team, as well as Public Works and Rudy Amami and his team.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. It is my pleasure to present the River Park item before you. I'm joined tonight by Rudy Amami, our Director of Public Works, and JJ Jimenez, our Community Services Parks Manager, as well as Raul Garcia, our Construction Services Manager. The future River Park is approximately 3 acres in size and is located off of Orangewood Avenue between the Angel Stadium parking lot and the Santa Ana River Trail in District 5. River Park will be the city's 69th park. The item before you is a consideration to award a contract with Urban Habitat for the construction of River Park. After a thorough review of the 12 bids received, Urban Habitat was deemed to be the lowest responsible bidder in the amount of $4.45 million, which is lower than the engineer's probable cost of $4.6 million. The construction of this park is fully funded by grants received from the National Park Service's Land and Water Conservation Fund, the State Coastal Conservancy, Rivers and Mountains Conservancy, and Natural Resources Agency's Environmental Enhancement and Mitigation Program. Construction is expected to begin this fall, and the park is anticipated to open in the summer of 2027. River Park will kick off the implementation of the OC Riverwalk project. When completed, the OC Riverwalk will transform 2 miles of the Santa Ana River corridor between Orangewood Avenue and Anaheim Coves into an iconic recreational destination with new parks, plazas, water access, public art, trails, and more. River Park marks the official first phase of the transformative OC Riverwalk. Adjacent to OC Riverwalk, OC Vibe will develop open space, including Meadow Park, which will begin construction later next year. Both parks are expected to be enjoyed by visitors during the 2028 Olympics. Community Services staff worked with residents to develop a vision for this park. During the input process, residents expressed the importance of the site along the river and included in their park design elements reflecting the Native ancestry. The final design and park theme depicts and honors Native life along the river. Improvements will include a welcoming gateway with a new monument sign, the first ever sundial in a city park, a natural walking trail with footbridges for crossing over small bioswales, a designated exercise zone, a new playground with adjacent shaded picnic seating, security lighting throughout the park, and as shown on this slide, River Park will be filled with native trees and shrubs which have been selected for their horticultural value and traditional use by native tribes in the area. All the trees that exist on site today, many of which are native to California, will be protected and will remain in place, offering immediate heat relief when the park opens. In addition to the amenities mentioned, the park incorporates several public art elements that celebrate its history and highlights the indigenous life and connection to the river. These include colorful interpretive panels that share stories about the area's native flora and fauna, as well as an interactive canoe representing one of the traditional modes of transportation used by indigenous communities. Another unique feature is a poem written by our own Anaheim Poet Laureate, Camille Hernandez. The poem will be integrated into the ground surface of the colorful pathway that stretches across the entire length of the park, allowing visitors to experience it as they walk in either direction. Like a river that flows and shifts, this palindrome poem offers different perspectives on time, memory, and community. We are especially excited about this one-of-a-kind addition to the park. Finally, a large colorful concrete word sculpture will serve as a focal point along the trail and invite visitors to do one simple thing, which is to play. The new playground was designed to maximize play value and reflect the natural colors of the environment. It will feature built-in shade, swings for all ages and abilities, multiple slides, musical elements, a zip line, individual and group spinning components, and much more. This is a view of the site as it stands today. And here is the designer's rendering of the park once it is completed. We are excited about what's to come and are looking forward to having the community enjoy their new park. So that concludes our presentation. At this time, we are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Councilmember Moss.
Thank you. I don't have any questions, just comments that we use the word transformative a lot, but this space has truly been transformed. I hope once it's finished, we can have a before and after to show what it was like when the encampments were there and people were scared to ride their bikes in the area, to now, where we're celebrating and a place to connect. The fact that it's fully funded by grants is really extraordinary, so kudos to the team that worked on identifying those. And then I was happy to see that the playground will be shaded, because that's really important aspect for our kiddos and their parents. And then I just very excited to hear that there's gonna be a swing set for all abilities. So thank you to your team. We're excited.
Thank you. Councilmember Meeks?
Can you, I mean, it's the bike trails right there too, right? Because the existing picture showed the bike trail, and now it's this. Will there be separation? Because some of the bicycles are going very fast, and you've got the playground right there. I mean, how are we going to manage that?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Meeks. I believe that you're referring to the Santa Ana Regional Bike Trail, which already has actually been relocated outside of the River Park project area.
Okay.
And so we are keeping the prior path, and we're repurposing that, and that's where the poem that Shawnee referred to will be included. But also, it's going to be used as just a pedestrian accessibility component.
Okay. All right. No, that's great. I mean, I'm not riding that fast, but some people are.
Councilmember Kurtz, and then Councilmember Bayless.
Thank you. Echoing Councilmember Moss, this is a phenomenal project, and I'm really excited about seeing it and comparing before and after. One question I have, and that is accessing the park. How do we access it?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Campos-Kurtz. The most public entry will be off of Orangewood. So the site actually goes all the way and borders up to the public sidewalk on Orangewood. In the future, or actually as well, you could come off of the already mentioned Santa Ana Regional Bike Trail. So from the north side of the park, there is a spur that can go into that space that will keep those gates open. But so if you're riding your bicycle, you can come off the north or the south. If you're just walking to this space, then off of Orangewood.
So there's no parking associated with it?
That is correct. During the community input process, there was a lot of discussions about whether or not parking should be included. Ultimately, the community decided, and we received the task of maximizing green space and facilitating other ways for this park to be walked to.
So in the future, once OC Vibe is built out and Meadow Park is in place and people are going to that and parking in one of the several parking structures, they'd have access, they'd be able to walk through to River Park?
So regarding the parking, there's a couple of issues. On the street, Orangewood, there are additional driveways, and if the Public Works team wants to jump in, feel free. But there were some obstacles that prevented adding a parking lot with additional parkways. But what we have done is we have pre-planned for potential if there was ever to be development included on the other side of the fence, meaning in the Angel Stadium parking lot. So we do have an access gate there so that we could plan for that in the future in conjunction with the Angels.
This will connect to Riverwalk eventually, and you'll be able to access from Arctic and all that, correct?
It will, and I mean, the goal at the end of the day is to deliver a park early. We are master planning the area to bring a lot of residential units to there, and this is more of a community-sized park. The parking will eventually come, and in future discussions with the Angels and the development of that site, we'll all interact and connect to, and the fact that we're bringing the park first really enhances and enforces any future development that's going to be planned for that property to really take advantage and face and incorporate that park into it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubicalva?
Thank you. I just, only a comment. I just wanted to thank you guys for incorporating the indigenous culture and elements that you have into this park. I know it's really important to many of the people who live in my district. So thank you for always listening to the feedback that you're getting, especially since it's on the riverbed and it does have.
Thank you. So with no further comments, would you like to move? Oh, sorry, Councilmember Bayless.
I'll make it quick. This is probably the last time I'm going to be able to say this, but I can remember from my days on the Parks Commission that this is something that we definitely looked at. And I know it was, the design here was to forward build for development coming on in the future. And I'll just say, I think it's a pretty well-designed park. I know it's going to get a lot of use in the future, and I'm looking forward to opening the 69th park in Anaheim, so thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Would you like to make
a motion to move?
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
The next item pulled was by Councilmember Kurtz, item number 21. Would you like a staff report?
Actually, I'll defer to Councilmember Meeks, who was also going to pull the item.
All right. Would either of you like a staff report?
I think we should start with a staff report, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. City Manager.
Yes, staff report will be provided by our planning director, Heather Allen, with assistance from our housing and community development director, Grace Stepter.
Good evening and thank you. Joining me this evening are Director Grace Stepter with Housing and Community Development, Andy Nogal, Housing and Community Development Deputy Director, and Christine Nguyen, Senior Planner. So tonight, staff is requesting authorization to submit an application to the California Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD, for participation in the State Pro Housing Designation Program, also referred to as the PDP. This item was originally scheduled for City Council consideration on June 9th and June 23rd. However, at staff's request, this item was removed from those agendas to ensure additional time for public review prior to City Council consideration of this item. If approved by the City Council and granted by HCD, the pro-housing designation remains valid for 3 years from the first day of January that follows the date of the designation. The pro-housing designation program was established by the state and is administered by HCD to encourage local jurisdictions to adopt and implement policies that support housing production, affordability, and accessibility. Jurisdictions that receive a pro-housing designation become more competitive for state funding opportunities related to affordable housing and infrastructure. To qualify, cities must have an HCD certified housing element, remain current on our annual progress report submissions, comply with state housing laws, and demonstrate qualifying housing policies and programs through a scoring system. A minimum score of 30 points is required for the designation. Based on staff self-scoring analysis, Anaheim is projected to receive approximately 61 points, which is well above the 30-point threshold required for designation. Importantly, this application relies on policies and programs that are already in place, including housing element implementation programs and affordable housing financing tools. No new policies, zoning changes, or amendments are proposed as part of this request. The primary benefit of obtaining a pro-housing designation is increased competitiveness for state funding opportunities. The designation would strengthen Anaheim's ability to pursue funding that supports affordable housing production, housing-related infrastructure, infill development near transit and employment centers, and planning efforts that accelerate housing production. In addition, obtaining the pro-housing designation would have future funding implication related to the city's eligibility for the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program funds, commonly known as HAP. Since the program's inception in 2019, HAP has been Anaheim's largest ongoing flexible state homeless funding source, supporting shelter operations, outreach, housing navigation, prevention, rapid rehousing, permanent housing activities, and system coordination, where the city has received approximately $37.7 million over the past 6 years. Under the revised HAP funding guidelines, the 14 largest cities, which include Anaheim and the 11 counties they are located in, must have obtained or will obtain within 12 months of the first half of disbursement the pro-housing designation to remain eligible for future funding. Accordingly, if the city does not pursue or obtain the pro-housing designation, the city would be ineligible for HAP Round 7 funding, currently allocated at $6.7 million, thereby reducing the amount of state homelessness funding that would be available to the city. In terms of outreach, staff maintained a project webpage with application materials and supporting documentation and distributed notifications to subscribers of the housing element and environmental justice element, a notification list. HCD requires the application to be available for public review for at least 30 days prior to submittal, which concluded on June 11th. Although the formal public review period ended on June 11th, the city continued to accept public comments thereafter. Public correspondence received until the preparation of tonight's agenda have been included in the agenda materials, and additional comments received by the city clerk's office have since been provided to the council. Staff would like to note that in response to the public comments received, the proposed resolution authorizing the city to submit its pro-housing application to HCD has been revised. The revised language now makes clear that the city will continue to exercise its authority and carry out its responsibilities related to public health and safety, infrastructure, emergency access, and public property, while also complying with applicable housing laws and avoiding local actions that could inhibit or constrain housing production as required by the pro-housing guidelines. Staff believes, based on our existing programs and policies, that Anaheim is strongly positioned to obtain a pro-housing designation, and that applying for this designation presents an opportunity to leverage the important work already completed by the city while improving competitiveness for future housing and infrastructure funding opportunities that could benefit the community. As I mentioned, no new policies, zoning changes, or amendments are proposed or required as part of this application. Furthermore, staff believes that participation does not impose requirements on the city or otherwise restrict local authority beyond current provisions of state law. The authorization is for the application as proposed with the existing housing element policies implementation programs, and affordable housing financing tools adopted by the council. In the event that during the department's review of the application or of any program documents that may be provided to us subsequently, if it is determined that additional implementation policies or programs are required, we would return to council for further direction. Staff therefore recommends that the City Council adopt the resolution authorizing submittal of the application, and this concludes our presentation, and we're available for any questions.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to my two council colleagues for
I'll
questions.
go ahead and start. Well, first, I want to thank the people that came out and spoke about this, or that wrote and gave us their, opinions or feelings on this. I 100% agree that the state should not be taking away our local authority, and that, yes, we can be pro-housing, and I would like to be a pro-housing on our terms, not their terms. I don't support the housing mandates, our housing requirements that they've imposed on us, that we can't require parking that serves our neighborhoods and causes problems when we can't enforce that. Increased density, overcrowding. I mean, there's lots of things the state is doing to us that I don't agree with. But there's things that we are doing as a city that I do agree with, like we just talked about our housing trust fund. We are pro-housing. We just want to do it right for our city. If we don't do this, we lose millions of dollars in funding, and especially our homeless funding, which will have extreme negative impacts on our neighborhoods if we can't continue to keep our shelters open, we can't continue to keep those programs open for addressing our homeless issues throughout the city. So I'm going to support this, but I don't want it to tie our hands in any way, and I've added some language on this revised draft in paragraph 6, any place, because it talked about future actions that we may take, and it says, notwithstanding its authority, our authority and responsibility to protect public health, safety, maintain public facilities and infrastructure, ensure emergency access, and manage public property consistent with applicable constitutional, statutory, and regulatory requirements, because I suppose we should comply with the law. But we also have language in paragraphs 3 and 5 that refers to actions the city may take in the future, and I want to make sure we take that language from paragraph 6 and include it in paragraphs 3 and 5 so that it's very clear that any action that we take in the future, we have this authority. We maintain this right to make sure that we are protecting public health, safety, our facilities, emergency access, and all those other things, and we're not giving any of that away. So that would be my recommendation, and we talked a little bit about, I think you have a revised draft, so that we could move this forward tonight if we want to do that. But that's where I am on this. I understand. We might as well get credit for all the great work we're doing. We got 60 points, right? So why would we not take credit for the great work that we're doing towards housing? But I don't want to tie our hands in any future action that we would need to take. So.
Yeah, just point of clarification on this.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to confirm, you're talking about the resolution?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I also agree with what some of the speakers said. As a matter of fact, just last week, I had a meeting in a neighborhood in District 4 trying to find a solution for parking. Nothing is more devastating to a neighborhood than to have an apartment owner take away existing parking spaces, build more apartments with no parking, taking away parking, adding 2 residents with no parking, and nothing we can do about it right now. So am I annoyed with the state and its laws? Absolutely. And as Councilmember Bayless mentioned earlier today, we need to communicate with our state legislators our concerns about all their activities in Sacramento. Having said that, and voiced my frustration around that, I have a couple of questions. You said this is valid for 3 years. With the added language that Councilmember Meeks is suggesting, and I fully support it, would that allow us, if something changed that we wanted to do, or if the state comes up with some brand-new law that we simply cannot agree to, would we be able to back out?
Yes, I think you could certainly withdraw at any time. Similarly, if the state felt that we were not in compliance, they would discuss that with us as well. But certainly the council has up to 3 years with this designation, and if a new law came out and you said absolutely not, bridge too far, then we could certainly come back and act accordingly.
Okay. I have another question. The items that we have to check off, that we have to meet 30, and we feel we do 60 of them, not for now, but just out of for my own information, curiosity, can somebody send me a list of those things so that I'll know what we're doing? So as I talk to state legislators or their staffs, I'd like to point those things out.
Absolutely.
Thank you. That's it for now.
Councilmember Rubalcaba and then Councilmember Bayless.
So I have a couple of questions. I'm very in favor of developing housing that makes sense for our communities, and District 3 is very densely populated already. So I do have concerns about just giving up any local control over where and how we're developing. So I'm going to have a few questions, so just bear with me for a minute. Where is the policy from the state that says if we're not part of this pro-housing designation, we will not be eligible for HAP funds? Or is that just like a unsaid thing?
So that became effective this year. It's AB 17D9. I'm happy to forward that to you. It is a requirement. We do get a 12-month grace period, but they are absolute in that's a requirement.
So are there any cities who will no longer be eligible because they're not meeting their expectations? And in that case, will we be eligible for more of the funds that are not being used by these other cities? Because we are by far killing it on the housing development side where other cities are not doing their fair share.
I don't know about all 13, but we are in the region with Orange County, and so we split our money with Santa Ana, Irvine, and the county. Santa Ana does have a pro-housing designation, so they are likely to retain their piece. Irvine, is my understanding, is not yet applied for pro-housing. They will be in a similar boat. There's a secondary piece to that, which is now you also have to match the dollars that are being given to you to HHAP, so that may be another way, but my inclination would be that if we would be eligible for money that was allotted to Orange County, should hypothetically, like in Irvine, not meet the newer qualifications.
And is it a possibility that developers could weaponize this designation to develop in our city properties that are not good for our communities? So that is a concern for me. We've had several developments that came forward in Anaheim Hills and in my district that just were not meeting, the health and safety of the community, but then they try to use a state mandate against us. So I'm curious to know, are we signing away our ability to protect our city and allowing developers to come in and build things that are not good for our community?
No, thank you for the question. So it doesn't change anything that is in place today. So certainly there are state laws that developers can take advantage of. Certainly, also, there is discretion that the council has within existing state law. So that landscape does not change by the adoption of this resolution.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. In regards to the 3-year term, I'm curious, is it up to us then to reapply, or is this a program, this pilot program where they're going to change it in 3 years, or I'm just curious?
I would expect that there would be a new program at some point. I don't know. So obviously this current program has been in existence since 2019, and it has changed in the application cycles. So there could very well be another application cycle that would be the one that we would apply to in 3 years. We'll see what that landscape is at that time.
So we've already kind of taken the bite with the housing element plan that's there. My question, does this application take us anywhere beyond the housing element plan that we've already approved?
No, it doesn't add any more sites. It doesn't change any policies, programs. Anything that is not yet adopted is an existing program that we had committed to adopting, but there is no new program or policy that this application proposes.
Thank you. And I'll just ask one more time. Do you see this as giving up any more additional local control that we already haven't, say, relinquished outside of the housing element plan?
We do not. And again, if something comes back in the process that is that ask, which all indication is it is not advancing anything beyond state law, we would come back to council for your direction.
All right. Let me just say, first off, I'm happy to support the same language that Councilmember Meeks brought forward. I think ultimately in the end here, I'm going to vote in favor of the pro-housing designation item. But I got to be honest, I'm a little disappointed, that Anaheim has to jump through all these administrative hoops to prove that we are pro-housing. We've demonstrated our commitment to housing for years. We've been a leader in the region in housing. We've approved the housing element, which makes us compliant with the state. We've worked to make it easier to build. We've made it pretty clear, that we want responsible development here in Anaheim. With that said, I'd also like to recognize, that this designation can help us facilitate a little more development in the city, particularly along Beach Boulevard corridor. I know it can help keep the door open for additional funding opportunities, and frankly, we can't afford to risk losing, more than, $5 million a year for the funding that Anaheim receives through HAP. So I guess what I'd like to say is, while I might not love having to check another box for the state, I do understand sometimes you got to play ball to make sure we keep the resources available and eligible for additional funding down the road. And so if it helps us do that, then I'm all for it. So thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Mayor Pro Tem Leon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to my colleagues for asking their questions. I just wanted to say thank you to staff, and thank Heather and Grace in particular for taking the time, briefing me on this item, answering my questions. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Maas.
Thank you. A couple quick questions. There were a lot of comments made this evening. One of them was that this eliminates parking requirements. Is that the case?
No, that's not the case. So I think, if I may, just a lot of the comments, so there was a laundry list of things that we could score against, and so we took those things that were existing. So I think a lot of the comments pertain to the things that we could also add, but we didn't add those. So our parking requirements do not change. They are consistent or above state law, and then when density bonus or other affordable programs require, we're compelled to do that, but we don't have a regulatory rate that is below state law at this point.
Thank you. And does it limit our ability to solve problems, would you say?
It does not.
And does this require us to treat all areas of Anaheim the same, regardless of any safety concerns?
It does not.
Thank you. I do support this with the language that Councilmember Meeks proposed.
Thank you. And thank you. I think most of my questions have been asked, but I just wanted to clarify. So when people rightfully so get concerned about things like builder's remedy with the Deer Canyon project or density bonuses that really hamstring parking, those aren't Anaheim policies, correct?
Correct. Those are coming from state law.
And now that we have our housing element passed, we should not have any new projects where they can avail themselves of builder's remedy?
That's correct.
And I wanted to, just to follow up on Councilmember Meeks's point. When we're looking at item number 3 in the resolution, just for example, when it says that we won't take any other local actions that may or do inhibit housing production, would our development and passage of the wildfire plan that kind of sets up guardrails for housing, would that be considered in any way a policy that would inhibit or stop production of housing? Or how are we going to navigate that?
So I would say it's actually encouraged also by state law. So having the wildfire evacuation threshold is something that state law on the environmental side also encourages cities to adopt, right? The Attorney General Bonta has been vocal in his opinion of a numeric threshold with respect to evacuation. So I think actually, to the contrary, having that threshold gives us the objective standards as a city council to make those decisions, balancing housing with circulation versus hazards. So I think by adding this language, it provides that we acknowledge that there are, as a general plan, right, we have multiple elements and they all have to be consistent. So one does not necessarily outweigh the other. So we still can support housing, recognizing the council also has other, I won't say competing, but other balancing tests that they need to consider.
So if we deny a project because it doesn't meet our wildfire evacuation threshold, and the state, because I feel like they're both untested, so let's say the state doesn't agree, then what is the recourse for the state to use this as more of a weapon than a tool?
Certainly. So I think the state law discusses kind of a process as with just other application of housing law, right, where the state would advise the city of their opinion of our actions, right, and it gives us the opportunity to advise the state of our opinion of our actions. There's not a bright line, as you mentioned, it is untested. We do see housing law, including the 7-cycle RHNA, to be recognizing that wildfire is a constraint to development. So I think the state law is recognizing other things in addition to housing moving forward. You're correct, it is untested, but I think there would be a process where we could discuss the difference of opinion and it wouldn't immediately take a designation away. Also, funding guidelines, I think, would specify what happens or doesn't happen if the city were to lose the designation. But I think it gives us the opportunity to explain our decision and how that is maybe also true with respect to state law.
Thank you. I agree that, with some of the comments made about the importance of retaining local control. I'm now even more motivated to make sure we have a wildfire evacuation threshold that gives us another tool in our toolbox to make sure that any future development that we are doing in our wildfire areas is thoughtful and safe. As we realize that wildfires are now becoming a 12-month a year, not wildfire season. And whether I disagree with kind of dangling you're going to lose HAP if you don't do this. dangling that carrot in front of us. I think just given our city's history, the history we just talked about with River Park, the thought of losing the HAP funding is just something that we can't go backwards and have people from our shelters back into our parks, back into our streets in all 6 districts. So while I don't necessarily agree with the path that we're taking, I think it's just one of the realities. And thank you for also for confirming that we don't have to start any new programs, and that we are not gonna. It's not gonna put any extra burdens more than we already have to do. We're just basically agreeing that we're gonna follow state law, which is what we are doing now, anyways. So, Councilmember Kurtz and then Councilmember Meeks.
I just have one more question. It's more out of curiosity than anything. If the law existed today and we were not a pro-housing city and they took away our HAP money, how much would they have taken away today?
So the amount that we anticipate for round 7 is $6.7 million.
To our city?
Our city.
And what would that be used for primarily?
Right now, primarily, we are using it to support the Anaheim Emergency Shelter that is operated by Salvation Army. Historically, we've also used it for our community care response team and for other transitional type of work, all related to homelessness.
Thank you.
I just want to clarify a question that the mayor had. So if we take an action that the state believes isn't consistent with this designation, the recourse that they have is to discontinue our designation, correct?
I think it would not be immediate, right? They, as the state has done in other things that they.
Right, but after they went through a review and we went back and
Correct.
forth and all that, I mean, that's their recourse, is that
Is to
they would
take
take
it away.
away our designation. So we wouldn't be worse off than, we would, if we didn't adopt this, we
Right,
would
the
at least.
penalty would be losing the designation.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that. Thank you.
We don't see any other questions, so if we have a motion with council members meet.
And I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
A resolution, the City Council of the City of Anaheim authorizing the application to and participating in the pro-housing designation program through the California Department of Housing and Community Development. And for the record, noting what the changes are under the recital where it says, now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Anaheim as it follows. Recital number 3, revising the sentence to read, applicant acknowledges and confirms that it will continue to comply with the applicable housing laws and to refrain from enacting laws and developing policies or to take other local governmental actions that may or do not inhibit or constrain housing productions, and including the language notwithstanding its authority and responsibility to protect public health and safety and maintain public facilities and infrastructure, ensure emergency access, and manage public property consistent with applicable constitutional, statutory, and regulatory requirements. And this is also applicable to recital number 5, reading the sentence. Applicant acknowledges and agrees that it shall be the subject of the application to the terms and conditions specified in the programs, documents, program regulations, and any and all applicable law, and including the language notwithstanding its authority and responsibility to protect in public health, safety, maintain public facilities, infrastructure, and ensure emergency access, and manage public property consistent with applicable constitutional, statutory, and regulatory requirements. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Item that was pulled by Councilmember Kurtz is item number 22. Would you like a staff report?
Yes, ma'am, I would.
Turn it over to to City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. This staff report will be led by Ted White, our Deputy City Manager, with assistance from Steve Mattis, our outside counsel, and Rudy Amami. And I thought Leonie was going to be there, but I guess not.
Good evening, mayors and council. Ted White, Deputy City Manager, with the team already introduced with us. Tonight's item is a series of actions related to the continued implementation of the OC Vibe Mixed Use Project and its development agreement. OC Vibe is a major mixed-use development centered around the Honda Center and Arctic, envisioned as a lifestyle, entertainment, and residential neighborhood within the Platinum Triangle. The City Council approved the original OC Vibe development agreement in October of 2022. This agreement establishes the framework for implementing the project over time. Importantly, for tonight's discussion, Section 20.6 of the development agreement provides a mechanism called an operating memorandum. An operating memorandum allows the city and the owner to clarify or modify the development agreement when those changes do not increase the project's density or intensity in a way that creates new significant environmental impacts, change permitted uses inappropriately, increase the overall amount of development, or reduce improvement and construction standards. An operating memorandum can be approved by the city manager, or the city manager can refer the operating memorandum to City Council for consideration, which is the case that we're here tonight. There have been already 2 operating memorandums approved by the city manager. The first addressed the sequencing of land exchanges, and the second addressed utility easements needed for project infrastructure. Since the approval of those, the city has also approved final site plans for Parking Deck A, the South Plaza, and the first residential phase. Those approvals require a number of additional clarifications to the development agreement, which are being addressed in the operating memoranda before you tonight. So there are 3 items before council tonight. The first, council is being asked to determine that the city-owned properties involved in the proposed minor land exchange qualify as exempt surplus land. These exchanges support several important components of the project, including the Honda Center South Apron improvements, the Catella pedestrian bridge, the Arctic parking garage, and the future of a potential immersive digital museum. The properties being exchanged are approximately equivalent in size, use, and character, with a modest increase in the square footage flowing to the city. Second, council is being asked to approve operating memorandum number 3. There are 16 amendments in total, but I'd like to highlight just a few that are most relevant from a project implementation perspective. The memorandum increases the minimum shared parking requirements for the project by more than 1,000 spaces to 9,000 spaces, which is consistent with the approved final site plans. The memorandum also establishes the framework for the Lot A and Lot B land exchange. The city would receive Lot or Deck A and the associated pedestrian bridge, while Lot B would be conveyed to the owner, subject to a city reversionary interest. In connection with that exchange, the owner would be required to obtain project entitlements for a 100,000 square foot immersive digital museum by December 31st, 2027, and complete the construction within 5 years following by December of 2032. To note, the memorandum includes language that would require the way that it's currently worded, the memorandum includes language that would require the applicant to obtain building permits by the end of December 2027. However, the applicant today submitted a letter requesting that timeframe be removed and really the feeling that it would be unrealistic to actually get building permits pulled by the end of next year. However, the requirement for them to obtain the land use entitlement by the end of 2027 would remain, and the final deadline for construction of the immersive museum would also remain. In the event that the owner does not meet these requirements, Lot B would revert back to the city, while the city would also retain ownership of Lot A. So it's a good deal. There are also updates and clarifications to the operating memorandum related to the timing of Meadow Park, the $5 million off-site park contribution fee, potential use of ATID transportation funds for the pedestrian bridge, maintenance responsibilities, phasing, and the approval of final site plans. All of these are fairly minor cleanup items and or to the favor of the city. Finally, council is being asked to approve the CFD 08 acquisition agreement. This provides for the mechanism for the city to acquire eligible public roads, utility improvements, and other public infrastructure constructed by the developer, with reimbursement not to exceed the owner's share of the CFD 0801 bond capacity. This slide is just a helpful visual to show the subject areas of the minor land exchanges, including the substantive exchange of Lot B, currently a parking lot with 221 parking spaces located south of the Arctic, with Lot or Deck A, a larger parcel that is currently under construction with an 1,840 space parking garage serving Arctic, Meadow Park, and OC Vibe. Lot B is where the proposed immersive museum would be located. Tonight's actions implement the development agreement and put the necessary land, infrastructure, and financing mechanisms in place for the next phases of OC Vibe. Council did hear comments tonight from a representative of the High Speed Rail Authority. Although the immersive museum may affect the preferred design of the High Speed Rail Authority, staff is quite confident that we can work with the authority to collaboratively find design solutions that will continue to see Anaheim as a viable southern terminus for high-speed rail. And we will continue to collaborate with both OC Vibe and High Speed Rail on future solutions as high-speed rail continues to move forward. Staff recommends approval of this item, including the proposed modification to Section 6 of the operating memorandum that would remove the requirement to obtain building permits and commence construction of the immersive museum by December 31st, 2027. With that, that concludes my presentation, and the team is available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to Councilmember Kurtz.
And I'll just start with a couple of questions and let my fellow council members chime in. Want to make sure we understand. Lot B, which we now own, the city now owns, has 221 parking spaces that we're giving up with 99, almost 100,000 square feet. Lot Deck A is 142,000, thereabouts, square feet. And how many parking spaces?
There's a parking structure with 1,840 parking spaces is currently under construction on that property.
So we're getting a lot more than we're giving up.
We're getting both land area as well as more land area as well as more parking spaces, yes.
And did I hear you right? If it doesn't go through, the deal falls apart, we get Lot B back, and we keep the offered Deck A?
That is correct.
That is amazing.
That is correct. The agreement has a reversionary interest in favor of the city. So if OC Vibe does not complete construction of the immersive museum roughly by 2032, then the land would Lot B would revert back to the city. The city would retain ownership of the land and would be able to keep Lot A and the parking improvements and the parking structure.
Sounds like a good deal that the city has negotiated. Thank you. That's all I have for now.
Thank you. I have a question, just in the amendments we're doing to section paragraph 6. Why are we removing the requirements to pull building permits before the end of 2027 now? Isn't that something that we could have them come back in another memorandum of understanding at a later date if it isn't feasible?
That would certainly be possible, but based on what we've heard in terms of their expectations for timing and how long it will take to get project entitlements completed and then move into the construction and design phase for the plan production, I think it is realistic that was a very aggressive timeframe. And I do think while it's very realistic that they can get development entitlements done by then, I think it would have been a challenge in order to actually pull building permits in that timeframe. So staff concurs with the proposal and giving them some additional time to actually obtain the building permits still gives ample realistic time for them to construct the project, and the outside date of constructing and opening the project is really our interest, and we believe that that's feasible.
So if we remove the requirement to begin construction and pull permits by 2027, are we putting in, and I'm sorry if I missed this, are we putting in a new date requirement so that we have an agreed to timeline, or are we just leaving it vague?
There is no agreed-to timeframe for them to pull a building permit. They need to plan ahead and plan to be able to finish construction by 2032. That would be the timeframe. They still have the requirement that they obtain their final site plan approvals by the end of next year.
Okay,
by
so
the
the
end of
completion of the
2027.
project isn't changing? It's
That's
just the
correct.
beginning of the project?
Exactly.
Okay. And one of my conversations, just for transparency, I met with the OC Vibe team, and one of the questions I had surrounded the parking that is going to be coming to Lot Deck A, and how we were going to deal with parking for the museum in the time frame where there could be an Angel game going on, or how do we protect parking for the museum, parking for transportation center, and then not kind of hamstring ourselves, since we have a financial interest in making sure people park at Angel Stadium, to not use that for reasons that they're not supposed to. Was that something that you and staff had contemplated?
So the operating memorandum that is before the council this evening does include a requirement that OC Vibe and the city will enter into an operating agreement for the operation of Deck A, for the new parking structure. And in that agreement, the city can work with OC Vibe to have mechanisms in where you have competing events at Angel Stadium and the other sites, such that you protect that. That could include paid parking for those events, to try to make sure that the Arctic Garage is used for its intended purposes, which is really to park Meadow Park, Arctic, the Immersive Museum, rather than Angel Stadium. So that is something that the council will see through an operating agreement that will come back to the council for the Arctic Garage, Lot A.
Does that operating agreement come before us?
Right now. And so prior to its opening, the council will receive the operating agreement, we'll be able to act on it, we'll be able to see those very issues of how you control the parking at the at Lot A.
So we'll be in compliance with that, or whatever parking is required for Arctic in addition to the museum? And we'll put in, okay, thank you. And then I know that the person that called in about, the woman that called in about high-speed rail, I resisted every urge to ask her for a date that when high-speed rail was going to be coming to Anaheim. Tell her that we'll be ready for her. But is that something that they are, I mean, I know you probably don't know, but are they implying that they're going to, I mean, I don't want to say repossess, but they're going to somehow use like eminent domain to go through a museum? Or like, how does that work with high-speed rail and our current commitments? Because we, I believe, used some high-speed rail funding to build Arctic, or made some commitments. How do we navigate that?
Thank you for the question, Mayor. And actually, we didn't accept any high-speed rail money for the building of Arctic because there wasn't any.
Okay, good. That makes me feel better.
But, we did enter into an MOU with them back in 2020 that essentially confirmed our commitment that if they do come to Anaheim as their southerly terminus, that it was both sides' preference that they use the existing Arctic building as their terminal ticketing facilities. That made sense versus what they're analyzing in their environmental, which is really their worst case scenario of building a separate second train terminal building on Lot B, which of course, would just be duplicative. So their concern has always been, where they've always planned for parking for high-speed rail to be at Deck A, was the walk that it would take for someone to go from the parking structure to the platform where they would enter the train. the solution that we've presented and worked with them, and why we think we're so close in a solution, simply moves the platform a little further to the west, and it's about 250 feet from the bottom of the stairs when you come down onto the platform, which is, for the average person, about a 1-minute walk. But it also puts those passengers that are at the beginning of the line under the protection of the 57 bridge, so you're out of the elements as well. So we do believe there's a lot of synergy to do that. What they have come back with in our conversation is, if they do still feel that that walk is too far for the transit rider, they may still have to build some sort of facilities on the platform, which may be, ticketing facilities or a restroom, which again, we don't think that's a bad idea. If somebody's out on the platform and they have the need to use a restroom, having a close by restroom is a good idea. So I think there's a lot of synergies, and we all have the same common goal of making the experience for the transit rider convenient, and we'll find a solution working with them.
I don't know if this is a question for you or for our friends from OC Vibe. So there's no concern that they are going to, partially through this process, kind of throw a wrench at it and in any way stop development or get into a legal challenge about whether we can move forward with this MOU and the other things we're approving tonight?
I think I can answer that, Rudy. The MOU that references the track for high-speed rail south of parking lot B, it by its very terms, it's not binding on the parties. It specifically says this is not binding, but rather kind of an agreement to agree, or indicating the intent of the parties. So I don't really think there would be a basis under that MOU to stop it. I think, sure, in the future, there could be discussions about, workarounds or the possibility of eminent domain, but we don't anticipate that to be the solution.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Leon, and then Councilmember Bayless.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to, and I apologize if I missed this, if you already spoke to it. Can you, if you did say it already, could you repeat? The Surplus Land Act does not apply to this, correct?
Yeah, thank you, Councilman, for the question. The Surplus Lands Act does apply, but this is exempt surplus lands. So there are specific statutory exceptions that take lands that are being conveyed out of the rest of the requirements of the Surplus Lands Act because they're exempt surplus. The city did that in the first phase already, and HCD has approved that. This is now a second phase, and the second phase is really the south apron that you're seeing up on the screen, the dark blue. Shaded areas, Lot B and Lot A. So we do believe it all qualifies as exempt surplus land because you're essentially trading parking or public uses for other public uses right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bayless, and then Councilmember Rubalcaba.
Thank you. First, I want to maybe make a comment, ask a question in regards to the high-speed rail as well, as I did spend a little bit of time this weekend thinking about it. I guess my first question is we keep using the term high-speed rail, and I took a look at the plan coming into Orange County, and we're not, the current 20-year plan does not have any high-speed trains coming into Orange County. The max speed is 78 miles per hour with the track that they have. So I think we have to ask ourselves also is, do we really think, if that's their 20-year plan, how do we condition this for that today? How do we think about it? I couldn't come up with any good answers over the weekend, but I wouldn't want to hold up development that's there because of that. And I think it's important to point out that their existing plan isn't necessarily high-speed rail into Orange County. It's just using the exact tracks that's there. So, and you can correct me if what I'm saying is wrong, but I'm pretty sure that that's what I saw for their own documents this weekend. I'll go with it. I'll say yes. How's that?
Yeah, the speeds through Orange County are lower for some of the constraints that they have, but I think as a region, we're encouraging high-speed rail to still come down here because the one-seat ride would be important for the transit riders that are going through to Northern California rather than take a Metrolink train up to LA and have to switch there.
Yeah. I'll say this, in this one, I want to be the eternal optimist because I really want to go to Las Vegas on a train, and it only take me an hour and a half, but I don't know if we'll ever get there in my lifetime. So I guess with that, I'll just say, you know, I'm really happy to support this item and more broadly to see the partnership between the city and OC Vibe continue to evolve on this project as it grows. You know, one thing I'm particularly happy to see in this particular agreement is the addition of we got a little more than 1,000 new parking spaces, and anyone who knows this area knows that parking matters, so I think it's a big win for the project. I'll also say with just a little bit of disappointment, I'm sorry to see the proposed amphitheater no longer be part of the plan. I was looking forward, you know, to seeing that come to life, but I also understand that as a project of this size and complexity moves forward, there are going to be some give and takes and some concessions along the way. So really I think what matters most to me is we keep moving forward. We continue to build on the partnerships we have with OC Vibe, and I'm really excited to see this project finally come to fruition, and I believe it's going to bring tremendous benefits to Anaheim throughout new investment, new opportunities, and new places to live and work. It'll be just another reason for people to come and visit Anaheim, and I'm looking forward to seeing it all come together.
Thank you. And Mayor actually asked the question I was concerned about, which was the waiving of the permits. I just want to make sure that we're not giving special treatment to a major developer in our city and that we're holding all of our standards across the board for everybody, regardless of their size or how much money they can invest in our city. So, do you have anything additional to add to that?
Yes, so this is definitely not a waiver of any special treatment by any means. There was a commitment that they had volunteered to make in terms of timeframes associated with this. This is and really this is a negotiated deal point in the deal, and they're still holding up what we believe is still an aggressive timeframe to deliver on what we hope to be really a game-changing investment in the city and something that could really be important to and of great economic benefit to the city and to the community.
But they will still have to apply for standard building permits and follow all safety requirements, like all the other businesses in our city.
Absolutely.
Okay, I think we have to be careful because it was conveyed as a waiver of permits, so I just want to make sure that we're using the wrong verbiage when just highlighting the project. On to the high-speed rail, I agree. I understand the purpose of Arctic and how it was designed to accept high-speed rail, and I too am excited. I think it would have been nice to have it in place for the Olympics, but we know it's not coming anytime soon since there is no funding for it across the state. But I do think, based on the tone of that public commenter who called in from the High-Speed Rail Authority, it may not be a bad idea for this council to send a letter, just letting them know that we don't disregard the benefits of high-speed rail, and we do support transportation in our city, but we also value having culture and the development of a museum because we are museum light in Anaheim. And I think it just will really, benefit if they know there's still a place in Arctic. It's a huge, you built a great transportation hub. There's going to be somewhere for them to house high-speed rail personnel or whoever's supposed to utilize it in 30 years, 40, 50, when it ever gets done. But I think it would be good for us to just maybe send that olive branch so they know it's not just in your face. We don't care what you think, but we do actually value the partnership. And our city wants to continue to work with you, and so do our major investors in our city. So that would be the only thing I would recommend.
Please follow up. And then Councilmember Meeks.
Today, Lot B is long-term parking, free for people who go through the website and apply. Will there be that like consideration in Lot Deck A for our long-term parking free?
That is correct. Yeah, we'll still manage both short-term and long-term parking through Deck A.
Thank you.
Councilmember Meeks.
I agree with Councilmember Rubalcaba that maybe we should send a letter just clarifying what our position is. We talked, and I I think it's going to be fine to shorten or shift the platform a little bit. It's not that far. I mean, you're talking about a very large transportation complex. The parking's here, the building's there, the platform's right there. People will circulate around all those things, and it's not a long way. I'm really excited about this proposal. One thing is that it really seems they're going to build this because they wouldn't enter this agreement to give us this property back with a parking structure and everything if they weren't really confident this project was going to move forward. So I'm excited about that, and I think that having a museum, we have amazing destinations and things to go to in Anaheim, theme parks, conventions, entertainment, sports, all that. We are museum light. We are cultural light, and I think this starts to fill a little bit of a void that we have, and very excited to see that move forward. So I will move approval.
I'll second.
Thank you. But before we do that, I know Councilmember Maas had a comment.
Just one comment to summarize everything we've heard. In this land exchange, we would be gaining about 1,600 parking spaces and 42,000 square feet. And if they don't build what they say they're going to build in time, we will get Lot B back. We still get to keep Lot A and the pedestrian bridge.
That's correct.
And we potentially activate an awkward lot there. I walk by it all the time. So we could be potentially bringing in sales tax, increasing the property value. And if this attraction does keep people here potentially one extra day, we could be increasing TOT.
That's correct. That's what we're excited about. Absolutely.
Yeah, it sounds like a win all the way around, and I do support this project. Thank you for your work.
Thank you. I think Councilmember Kurtz has one last comment.
One last question. I think I've learned a lesson on maintenance. Who's going to maintain the parking structure?
The parking structure and many of the other facilities that are being built as part of the OC Vibe project are going to be maintained by the developer. So there'll be similar to our resort maintenance assessment district, they will be taking care of that area. And we also have provisions for Spring Up if they ever sell off any of those areas, that maintenance would be transferred as well. And if I could just respond to Councilmember Meeks and Rubalcava's comment, we will certainly get back to high-speed rail to affirm our commitment to high-speed rail. And we did make that clear to them as well that, you know, we have the common goal, and we are in the business of being a destination with everything that's being built with OC Vibe and this museum that would drive more ridership to their service. So we all have the same goal.
Thank you. Yeah, it just sounded to me like this item might have caught them by surprise. So maybe even between our partners at the Vibe, the city, we just want to make sure we're not forgetting to keep them aware. And maybe you have. I don't mean to insinuate that you haven't, but I think that's a great idea that Councilmember Rubalcava had, is to just, you know, we have a commitment to public transportation, of course, and we do want to keep them more in the loop so that they don't call into our meetings. So we have a motion and a second. Oh, sorry, Councilmember Bayos. You guys sneaking in on me.
Sorry, I was just going to add to that letter to remind them that we are not in favor of a taxing district around it as well. That's all. Thank you.
Oh. Councilmember Rubalcava, did you have another comment? Are we good? Okay. Then let's vote.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim declaring a portion of the city-owned property exempt surplus lands pursuant to Government Code Section 54221 F1C. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim approving operating memorandum number 3 for the OC Vibe Mix Project amended and restated development agreement number 20200004 between the City of Anaheim, Anaheim Real Estate Partners LLC, TS Anaheim LLC, and FCD LLC, memorializing clarifications related to Deck A, Lot B, South Plaza, and First Residential Phase, collectively Project Phase Final Site Plans. And this is also inclusive of the modification to Section 6 of the Operating Memorandum Number 3 as distributed to City Council as well as posted on the city's website. and resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim approving the acquisition agreement, providing for the acquisition of the CFD 08-1 improvements as contemplated in OC Vibe Mixed Use Project Amended and Restated Development Agreement 20200004 between the City of Anaheim and Anaheim Real Estate Partners, LLC. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
All right. So item number 26 is a discussion regarding a chronic nuisance property ordinance as requested by Council Member Bayless. City Manager, may we have a staff report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Staff report will be provided and led by Heather Allen with an assist from Leonie Mulvihill on our City Attorney's Office.
We can. Do we have it here?
All right, good evening again. Thank you. So joining me this evening is Assistant City Attorney Leonie Mulvihill and supported also by City Attorney Rob Pavella. So at the July 28th, 2026 City Council meeting, Councilmember Bayless requested to agendize for discussion a chronic nuisance property ordinance that would authorize administrative penalties for properties that repeatedly generate excessive nuisance activity and disproportionate demands on city public safety resources. The current Anaheim Municipal Code, Chapter 6.44, with respect to nuisances, does not address the concept of a chronic nuisance, which disproportionately places demands on public safety resources. Following council direction this evening and working with the City Attorney's Office, we would utilize example ordinance framework from other cities that have addressed this issue if the council wished to move forward. So the general framework of a potential ordinance would define chronic nuisance activity by identifying qualifying activity, which could include specified criminal activity and other conduct requiring repeated public safety intervention, establishing objective thresholds, such as repeated qualifying incidences within a defined period, and thresholds could vary by land use category, for example, commercial or motel versus residential, and exclusions for specified emergency responses. Considering Proposition 26, we would also establish escalating administrative penalties, which would be authorized along with the ability to pursue all legal and equitable remedies to collect unpaid fines, including lien provisions. Following discussion this evening, staff is requesting that the City Council provide direction to proceed with the preparation of a chronic nuisance property ordinance for subsequent review as an amendment to the Anaheim Municipal Code. The establishment of regulations specific to repeat nuisance calls adds an additional civil enforcement tool to address the property's operation and its impacts, in addition to or instead of land use regulations or criminal prosecution. And I do want to point out, hearing some public comments earlier this evening, this is absolutely not intended to criminalize the use of code enforcement. So as we draft this ordinance, very specific to calls for service related to public safety, we would make sure the appropriate guardrails are in place so that we don't kind of weaponize neighbor disputes in code enforcement. And with that, we're able to answer questions and also facilitate your discussion this evening.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Bayless for any comments or questions.
Thank you. First off, I just want to point out that the reason why I asked for a discussion is because I truly do believe it's important that I get buy-in from everybody here. If this is the direction we seem to want to move, and I don't know what it is because I haven't talked to anybody about it, but I didn't spend a lot of staff time diving into specific definitions and whatnot. It was just my intent. I mean, we had a speaker come here today. Obviously, I'm trying to look for ways to eliminate activity along Beach Boulevard. I noticed that another city out there had a similar type of an ordinance that was out there. And what this would do is after an average amount of calls to the business for public service, once you identified, the calls that was out there, if it was a nuisance call after an average, then you'd begin, this would maybe give us the ability in which to bill for that service call to the business that's out there. This also may also work in not just businesses, but we talk about sober living locations that are out there. This could also perhaps be applied unilaterally to that as well. And I guess with that, I'll open it up for discussions. Again, it's not my intent to penalize businesses in any way or weaponize our code enforcement department, just simply to put another tool in a toolbox to kind of help me and get some of our nuisance problems off of Beach Boulevard. So I'll gladly open it up.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'll start with Councilmember Campos Kurtz and then Councilmember Meeks.
I would like to see more information from our staff. I do support it with guardrails because I can just imagine you don't like your neighbor, so all of a sudden every night you're calling code enforcement about some little thing that they're doing. Their grass isn't mowed correctly, their tree isn't trimmed, TV's too loud. And I can see that happening if we don't have the appropriate guardrails. But I can also see how we can use it. Liquor stores where we have people hanging around causing problems. I would love to keep reporting a certain one that I know of. Here's my chance. So I think I'd love to see what we can do. I'd like to see what other cities do. And so I would support taking a look at some language about how we can make this work.
Councilmember Meeks.
Yeah, I would support looking at other best practices at cities and what kind of things, and talking to our code enforcement and our police department, what are the types of things we want to include in this with those guardrails. I mean, I don't want, people just harassing each other, and that whatever they're getting called about or whatever the violation is actually is a violation, and we concur, and someone's just not calling in random things. But we have had some success on similar things. I guess it was more related to CUPs, where we took away a couple of operating licenses from motels on Beach Boulevard, and were able to get rid of those problem operators. And so that we could do because they were a CUP, and so we found them, their calls for service helped us find them in violation of their operating agreement. Is that right?
Correct. With a conditional use permit, the calls for service, nuisance code, police, fire, kind of made the case for why we needed to add additional conditions of approval. So the process is modify or revoke. So generally we start with modification to see if conditions can correct that. So the CUP is a great regulatory tool on those businesses that have it. Councilmember Kurtz's liquor store unfortunately does not have a conditional use permit. So this tool would kind of bridge that gap for even a store that maybe doesn't have a regulatory approval, and the operator is operating the store legally, but maybe there's something happened in their parking lot that's out of their control. How do we bridge that gap, start that conversation of maybe there are different things that you can do, although you're not out of compliance with regulations, but there are impacts that are happening from your business. This kind of closes that gap.
Okay. All right. No, I would support looking into this and bringing back some potential language.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubacalva.
So I'm concerned about this because I feel like we already have a lot of policies in place that are in the toolbox. And I mean, of course I can think of areas that have nuisance violations, in my opinion, like CVS,
the green space that we consistently talk about. But I am concerned that we're giving you no direction. So we keep saying guardrails, but we're not saying what those guardrails should be because we don't know what policies are already in place for code enforcement. Mondragon Market is in my district, so it does concern me that smaller businesses will be targeted. I already think it's an opportunity for me to probably meet with the business owner and whoever the individual is who is, and I know it's not multiples, but are filing the complaints because we're not proactively doing enforcement in that area. It's all based on a reaction to a complaint by a resident. So, I think if we're going to explore this, we probably should understand already, is this just a policy that we're putting in place but really has no teeth and we're just going to burden our residents? Or are we going to limit it to commercial properties that are truly problems? Which I can think of 10 of them right now just off the top of my head, but these are bigger businesses that have multiple owners, and we already have challenges enforcing on that front. So I guess I'm open, of course, to always looking at solutions, but I think we need to be clear on what problem we're solving. So if we are looking at solving the motel problem, then maybe we should focus on just a nuisance ordinance related to the motels in the city. If we're looking to enforce against, ABC we should be speed dialing ABC for some of these liquor stores that have people drinking outside of the stores because that's a violation of state law. So I just think that and also it's illegal for people to be drinking in public. So I just think that there's probably rules that we already have in place that could be enforced more effectively before we put parameters in place that end up hurting our residents. So I'm, of course, open to Councilmember Bayless's exploration on seeing what we are, but I would like to give you more clear direction so you know what these guardrails are that we speak of and that we are truly focusing on the bad actors in the city and not the innocent bystanders who are just trying to operate a business. I do have to say I spend a lot of time near the Mondragon Market, and I know that they are doing everything that they can to beautify that corner. There are issues that arise, right, when you have a business in a residential area. So it's just the nature of an older community that has sort of our policies have changed in terms of what can be built in certain places. So we're building housing around industrial now. So I think that there's definitely things that we can look at, but I want to make sure we're giving you clear guidance so that we're not hurting our residents or just duplicating efforts that maybe we just need to, let APD or code enforcement know of rules that already exist and ask them to enforce those rules.
Certainly, and if I may just respond, so I think we have looked, there are some sample ordinances out there, some specific to motels, others more broadly. I kind of speaking to those guardrails, I'm not looking at this as an opportunity to double dip on something that is already a nuisance, right? If you're already a nuisance and we have tools in the code, we're fine. This is really that gap of, again, it's that non-regulated land use, maybe not criminal activity of the operator. It's just kind of that gap where we just have a business that we need to have a conversation with, and we need a little bit of teeth to start that, right, with a monetary citation. So I understood and happy to
and do you have the resources for that too, is the other thing that we probably need to address. A good ordinance only exists if we can actually enforce it.
Absolutely.
So when you come back, maybe bring what you need for that as well.
Really.
Thank you. Councilmember Maz and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I do support exploring this further. I just want to be really mindful about any potential unintended consequences. I'm specifically thinking of residential and maybe a senior who can't do their yard work, things of that nature. So I just want to be mindful of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I won't repeat too much of what was said. I'm also in agreement that I'm open to looking at this and seeing what it is that might come back for consideration. I think for me, if we can define what repeated public safety intervention means, because I think that's very broad. So as you're exploring this further, if you could maybe define what that actually is, whether is it homelessness related? Is it calls for service from the police department? I will say that the concern that I do have, and I think you hit the nail on the head, Heather, is, the fine line that we have to kind of walk of at what point do we hold businesses accountable for things that happen in their parking lot or on the sidewalk by their business. I think there's an argument to be made in terms of liquor stores, right? They might be selling alcohol to folks, or the motels. But I also think of, as an example, the Brookers Corridor, where there's just a number of businesses that neighbor the sidewalks, that have the bus benches. And so there are repeated calls of service to a lot of those locations. At what point is it the property owner, the business owner, the city? I think for certain instances, it's probably easy to tell if it's the business owner that isn't doing what they're supposed to be doing. And other instances, again, I'll echo my colleagues, and I don't want to necessarily harm or create an undue burden to the businesses that may not be, that they're just there and they're just trying to operate and they're dealing with that. And so if we could explore that further and define kind of what the parameters, what it applies to, if there's going to be specific businesses that we're looking at this for. Are we also thinking abandoned properties? Because that creates calls for service. Maybe I have Brokers on my mind, but there's a number of properties along Brokers as well, right? Like, does this apply to that? Is it just a specific type of business, specific action or activity? As you're exploring this, if you could maybe take a look at that as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I had a couple questions. I mean, I generally am supportive of trying to have any tool in our toolkit that can beautify our neighborhoods and help our businesses, especially our small businesses, succeed. But I wanted to just kind of clarify, because when we're talking about what would qualify under this, this says criminal activity, but then I thought there was a comment made that it may not be criminal, but it's kind of in that fine line. Are we talking about things that are truly like under the penal code criminal, or also code enforcement violations? Are we looking at maybe a gray area that doesn't rise to a level of a actual criminal activity but violates? Can you just clarify that for me, or what you were thinking?
Absolutely. So criminal activity, I think in the liquor store example, perhaps the owner and operator of the liquor store are not doing criminal activity, but there is criminal activity occurring around the store, right? So that would be something that maybe there's a violation for ABC, maybe there's not, right? So that would give us a tool of repeat calls for service related to quality of life issues that were attributed to this liquor store in the example, where we don't currently have a tool. So the tool would be a civil remedy, not a criminal remedy to the business owner.
Okay, and are we talking about, like putting just citations, or is a number of citations potentially going to move into a lien on the property? What were some of the other cities that have looked into this doing?
Yes, so we would, through this process, establish, what is the threshold that is relevant to Anaheim. So if we said it's X type of businesses, looking at the calls for service history with police, like what is a normal rate of calls for service? Again, taking out exemptions, right? So we want people to call, right? We don't want to penalize folks from calling when there are actually reasons we want police out there, right? So what is the threshold that we're going to come up with unique to Anaheim? Different cities have different categories. Some are commercial, residential, some are motels, apartments, single family. So we'll kind of look at what makes sense for us and bring that back to you in a draft ordinance for consideration. So they would be very local thresholds to address the problems that we want to address here.
Yeah, because I agree. I don't want to penalize somebody that has a lot of code enforcement cases open because their yard looks terrible and they have a lot of cats. versus someone that is operating an illegal gaming institution in their home or selling drugs out of their home. Like, I mean, so I want to be at least a little bit flexible enough that if it is happen to be in a neighborhood and there's illegal activity going on, we have as many tools as we can to address it, as well as to property owners that know there's prostitution, that knows there's drug dealing, all of these things happening in their rooms and on their property. The other thing I wanted to just ask, because I thought it was a good point about, with the Mondragon market, one person calling, are we going to have not a threshold of calls, but a threshold of variety? So if it's one person calling every single day and it's the same person about the same residents, are we going to be able to have a mechanism to balance that versus there's a lot of people calling or even police making reports that there's activity going on at a certain location?
Yes, I think definitely coming up with those, I'm calling them guardrails, because we unfortunately see instances, I think I've talked to several of you that have issues in the neighborhood, right, where you just have two property owners that just can't get along, right? And we definitely, this is not for that. So we want to make sure that as we're writing this, that doesn't kind of become that unintended consequence.
And lastly, I wanted to see, I wasn't thinking more of abandoned properties, but when we have, or maybe it's the same thing, like vacant lots or vacant businesses. I know we have a lot of commercial centers that do not have businesses in them, or they'll be half empty. That itself, to me, is not a nuisance, but when windows get broken into, people are loitering in front of businesses that are vacant, I would like to see what remedies are out there for property owners that are just absentee landlords, not taking care of maintaining and protecting their properties.
Yes, absolutely. I think Mayor Potem Leon had asked for us to look at tools for abandoned and vacant. So I think there are others out there as well. But I do think if we have abandoned, vacant, where they rise to a certain number of calls for service because of what they're attracting on the property, I think this could be an option as well.
Okay, thank you. Did I miss anybody? Okay, Councilmember Bayless.
Okay, I'll just say this. I on purpose didn't have staff move any further because I wanted to kind of take the temperature for everybody that's up here before we spend another 40 hours of staff time looking into this. But I agree with everybody here. I have many of the same concerns. This is trying to get specifically targeted. I'm not trying to, if your yard is a couple inches too high, this is not my intent here for sure. So I just wanted to just point that out. It sounds like we might have some concurrence here to move forward. Let me ask the city attorney, do I need to make a motion to move forward, or?
Two ways to do it. If you want to do a motion just to move forward, that's fine. Another way is just no vote now, and then you can agendize it during agenda setting. I would say if there's a,
I'll make the motion. I'll make the motion.
Yeah, I understand. So the only thing I'd say is if this is going to go by way of motion, we've been working with Councilmember Bayless. We'd like to continue doing that since he's the initiator of this item, as opposed to, and to the extent you want to bring in less than a majority for that purpose, that's fine. But we typically work with the council member who agendized it.
Yeah, I'm happy to have any help, but otherwise I'll just work with staff, and that's my motion, so thank you.
Do we have a motion? Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. And then Heather, do you feel like you have enough to go on? Okay, please vote. Oh, sorry, did you have another?
I was just going to say I'd offer to work with Councilmember Bayless on it if that's something he's open to doing. We don't agree on much, but maybe we'll come to a consensus.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item number 27 is a presentation by Anaheim Police Department's, on the Anaheim Police Department's implementation of the Blue Envelope Program as requested by Councilmember Maas. Mr. City Manager, could you please introduce this item?
Yes, this item will be presented by Chief Sid.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to present on our Blue Envelope program, something we're excited about and continuing to work on and grow it. Joining me here tonight is Lieutenant Rick Breuer, who's our traffic commander, who will be providing you all a presentation on the program.
With your indulgence, I'd like to bring you a couple of envelopes. Everybody loves tactile, right? Play with them, see what you like.
Can we start off presentations with?
Thank you.
With gifts?
Under $50.
So it's interesting because I was speaking to the chief earlier, and I've been called several times to present to council, and I'm fortunate that every time it's for a great program like this. The last time I was in was for our child passenger safety program and the expansion of that, and now to move into something like this, it's really great. So if we have slides. So a little history of it while they're pulling it up. What basically happened with this is Connecticut back in 2022 came up with this, and they directed it specifically towards autism. And it took a lot of it expanded very quickly, and people really appreciated the fact that it gave insight to law enforcement and first responders that there were some difficulty, some kind of social difficulty that was going on with the person they were contacting. And so essentially last year in 2025, it went up to go as a statewide legislation that it would be mandated that we would adopt the program. And because of some technical issues, it didn't make it back to meet the legislative guidelines to get voted on. So it's not that it failed, it just didn't meet the timeframes. And so like we do in Anaheim, many times when we see programs that are going to be beneficial to our community, we take them on firsthand. We don't necessarily have to be legislated and told to do it. If it's something appropriate that we should be doing, that's why we move forward. So we've moved forward with it, slide. And effectively, this is who it's reaching out to. There's a list of different folks from autism to epilepsy to people that may be hard of hearing, have other sensory challenges, may have a learning disability of some time that just means that they need a little bit of extra time that they're spending with us. It's interesting because there's so many tools that the city provides for us as law enforcement, and this one is so simple. And yet, it's the most valuable thing to law enforcement. What it essentially does is it gives us time and it gives us information. And in law enforcement, those are the two most beneficial things that we can get. Anytime we have more information on an incident before we go into it, we're winning. And anytime we have more time to process what's going on with that incident, we're winning. This does both of those things. Slide. So if you'll open up your envelopes, you can see on the outside of the envelope, I'll have you click, if you can click forward one slide so everybody can see in the audience. This is essentially what the outside of the envelope that they're opening looks like. And then if you'll click back, please. Essentially what you have in there is you have the blue envelope, and this is something that can be held up even right away, right? That's obvious to law enforcement. If the other items that are available, you haven't even had a chance to get out yet. This is an immediate thing that's very specific to law enforcement and first responders that they'll understand what's going on. Inside of it, there is a wallet card that can be kept on their person at all times. It basically has a description of what those needs might be. They also have in the envelope an opportunity to put specific documents in there that are beneficial, whether it's their proof of insurance or their registration. Initially, the program was asking for a driver's license. In retrospect, in my opinion, that doesn't seem very functional. Most people have to have their driver's license on them. You wouldn't want it in your glove box or something like that. So in this case, the license, we've been basically saying that the license isn't the best idea, even though the nationwide program asked for that. And then it goes into communication assistance cards. So you see that card that has a lot of different pictures and things like that on it? So that card can be utilized to communicate. And so if you just need any assistance of any kind, especially if you're hard of hearing or deaf, you can use that card to basically communicate issues that are going on, and the officer in turn or the first responder in turn can use that card to communicate things back or even ask questions. There's a flat tire on there. You could say, is that the problem you're having? And then offer assistance according to that. And then with it too, you'll also see our specific sticker that you see right there. And that sticker can be used for a wide variety of things. You can put it on the back of the car. You can put it on the side window of your car. And then it can even move into a residential application where it can be on the front door, windows next to the front door. Much like at your house, you tell people, hey, this particular residence is being monitored by security. And you walk up and you instantly see that. Okay, I realize this is going on. For officers and first responders, they see that sticker and they know exactly what it relates to. And it gives them, again, time and information that there's more than meets the eye here, and that they can take that extra time to make sure that they're giving the person involved whatever they need to have a successful contact with whoever they're dealing with. Slide. So, slide. So, where do we head with this? It's basically training. So we've rolled it out in traffic already, and we've tested it, and we understand it. We now would like to expand it out to patrol and have these basically readily available in all of our cars when people are out. We also want to expand it out to our volunteer program because they're having contacts with the community all the time also. And essentially what they'll do is they'll give them brief information on it, and then all the rest of the stuff, as you can see, is pretty self-explanatory. So we'll roll it out to patrol. There'll be basic training that our traffic detail will be putting on and expanding that out. The envelopes will be available at community events or any other time where we can make a connection to apply it. We already have them as part of our child passenger safety program, so that when we're having children that may have special needs or something like that come through, we can start with it early. And then we also have a plan to connect it to our schools program, so that it's out in the schools as people start to get their driver's license and things like that. They're already ahead of the game. They already have the information available. The benefits of this is it's just going to, encourage understanding from both sides. Stressful situations, it's basically a de-escalation model. It's a built-in de-escalation model from the very beginning. Without ever having said a word to each other, you've communicated that there's an issue here and we're going to need to take more time while we're working through something. And so it improves communication. Our ultimate goal is that there'll be something based within the website where you'll go in. It's not really going to be a registration. I think it'll be better suited to be just an interest. You'll put an interest with your address or a way that we can communicate with you. And then more than likely, we would use one of our community services officers to just send out the packet to them with a cover letter with some basic directions of what you can do and how to utilize the information. Slide. And then we just gave some basic information of how we can be contacted. I would like to point out that Motor Officer Ryan Warner put a lot of time into this program. He's very passionate about it. And so I believe in giving credit where credit is due. I would love to think that in my 30 years in law enforcement, I would come up with something so simple, because if you look at it, you're like, how did we not think of this years ago? But now we do have it, and I think it's going to be a real benefit. With that, that pretty much concludes our presentation, and I take any questions.
Thank you. I'd like to turn it over and thank Councilmember Moss for bringing this forward. It's just a really beautiful idea, and I just love your heart's always in the right place.
I wish I could take credit for the idea, but I wanted to thank our officers for bringing it to Anaheim. It's a huge deal. And I know it was debuted at our Sensory with the Patch event at Zion Lutheran, and I had mothers with tears in their eyes thanking us and saying that they can breathe again. So it's a big deal. And communication can mean the difference between life and death. So thank you for taking the time to do this. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too thank you. This is phenomenal. But I would encourage you to get it to our seniors. Some of them get so rattled that they don't know what to do next when they get stopped or questioned. And I think this would be great because they could prepare this and calmly deal with the situation. So please think about taking it to our senior centers, to our resource centers and so forth.
And I think with that registration, that might be a great opportunity, to your point, to make that, when we put the dialogue for that inside the website, we can put something to that effect, that this can be utilized for any number of things when you just want to make sure that you're communicating a concern before you actually have a dealing with first responders. So yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Councilmember Ruba Calva, and then Mayor Pro Tem Leon.
Well, I just want to say congratulations on another substantive program, because I have seen firsthand the work that you do with the car seat safety program. So
Yes, you have. Yes, you
thank you
have.
for that in this. I have a brother who is autistic, and he's 30. He doesn't drive. He unfortunately will probably never be able to drive, but I think I'm interested in seeing something expand even further. We're working with the regional centers to help. Just, I don't know what the solution would be, but just to put something on your radar. So individuals who struggle with behavioral issues, but look like maybe a police officer might get called to a home because they have aggressive behavior, but maybe there's a way for the parent or somebody to notify police that this is an individual who has behavioral issues, and when that police officer responds, they do so with a little more finesse and just, for lack of a better way of saying it, just more sensitivity, similar to what you're doing here on a stop, but at the home. I think that is something I am always concerned about. And I reflect back on, I think maybe 4 or 5 years ago in Ontario, there was a police officer in a Costco, and he ended up shooting and killing a young man who was autistic because he thought he was being aggressive with him. So I think those are things, so I kind of see this expanding even further into the households of residents who live in our city, and I think that'll be beneficial not only to them, but also to our law enforcement officers who are responding. So just wanted to throw that out there. It could be an expansion of this program, but I think parents would probably feel better about calling law enforcement when they just need help. At home, when, you know, sometimes our autistic, like my brother, for example, could get a little bit physical. So I just think it would be good to have this program even further into the neighborhoods. So
Absolutely. So I appreciate the comment. The second sticker is meant for residences, and when we get your information back, when you've actually checked in on the website, when it's all finished and you've checked in, the intention is that we'll put in the comments of the calls for the resident that you've actually registered at, that situation is already occurring. So as officers are responding to the call, there's a list of potential concerns and comments that come up even with neighboring houses. And so that would all come up and be available to the officers as they're responding. So that's the intention.
perfect,
Yes,
thank you. And
absolutely.
if we partner with Regional Center, a lot of these individuals are getting services through there, so the parents can be informed on what is happening or what resources they can use to communicate as well. So thank
Absolutely.
you.
No, absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll echo my colleagues, Lieutenant. Appreciate the work on this. I think this is a fantastic, great idea. I'm glad to see it implemented. Thank you to my colleague, Councilmember Moss. I know that this is something that you've continued to work on, and it's very, very much important in the community, and especially in the Latino community, as we, you know, my mom used to work for the regional center, and so you could always, historically, there's been a stigma around autism, around mental health in the Latino community, and just being able to provide a lot of this information, a lot of these resources for them, I think is absolutely great, and it's important. I wanted to ask, in terms of the timeline, I heard you say that traffic has gotten trained on this or is aware of this, and that we're working on patrol next. Is there a timeline in terms of, I'm not sure how department-wide trainings go, but is there a timeline as to when you would expect that every officer would at least know what this is and what it entails?
So I appreciate the question. Very quickly. So the dilemma right now is like everything, we need more envelopes. And so we have a provider in place, and we're putting our order in. Traffic is just trained up because, like I said, Motor Officer Warner was kind of the one that initiated the whole thing. So organically, we all just kind of got trained up as he worked through the program. As far as training up patrol and VIPs, very quickly. You're talking about 10 to 15 minutes in a briefing setting. So it'll happen very quickly to the point of where it can be completed in about a week's time. We just want to make sure we have enough product so that when we're not training them and then they're like, well, where do I get it? And we're like, well, we'll see you when we see you. We want to make sure we have it available to give everybody so that they have it with them, and then they can use it as a resource immediately once we give them the training. And again, the timeline on that is short also, but I can't give you an exact, that I don't have, unfortunately. I don't know the exact time when we're going to receive the additional product.
Got it. I appreciate that. And then just to clarify, did I hear you say that if If you're a resident and you want a blue envelope, that the recommendation is that they register with you to get the blue envelope? Or can you provide clarification on that?
So we're building out the website. We've been, the chief and I were discussing this earlier tonight, exactly how we want to make that look. But essentially, we're going to build out the website so that if you are interested in the program and you don't get stopped on a traffic violation and we just give it to you in the moment, or we don't happen to come up to your house and have a problem and then give it to you on the backside, if you wanted to be proactive and reach out to us and say, hey, this is a great program and I would like to get involved with it and be registered or whatever, you can put an interest. We'll send you out a packet with a cover letter that'll have all the information. Once we get that all done, we'll also input it in the system so that it becomes part of the resident's address and stuff like that, so that officers get that information when they're responding. And then that's it. It stays a part of that residence until somebody would go in and remove it from the system. And then they would have all of the information for themselves to have, from stickers on the residents, stickers on the cars, depending upon how involved their potential deficiencies are.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think a general comment, just to be mindful, and I know, Chief, and I have had multiple conversations in regards to just as we continue to navigate the immigration enforcement that we've seen in the community and some of the uncertainty that has caused with law enforcement for some individuals. And as a reminder that we do not, we follow state law. We don't enforce immigration law. And so just as you're building out this website or this page, if maybe there's a disclaimer there or some sort of information, just to reassure the community that this is not, I'm thinking if someone isn't as familiar with, signing up for this kind of program where they could benefit from it, but they say, well, I have to give my information to PD, and there's just some uncertainty that might create. So if there's an opportunity to maybe just as a disclaimer language on there that says this information is private between you and the police, something like of that nature.
Yeah, I think, the idea is going to be to try to hit it from all fronts, if you will. So we're going to have officers out in the field making contacts, handing these out. When we do our community meetings, there'll be opportunities for the folks to do these out. We will partner with some of our community groups in the neighborhood to get these envelopes out. And then, of course, utilize the World Wide Web and the internet piece of it, but also understanding the sensitivities around that. So all of that will include some educational campaigns from us and utilizing social media or any other avenues we can to educate about the program, give folks direction of where they can go, get signed up, how they can get the blue envelope, and make sure that we do some clear messaging around what this is and what it's not, to your point, Councilmember.
I appreciate it. And the last comment I would make is, if appropriate, at some point when you have all of the blue envelopes stacked up in your office and you have way too many, I know a number of us in our offices table at different events. If it's appropriate, if you're able to maybe share a few that we can have and for our teams to have, just in case we do encounter someone and we're at an event that you're not at that we think could benefit from it, want to throw that out there as well. And anything else that we can do to kind of spread the word, spread awareness of this program and the work you're doing, please keep us posted. And again, appreciate the good work.
Absolutely, I'll make sure that happens.
Councilmember Meeks, and then Councilmember Bayless.
Yeah, as you get more envelopes, I think having them at our district meetings and things, and trying to get them out that way would be really great. So you talked about the training and this 15 minutes, what's in the envelope. Can you tell me about the training that officers get in just dealing with autistic people, or, when you run into those situations?
Absolutely.
I want them to have that
absolutely.
knowledge
I
rather
can
than
expand on
just
that.
an envelope.
So at the lowest level, of course, we have specialized details within the agency that have even additional training. But at the lowest level, every 2 years, there's a cycle that we go through within the Police Officer Standard Training website. And every officer has to go through and they track it and make sure that everybody has gone through it and completed by a certain date. And you go through a series of learning domains, and then at the end of it, they put you through video scenarios, kind of like a choose your own path, and you make decisions as you go along, and it ultimately to get you to what the standardized decision-making paradigm is. And so at the minimum, that's what every officer is getting on a regular basis. Chief, can you think of anything I'm missing?
Yeah, so I'll start even further back than that. Today, as a part of California Post, when you go through a police academy, you're taking on several hours of things around mental health, illness recognition, some of our folks that deal with different disabilities, everything from recognition and strategies for how we're going to deal with those folks out in the field. So starting even as a young police officer going through the academy. To the LT's point, Post is going to put out periodic training that'll be every year to 2 years that they have to re-up and go through some of this stuff. We're super blessed. We have 2 mental health clinicians that work in our building, essentially 7 days a week or close to. And aside of the work that they do out in the community along our officers and responding to calls for service, they also make it a point to oftentimes go into our briefings and do updated trainings and bulletins and just spend time with the officers on talking about everything from recognition and kind of weaving that into the work that we do every day. So the training is significant and it's ongoing. I don't think it's going anywhere in light of this is a very real challenge that we face in our communities. So again, try to hit it from all angles.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to confirm that. I think the stickers are great. I just want to make sure the officers have that training before they approach. Thanks.
Thank you, Chief Officer Moyer. Great presentation. Thank you very much. I just have one question, and I may have missed it in the beginning because I was reading the blue envelope. But is this just an Anaheim program, or is this like statewide where if I got pulled over from the CHP, they'd understand what if I'm handing them a blue envelope?
No, so the intention was to make it go statewide. It just because of some legislative hurdles didn't make it in for a vote, so it got tabled. I have no doubt that it will probably be statewide within the next year or two. Okay. But as it sits right now, cities and counties are able to adopt the program as they would like. Anaheim, of course, we've adopted it. I know San Bernardino County Sheriffs have adopted it. Sacramento County Sheriffs have adopted it, just off the top of my head, some of the major agencies like that. But as I said, I would be shocked if it doesn't go statewide within the next year or two. We're wanting to stay ahead of it because it's a great program. I mean, what would be the downside of participating?
Yeah, sure, no, I agree for that.
I'll add to what the LT said, Councilmember, that we also have Orange County Sheriffs has adopted the program and also would recognize it and respond to it in kind.
Okay. So it's catching on, but not everywhere yet.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant. Thank you, Chief. So this is an informational item, so no action needed. But now that I know how valuable these are, I'm going to give mine back. Because I don't want to waste not, want not. Oh, no, don't you want them back so you can give them out?
Oh, no, I have work a lot in the office, so if you guys want
to thank you. Oh, thank you very much. So item 28 on our agenda is the District 3 appointment to the Older Adults Commission. So I'll turn it over to Councilmember Rubicalva.
Thank you, Mayor Aiken. I would like to nominate or recommend Melody Marler to serve as the District 3 representative for Older Adults Commission. She's come to our council meetings and she's a resident in District 3, lives very close to the senior center and would be a great representative.
I'll second that.
Wonderful, let's vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Nomination moves forward.
Thank you. So item 29 is a public hearing. Clerk, please read.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 29 is a public hearing regarding the consideration of the study and financial implementation plan for the central area of the city of Anaheim and consideration of a resolution amending the sewer impact and improvement fees for the central area of the city.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, could we please have a staff report?
Yes, staff report will be given by our Public Works Director, Rudy Umami.
All right, good evening, Mayor and council members. And with me this evening, I have our city engineer, Carlos Castellanos. The item before you is the adoption of the updated Central Anaheim Master Plan of Sanitary Sewers and Financial Implementation Plan, along with amendments to the sanitary sewer impact and improvement fees for the Central Anaheim area. The city maintains separate sanitary sewer master plans for the west, east, and central areas of Anaheim. The existing Central Anaheim plan was adopted in 2018 and has now been updated using the latest census data, market pricing, and development assumptions. The study area includes both Central Anaheim and the Platinum Triangle and incorporates the Anaheim General Plan and Zoning Code update adopted in April of 2025. The plan evaluates existing and future sewer capacity needs through build-out conditions. The study identifies approximately $44 million in future sanitary sewer improvements for the Central Anaheim area and approximately $10 million improvements for the Platinum Triangle for properties not within the Community Facilities District 08-1. Sewer impact fees are charges collected from developers and used to fund the capital improvements triggered by increased sewer flow estimates for future developments. The accompanying financial implementation plan identifies sewer impact fees as the most practical and ongoing funding mechanism for these development-related improvements. The Central Anaheim fees and the supplemental Platinum Triangle fees are independent of one another, meaning only one fee would apply to a property. The proposed fee structure also reflects a simplified methodology for calculating development impacts. The required public notice and hearing process has been completed, and if approved tonight, the new fees will become effective 60 days following the adoption of the resolutions. This item supports the city's strategic plan by maintaining financial responsibility, modernizing development impact fees, and investing in infrastructure. Staff recommends that the City Council adopt the Central Anaheim Master Plan of Sanitary Sewers and Financial Implementation Plan and approve the amended sanitary sewer impact and improvement fees and determine the actions are exempt from CEQA. And that concludes my staff report, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. So before I open up the public hearing, are there any initial questions by council at this time? So seeing none, I will now open the public hearing. Clerk, do we have any speaker cards for this hearing?
Mayor and City Council, we don't receive any remote public comments, and it appears we have one speaker card coming forward. Mr. Mark Herbert, and the time limit is 3 minutes.
Mark Herbert, AnaheimGrease.com. I have 3 or 4 points here. One, I'm a little leery of commenting on the staff's performance on this after the public was chastised during public comments because we discussed staff and some problems we found with staff. But I'm going to test the water again. I'm a bit concerned because this involves the sewers. And I'm wondering, and it involves a lot of money, and I believe this would fall under public utilities, or does it fall under public works? Because if it's public utilities, there's been quite a staff turnover recently, and a lot of questions about the performance. And this is a lot of money. And it's difficult when the public has questions about that because of the way business is done in Anaheim. There's been problems getting answers from the Public Utilities Board, whether written, attending the meetings in person, or making public comments. It's difficult to get questions from the people above them, the council and mayor. I'm waiting for an email that I sent to each of them last week, along with the ATID Transportation Board. So several people, and I've gotten one generic response, came from a computer seconds after I sent it in. So I'm concerned about what kind of follow-up there's going to be on this. When let's go to the Wyndham Hotel, which there's been several questions about how they illegally added 35 rooms, and yet that wasn't discovered for 27 years. I can't get an answer of how the public finds out to check on the performance of the staff oversight or whoever oversees these things. And this is another instance. I'm concerned about that. So it seems to be a pattern here. I guess you would say it's a culture. I'm concerned that this was set up in 2018. So it originated the way they divided the city. That was during the Sidhu years. And there's a track record of the Sidhu years of several problems. And it's troubling that several of the staff who were there during the Sidhu years and didn't speak up then are still working here at
Mr.
the
Herbert,
city
your time
today.
is up.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Do we have any, we have no remote comments, correctly?
That's correct.
Correct?
That's correct, Mayor.
Thank you. So I'm going to close the public hearing. Are there any further comments or questions by council? So with, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim adopting the Central Anaheim Master Plan for the, of sanitary sewers dated 2026 and adopting the Central Anaheim Sanitary Sewer Financial Implementation Plan dated April 2026 and rescinding resolution number 2026-058, and a resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim amending the sewer impact improvement fees for the central area of the City of Anaheim and determining that such actions are exempt from CEQA pursuant to Public Resources Code Section 21080B8 and Guidelines Section 15273A. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, do you have anything to report out of closed session?
With respect to closed session item number 2, the City Council unanimously authorized the City Attorney's Office to file a cross-complaint against a co-defendant in Joe versus City of Anaheim. There are no other reportable actions from closed session.
Thank you. And we have no remaining public speakers left over, so I'm going to move to requests by council for future agenda items. Councilmember Bayless.
Thank you. It's not necessarily a future agenda item, but I know Councilmember Leon brought up the access courts today, and I was just wondering if we could get maybe a quick update. When access, I realize it's kind of already the last resort, but when access doesn't work, is there something we're doing after that if the access program doesn't work? And I can take an update later. I know we have, at least in the west side, I've got at least 1 or 2 residents where it doesn't seem like the program was facilitated or didn't work, so I'd like an update on that.
Yeah, we can follow up with you, Councilmember Bayless.
Thank you. So with no further business before the council, I'd like to adjourn this meeting in the memory of Anthony Deloya, and we are going to be adjourned until September 22nd, which is a change from our earlier meeting date. Thank you.